長く生きてるとどうしてるのにもかも曖昧になって赤がかもめる怒りがはそして消えていてしまいそうなんだだけど君はそれ好きるから自分が小さく思えて悩みも消せらせない心配しないで歴史を変えて避けたことはうやむやかでそう心配しないでまた作ればいいまたやかでそう白紙のままでお気に入りだけなんかそれを変えてそうか
Tá de lance maconha segurando, vai na via safada relaxando, vai na pica safada sem vergonha, vai sentando na pica doida de maconha, presta atenção pro bagulho é doidão, trava essa puta ficando safada, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, ai, senta meu palhaço, vai sentar no palhação, vai sentar meu palhaço, vai sentar no palhação.
Aquele pique, só couro brabo, me chamam de proibido, porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, 7 cerveja de maconha, a maguinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda. Naquele pique, só couro brabo, me chamam de proibido, porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, 7 cerveja de maconha, a maguinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda.
Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando.
Esse é o DJ Holanda, tá lançando a nova moda.
É o DJ Holanda, imã de piranha. Imã de piranha, imã de piranha.
Welcome to my YouTube channel, you guys. My name is Confluence, and today we're going to be going over and finishing the Jordan Peterson versus Richard Dawkins video, okay? The finale, the religious chaos finale. Well, for this specific one, there will be other religious chaos panels, of course, but we'll be blending religion. We will be blending chaos into a confluence, if you will, and you must. Yeah, I don't know who's going to be on panel tonight, but we're going to plow through in a normal way, not in a gay way, to the end of this here video right here. Okay, we have like 45 minutes to go. It's getting heated. It's getting good. So yeah, good to see you, Agrilopolis. Good to see you. How are you doing today, brother? Are you ready for some Jordan Peterson? Big Soda said he's coming on, but he's having some internet issues. So maybe I should, in some ways, maybe I should start now because, once things, we spent 9 hours yesterday. We only got through, not like not a ton of time. And we have, almost 45 minutes to go talking about resurrection, the divine, what Jordan Peterson exactly means by the events of Exodus and if they happened or if they didn't happen. So, you know what? The link for anyone watching, link is in the description, or it's on what's in the description, and it's at the pinned comment up top. So anyone can hop on up, join me as I begin the chaos. Okay, I don't know if there's any context that's needed. We stopped at a perspicacious moment where they are switching topics and talking about the resurrection and the Bible, and presumably if it happened or not, which is what I started off yesterday by saying. I don't know if we really got an answer. Well, me and Big Soda kind of got into it about if the resurrection, if it needs to be physical, or if you could believe in some type of spiritual resurrection. Me and Big Soda seem to agree that you can't just have a metaphorical resurrection at the very least. That doesn't save anybody. That's not really doing anything. So if it's just an archetype, it's probably not worth too much. But if it's a spiritual resurrection and it's not physical, that's kind of the question. Good to see you, Stacy. Or sorry, Stacy's biggest fan. I ain't looking to shit till I know that Stacy's on the panel. I'm a big fan of his. He's awesome. Unfortunately, I don't have a way of contacting Stacy. I just have a way of contacting you, Beyond. So, I don't have Stacy's contact info. I asked you to pass my apology off to him. But I have to wait to hear back from him. Inshallah. Okay. Inshallah.
Story to know. It is even possible that Christianity did have something to do with that, and I wouldn't categorically deny
we're,
that.
We're jumping in medias res, okay? But it's about the topic switch, so I'm not going to go back and retread, but we're about to jump into a new thing. You can even see at the bottom, see resurrection right there. It's coming.
But that doesn't in any way increase my trust in the validity of Christian propositions like the resurrection, the virgin birth, and miracles, and Jesus is the Son of God. Christianity may have had some kind of historical
sounds like they're talking
effect
past each other, but then we'll stop because Alex is going to bring them on track.
Renaissance that led to the scientific revolution, and that would be a very interesting historical analysis, but it doesn't bear upon the truth of the.
Okay, fine. I will recap slightly. Okay. The slight recap I will say is that Jordan Peterson said, well, Christianity, the truth values obviously mean something because they led to the scientific revolution and everything we have today. And if you look at Western societies, they're obviously doing better than other societies. And so Dawkins is pushing back and saying, well, it doesn't make those things true in a factual sense. They're still talking past each other, though, because I think Jordan Peterson, when he's talking about true, he's brought up a lot of times about literature and some literature being better than other literatures, almost like a Life of Pi. If you guys know the book or the movie, what's the better story? I don't think I agree with that, but I understand his point. Dawkins, I don't think understands his point at all. And Alex O'Connor, the moderator, will soon bring them both on track and hopefully square the circle because they're talking about two completely different things throughout the past 45 minutes of this conversation.
Of the Christian religion.
Okay, let's concentrate on the resurrection for a moment. Now, unfortunately, see, this is part of the problem. Part of the problem with discussions like this is that the mode of approach that's taken by the mythological tends to circle and wander. It doesn't, because you have to shine light on the problem from multiple perspectives. That's why it's often encoded in image, for example, or in drama. It's not the same tack as a purely propositional and logical argument, so it's more difficult to make. But let me tell you a story that I believe bears on the resurrection. You tell me what you think about it, because
Dawkins is so not interested in a fucking story.
About 5
he
minutes
wants to know if Jesus literally rose.
There's no way around it, I don't think.
But all right, buckle up.
There's a strange scene in the Gospels where Christ tells his followers that unless he's lifted up like the bronze serpent, and there can be no hope for the redemption of mankind unless he's lifted up like the bronze serpent in the desert. Okay, this is a very strange thing for someone to say. So you need to know what the story of the bronze serpent in the desert was and what it signifies. And I think we can understand it psychologically. I really do believe
that's where I get my display picture from. Fun lore drop for anyone watching.
Of that story, which was generated millennia before with Christ's utterance, is something I just cannot imagine how anyone put those two things together, especially given the lack of explicit understanding about the relationship. So let me detail it. So there's a scene in the Exodus story where the Israelites are doing their usual fractious foolishness and whining about the fact that they're lost and bemoaning the loss of their privileges under the Pharaoh and complaining about the power dynamics of their leadership and just generally being followers of Cain, let's say. And God, the cruel God that you refer to, decides to send among his suffering subjects poisonous snakes to bite them, which seems a little over the top, you might say. But in response to that, I would say there's no situation so terrible that some damn fool can't make it infinitely worse. And so that's what happens to the Israelites.
Is the damn fool God in that
They're
example?
being bitten by these poisonous snakes, and the leaders of the people who've wandered from God go to Moses and they say, look, we know you've got a pipeline to God, and you know there's a lot of snakes and they're doing a lot of biting, and maybe you could just ask him to, you know, call off the serpents. And so Moses, who's not very happy with the Israelites either, decides that he'll go talk to God. And God says something very strange. He doesn't say, to hell with the Israelites, more snakes is what they need. And he doesn't say, well, I produced the snakes, so I'll get rid of them. He says something very, very peculiar.
Good to see you, Anson.
Have the Israelites gather together all their bronze and make a giant stake and put a serpent on it, a bronze serpent, which is the symbol of healing, by the way, that even the Greeks use. That's the symbol of Asclepius. It's a very old symbol, very widespread.
Asclepius mentioned,
still used by physicians today. And then he says, put it up where the Israelites can see it. And if they go look at it, then the serpent's poison won't harm them. And I read that and I thought, that's exactly what psychotherapists discovered as they all converged in the 20th century on the utility of exposure therapy as curative. And that's the pharmacon. A little of the poison that hurts you cures you. It's the same principle that's used for vaccines, by the way. So what we saw in psychotherapy is that if you get people to voluntarily confront the things that are poisoning them, so to speak, that hurt their life, that frighten them and disgust them, they become braver and more well adapted. It isn't that they become less afraid, because that's been very carefully tested. It's that they learn by watching themselves expose themselves to the things that they once fled from, that there's more to them than they think. And that
okay, this is kind of an irrelevant point, and obviously Jordan Peterson knows more about psychology than me, but I think in exposure therapy, you do become less afraid. Like, you have less of a fear response. That's a bit of a side topic, but you do have less of an adrenaline. Like, the more you're exposed to something, you're going to have less adrenaline coming. So I don't know.
And that generalizes across situations. And it's the same mechanism that underlies learning as such, because children, when they learn, put themselves on the edge of ragged disaster, and that's where they advance. And so what God tells the Israelites, essentially,
don't like that. It looks like I'm pulling up my own comments.
Endeavor
I
is
disavow this, okay?
It's better for them to face the terrors that confront them than to be shielded from the terrors, or for them to hide from them. That they'll be better people if they face what's right in front of them, even if it's poisonous. And so it's like, okay, that's pretty damn interesting and quite remarkable. And then that symbol is used, for example, by the Greeks to symbolize medicine as such. But then there's this additional weird twist, which is Christ identifies with that bronze serpent. You think, okay, that's a very peculiar thing for anyone to do. What exactly does that mean? Well, so then you might say, well, what's the most poisonous thing that you could possibly face if you dramatized the idea of poison itself, if you wanted people to face what was worst so that they could become strongest? And the answer to that is the most unjust possible painful death and the ultimate confrontation with malevolence.
I've seen this video before, and I'm not sure where this is exactly
going. Now, does that redeem everyone? Maybe. Maybe the idea is that if we were courageous enough to look death in the face unflinchingly, and if we spent our time putting our finger on the source of evil itself, it would revitalize ourselves to a degree that would be unimaginable.
That's so psychologized, though. And I like Jordan Peterson, but that seems so psychologized to me. Like, how can you look death in the face in from a Christian point of view, unless you have some type of literal death and resurrection of Christ? If it's just a metaphor, I mean, Anson would probably disagree, because you're all black-pilled atheist and everything like that. But from a religious angle, yeah, I don't know if it makes much sense. It just sounds like nice words to be like, okay, I'm going to bravely look at death and maybe that'll change everything. But does it change everything? It only changes everything if like God is real and if like God died and rose again and like the whole tenets of Christianity. Again, mentioned this every episode I've done so far, but I always worry that Jordan Peterson vacuums out the soul of what makes a religion and is just left with with psychological scaffolding and just a shell. And I don't know if that's true. But I always just get that worry that he's going in that direction.
As a biologist,
religion with a vacuumed out spirituality is a dead religion, is not like anything that you should want, in my opinion.
About this too, because I don't remember the philosopher said it. I think it was Whitehead, but that might be wrong. We let our ideas die instead of us, right? So human beings have evolved so that we can undergo these deaths of our own ideas and the rejuvenation that emerges in consequence of that.
Too young pilled.
That seems to be something like evolution towards towards the process of sacrificial logos as the thing that redeems human beings. And that makes us biologically unique too. Because we can die in ideation and imagination instead of dying in actuality. Does that fundamentally...
Flash me, Big Soda. Is that actually you? Okay, that is you. Jeez, okay. I swear, I thought I saw someone sitting in the back chat, and I thought the name was someone who was on here yesterday who was like typing a bunch of stuff about stuff that I couldn't necessarily pull up on chat. So I was like, I'm just gonna like wait and see if he goes away. So I didn't know that's you, Big Soda.
I was wondering if
especially with the name, because he was saying stuff that kind of, I mean, what kind of name is that, brother? Why, like, are we talking about like the battalion? Is that what we're talking about? Is that what that
maybe
is that what that name is?
Maybe.
Why are we pro that? That's a bad battalion, okay? And that symbol looks a little sus too. I'm not gonna lie to you. Looks a little sus coded.
It's just a Ukrainian paramilitary.
Oh yeah, totally. It's just a Ukrainian paramilitary. It's probably been fine now. I've heard it's been cleansed of its troublesome aspects, but I'm not really sure.
Oh, it has it?
I thought. Well, that's what Ukraine said. They said that it already, because some of the symbols, like I think the symbol you have up now, I think has some ties to like a certain other period of time. But yeah, but I think Ukraine said we've tried to. I don't know if they really did, but they tried to get rid of it.
Oh, I gotta change it now if it's got a new identity.
And then famously, someone I think from the Azov Battalion, but I could be wrong on that. But it was a Ukrainian old war general was brought to Canada, and then Justin Trudeau gave him like a standing ovation, and the guy ended up being like a Yahtzee or something.
Oh,
and so,
yeah.
You remember this? Yeah.
See, that's the Azov I support.
Okay, well now I didn't mean to invoke but it's always good to see Marilyn in my in clip form and in real life. Well, never in real life, but one day maybe. But so how are you doing, Big Soda?
Wait, I'm reading Beyond BS13. What happened with Stacy?
First of all, Beyond BS13 is a friend of Stacy and a super fan of Stacy. Definitely not a sock puppet of Stacy. But Beyond is mad on Stacy's account because on the panel with IJ, they were like cussing each other out, and then Stacy threatened to unalive IJ.
Boy.
And so I had to remove Stacy, and I said, you can come back in 30 minutes. I know you didn't mean it, but like that's TOS, you can't say it. Anyway, then Stacy rage quit and got really mad, and now Beyond is posting on Stacy's behalf, kind of espousing Stacy's case, which I already told Beyond to tell Stacy. I almost said she. He's welcome back. Stacy's welcome back. You just can't threaten somebody else on YouTube. That's what I'm trying to say.
I need a Big Soda fan like that so I can rage quit and get invited back on.
Yeah, I see. So he keeps asking me. He said, I told him that I apologized to Stacy because I thought I said Stacy was a girl's name at one point, which I've apologized for. I now understand it's a unisex name. But he's like, you have to apologize to Stacy directly. I'm like, I don't have Stacy's contact info. So if you can maybe tell Stacy on my behalf.
Who the fuck is Jonathan Peterson? Go to the message before.
It's funny. That's the same mistake that Stacy makes. Stacy actually kept calling Jordan Peterson Jonathan Peterson. That's really interesting that Beyond and Stacy both make the same mistake in how they conflate Jordan Peterson's name. Yeah, that's a very strange overlap. But yeah, good to see you on. I'm glad you said this was you because I was like just gonna let it ride because I totally thought there's someone I was talking about Jewish doctors yesterday and I thought it was this name. So, but it must not have been. It must have been a different name. And I was like, this guy's gonna like
it could have been this
or
name.
it could have been you actually. It's hard to say.
Me.
Maybe you like down some and then you came on and just started going off against the small hat people.
Jewish doctors.
Hard to say. I don't even know what this is. This another Anson? How many accounts do you have, Anson? This because this also is Anson. Aesop soda isn't as good as Nehi. I don't even know what that means. Nehi? So I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means? Is this some like anti-Semitic thing I'm not understanding?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty. Well, I would say I'm anti-Semitic, but I hang with the big dogs. But I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it off the screen just in case. But yeah, okay, we're gonna keep going. I don't know, do you have any thoughts so far on the Bronze Serpent and what Peterson has been saying, Big Soda?
Yeah, other than he's not a Christian, and if he goes down this path too far, he probably might not make it to heaven. Other than that, no, I'm good.
You know what? I was seeing something. It was like a Nick Fuentes video. I didn't click it. I just saw the thumbnail. And Nick Fuentes was saying something that makes me worried. He was saying, at least according to the thumbnail, again, I didn't want to give it, the time of day, but he thinks that Jordan Peterson is no longer with us. And I was thinking about it. I'm like, because Jordan Peterson, right, is apparently in like home care and stuff, but I don't think we've seen anything from him, right, since he went to the ICU. Like it's been like 7 months or something since I think his last like anyone's seen him. I think I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. And then the last updates were like he was like septic and all this stuff. And then there's been, I think, a lot of silence. I don't know if Michaela's done an update in like at least a month now. It's like I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay. It just made me nervous when I saw that. And I was like, yeah, he hasn't been. And I think everything that was posted on his Twitter was from Michaela now. I think so I don't think he's even like posted anything.
Damn, that'll break my heart.
I know, yeah. And it's always such a weird. It's always so strange. It's some like weird medical stuff going on. Because did you hear Michaela's thing that it was like some like mold induced thing or something?
Yeah.
I'm like, is that a thing? I don't know. It's like looking it up. It's like there's like one NIH study on it, and like and I'm like I don't even know what this. I don't know if there's like just some weird underlying health stuff or what. Because it's the same with like the stuff that made him take the benzos and a strong reaction, and then he had to be put into a medically induced coma and everything. And like benzo withdrawal is like terrible, but like usually not to the degree, especially on the doses he was on. It's like it wasn't. If I was looking into this, it's like he's on like 4 milligrams of clonazepam, I think, or something. It's like it's enough that it would be like very terrible to like go cold turkey, but like I wouldn't think it would be enough that you would have to go into a medically induced coma in like Russia. Like you should just be able to like titrate the benzos down, right? Like take less benzos and less and less and less, and then jump off. Like it's weird. Everything just seems weird.
It does seem very weird. That stuff's above my pay grade. Like I don't think I've ever taken one to know like how. I know some medications have a crazy effect, like coming down. Like even if it's not just kind of destroying your body, but like destroying your psyche.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if it was maybe more of a mental health issue coming off of them, because like in general, like from my understanding, like with those type of drugs, there's no reason why you can't like taper off them. Right, but you could taper as slow as you want. You could take like 3.8 milligrams and then 3.7 a week later, and it's like you're barely even going to feel it. Usually, they do medically induced comas when it's like if someone has like an opioid addiction, and it's not because you can't taper. It's just because people don't have the like self-control to taper, right? So it's like if you're just left to your own devices and you're addicted to like heroin, you're just gonna like keep using. You're never gonna actually like go down. And so they use a medically induced coma to just like let you go through the full withdrawal and then start over again. But in anything where it's like yeah, you're like able to have the self-control to do it, then you wouldn't do a medically induced coma. You would just taper down with normal stuff.
I also know that his family has a lot of autoimmune disease. So especially once you start, if you take the mold, I guess seriously, then that could explain a lot. If his immune system has been kind of deteriorating over the last like 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, I mean, he even seeing him, like when I saw him live, it was not that long ago. It was like maybe like a year ago. And Yeah, I mean, I was like, I wasn't like front row seat. I was like pretty far back, but he doesn't look like in great health. You know what I mean? He doesn't seem, he just seems like like it's been rough. It's been rough. And Hanson, this pilled message. Jordan Peterson is starting to turn anti-Israel like Charlie, so they have to fix the problem. Yeah, maybe Mossad got to him with that tactical mold. You know, who knows? Who knows? And Marilyn in the chat. Marilyn, good to see you.
Our
good
favorite chaos agent.
Let me hit you with that magnet. There we go.
You know what they say? Chaos attracts chaos.
That's why me and Marilyn get along so well together. Because, you know, I mean, there's got to be a reason my panels become so chaotic. I like to think I'm kind of the chaos nexus, you know, that attracts the chaos agents, you know. That's how I like to spin things. The god in chat, Marilyn. Yes. But yes, we will we'll go back to the video. If you missed the Big Soda talking about the bronze serpent, you know, being lifted up, Richard Dawkins asked him a direct question about the resurrection, and Jordan Peterson's like, well, can I tell you a story? It'll take about 5 minutes. And then he starts talking about the bronze serpent. So I think we're getting there. And Alex is about to pin him down, if I remember, although it's been a long time since I watched this debate.
Redeem us? Does that deliver us from death and evil? Maybe. Like, the job isn't done, obviously.
Richard, the story that we just heard, the Old Testament bronze serpent, it's rhyming with the New Testament Christ depicting himself as that bronze serpent. I think, from Jordan, if I may, as Richard suggests, from what I've heard you say before on this same story, there's something about that harmony between that New Testament Jesus and that Old Testament story, which is so profound and so impressive that it's difficult to imagine it having sort of naive human authorship. What do you make of that story and of that assertion?
Well, it doesn't impress me. I mean, I don't understand why you would say that has. I don't think Jordan actually said it had divine inspiration. Maybe he did.
See, I'm gonna say something you're gonna find heretical, Big Soda. Okay, so brace yourself. So I think the scripture hits me as an inspired thing. This is why I was trying to ask Marilyn if she thought any texts were inspired, and then Marilyn just completely cucked me and like wouldn't answer at all, and ended up never saying that any texts are inspired. Or so I'm not, or all texts maybe. I'm not sure, but I was really trying to figure that out. But I think when I read scripture, and this is maybe Protestant coded, but you're a Protestant as well, Big Soda, where sometimes scripture sounds like scripture. Like it feels inspired, like in a subjective way that I can't prove. But I'm like, yeah, I don't think like a human necessarily wrote this. Do you have that feeling, or do you not have that feeling?
Yeah. Well, but I don't know how to distinguish it. Is it like, do I get that feeling because I'm Christian, or like because, you know, I believe it to be true, or is it something that you feel just by reading it like unbiasedly?
Right. And well, that's the thing. So one time Mormons came to my house, and this is like a long time ago. And of course, I will talk the ear off. I love when the Mormons and the JWs come, and then it's like I have my own little kind of in real life religious chaos battle. So they always leave before I want them to leave. And so the Mormons came, and one of the things that they always say, if you've talked to a Mormon who's trying to convert you, they always say like, read the Book of Mormons and you'll feel like a burning in your bosom, I think is how they say it, or burning in your heart. I think it's a burning in your bosom. They always say that. And so they're kind of punting off the same thing. So that does back up what you're saying. It's like, yeah, maybe it's because we're Christian, because obviously the Mormons think that when you read the Book of Mormons that you feel some internal, you know, fire kindling. And I've read parts of the Book of Mormon and I don't feel that, except when Mormonism is plagiarizing from the Bible. Because I asked those sneaky Mormons, I said, give me one chapter. I said, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but give me one chapter. I'll read it. I promise you that. And I did read it. And the chapter they gave me, it was like all lifted from the New Testament. Like it was like a bunch of quotes of Jesus, but like it's slightly different orders and with like slightly like other wording. But it's like, I'm like, this is like, yeah, okay. My bosom is a burning, but that's because you like just stole the direct words of Christ. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, how different is Mormonism compared to Christianity? So like, do they believe the full New Testament and then like their added scripture, or?
Yeah, they believe
picking and
OT.
choosing like what they like.
Yeah, well, kind of both. They believe the whole Old Testament, the whole New Testament. Then they think the Book of Mormons is an additional like testament of Christ. But then they interpret things way differently. So I think we talked about before that they don't believe in the Trinity. They believe that Jesus is God's son. They believe that when you die, you become a god and then rule your own planet and all this like stuff, right? Obviously, all the golden tablets,
like what Maryland
like origins. It's a bit Maryland coded. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a bit Maryland coded. Yeah, without the planet. Although I think Maryland could be convinced to get a planet too.
I guess what I'm getting at is, like, how do they decipher? I think there's a verse in the New Testament that talks about, like, Jesus was the last prophet. Like, there would be no more, I guess, prophetization after Christ.
Yeah, I don't know how they interpret that. I know a lot of these. Yeah, I don't know the exact. Yeah, you're a little robotic, Soda, but I can still hear you. So Soda's on some bad internet right now. So, but yeah, I know. I don't know how they interpret exactly those passages, but I've seen there's tactics that I think a lot of these people do. Same with like it makes me think of Charles Russell, the guy who like started Jehovah's Witness. It's like he was actually like a very smart guy. And so the problem is like a lot of these verses, he studied the Greek and he'll make some like arguments that are very hard to like debunk if you like don't know the stuff. And so I suspect the Mormons do that as well. I don't know if they're doing that for that passage. But like the for example, like with Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't believe in the Trinity. And so, John 1:1, where it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was with God in the beginning. They changed that to be in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was a God. But in the Greek, it's actually not like super clear because like the word is like theon, it's like ton theon, and it could be like translated as the God. And there is an argument in some ways that it could be translated as a God because the article in Greek isn't like super, it's not like English where it's like obviously an indefinite or definite article. So it's possible to translate as so there's a lot of like chicanery that happens with I think the Mormons and the Jehovah's Witnesses where they'll like really go in and put a lot of effort into the original languages and stuff and then subtly change things in a way that I don't think is good. I don't think it's a right like translation and stuff, but it's confusing enough that I think it works because it's like even, for most people that are trying to look into this, it's like you're having to go into the original language, you're having to decipher this, you're having to do all this. And it's like a lot of like legwork. So I suspect that's how the Mormons get past probably all of the strange passages that like say different things, like, because even I don't even know how they square the polyamory circle and stuff, or not polyamory, but polygamy, where it's like they used to allow it and now they don't. And then they say, well, that was just for a time when it needed to happen. But like that time was like in like what, the 1700s? Like, why did it need to happen then, but it's not allowed now? There's a lot of like confusing stuff. Possibly that's how every religion works in some ways, like maybe Mormonism is just newer. So it just seems more like sus because it's like more modern and it feels weird that like all this stuff happened in like America. But
yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. They're kind of fitting it to fit what they want or they need in the moment.
Right. Yeah. And I guess, so the reason I guess I brought the Mormons up was like, so they talk about, the burning in the bosom or whatever. And that's like an internal thing that this text is inspired. And now this is where the heresy comes in. Okay. So I hope you've had time to prepare yourself. I think there are other texts that to me feel inspired as well. And so I don't think that means they're on equal playing field as the Bible, but I think that means there is some like preternatural intelligence kind of going on. Now that could be like some bad type of extra intelligence, or that could just be connecting to like your higher self or something. But there are some texts that I think I can't help but read them and think that this guy had some stuff going on, and even on a naturalistic scale, I find this like I remember I watched this movie, and sorry, I feel like I'm rambling, but I watched this movie called Awaking Life. It's a very good movie, and it has a quote in it that says like the difference between the average human and a chimpanzee is smaller than the distance between like Nietzsche and the average person. Yeah. If that makes sense. right? So like, yeah, distance between a person and a chimpanzee, that gap is smaller than Nietzsche versus average person. I actually think that's like probably low-key true. Like when you read like Nietzsche and compare it to like normal writing, it's like, it's not everything that Nietzsche wrote, but parts of it is sublime at a level where it's like, the bro's on some like next level shit, you know, especially for like that time period. And like he's just so beyond everything, you know? And so I don't know what that means. Do you just think that's like a naturalistic thing, or like with any religious text? Or do you think there is a possibility of it being inspired, not in the same way that scripture is, but in some extra way?
Now, it's tough to say, because I mean, I guess there could be people that write portions or verses or segments of inside the Bible and outside the Bible that I think could probably be compared to a more well thought out thinker like Nietzsche. But I kind of disagree with the analogy, or I guess the quote, that Nietzsche is further from us than we are from chimps. And the reason why is because I don't even know how to grasp how far we are from chimps. And so with Nietzsche, I would find Nietzsche a little bit closer to us, even though I kind of understand what the quote itself is saying and how profound Nietzsche is as a thinker.
It's true. It's hard to know if it's literally true, because like chimps aren't writing anything and they're not doing any art, or they're not, you know, I think the spirit of the quote is still like hits home, where it's like there is an unfathomable gap between like some humans and some other humans, and it's hard to know like what makes someone like a Nietzsche so, you know, so Nietzschean, you know, like and to be
fair, you could have aspects of that inside the Bible, to where it's not only just kind of a divine understanding and kind of a divine word, but it's someone's ability to grasp a concept that most people can't grasp.
Right. And I guess it also kind of, it brings up a question too. I mean, and Catholics and Orthodox would probably answer this differently, but like, you know, I personally think, you know, and tell me if I'm crazy, I think like God could like talk to people today, you know. I don't think there's any new prophecy that's given. Like I agree with that. But I think that you could still have like a dream, or God could still speak to you. I think that stuff still happens. And if, let's say, God says a sentence to you and you write it down, is that not then inspired? Like, I'm not saying like copy it and put it like print it out and put it in the back of your Bible as if it's like the 67th book or anything. Yeah. But like, if we believe that God can still speak today, then isn't that still inspired if we think that God said it? Now, I'm not saying to tell other people, but you get what I'm saying. Like,
I do get what you're saying, because you're saying like it seems like the Bible as a whole is a message for all Christians. But if God's telling you something, that seems to be on a more personal level, to where it may not work for every Christian because it was only divinely inspired for you.
Right. Yeah.
No, I agree with that. Now, that's probably heretical to say, but yeah, I agree with that. And to be honest, it may not be talking in the way of, you know, God saying, hey, you need to go do this. It may be something to where something gets sparked inside of you that I guess doesn't originate from inside of you, to go do something, or to serve the Lord's bidding, or do this or do that.
Right. I think it was Bradley that even said, and I don't even know if Bradley's a Christian or not. I can't remember now.
I don't think so, but I don't think he's like a hardcore atheist.
No, because he was the one. Yeah, he was the one that I can't remember if you were here for this, where he was saying he was driving and then he realized that he had drank the night before, and then he was driving to work and he realized he was like still drunk. Do you remember this story at all?
Yeah, the DUI story.
Yeah, and then he prayed to God or something, or he heard God say like. He said, yeah, I think, what was it? I don't want to misquote it, but I think he like prayed to God that he would like get there like safely or something like that. And then he said, and I won't do it anymore. Like I won't get this drunk anymore before I have to drive. And then God, he said like he felt like a voice saying like, do you promise that? Or are you definitely going to do that? Something to that extent, right? And so it was. And so in that moment, it's like, yeah, I do think that God communicates in that way. So I think that does happen. But yeah, that would be a message to Bradley. It's not. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's not I think it's helpful to like, I think people can be edified by those stories. It's like, but yeah, I don't think we can like, I think the difference is with the Bible. Yeah, that's something that we can guarantee it works for everybody. Yeah. But yeah, with something like that, it's like, I don't think there's anything wrong with like telling people that like, hey, this is what this is the spiritual event I had. But if you're trying to say everyone has to follow this now, then you're kind of like starting a low-key cult,
It's kind of like a boss telling you, hey, everybody needs to be here at 7:30, but like you have complications to where you can't get there at 7:30 in the morning. So your boss gives you kind of this special, I guess you have a special dialogue with your boss that kind of that grants you this ability to improve your situation, even though that for everybody, this is not the standard.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think the heresy of it, the heretic fluence, the heresy of it, I think would be then, transposing that message and being like, everyone must follow this, and being like, this is the 67th book of the Bible or something. That's where I think it gets like really problematic. I think if you just see it as a personal thing, and again, I think it's fine to tell people, right? I think it's in the same way. I guess to use your analogy, it's fine to tell people what happened and that you couldn't get to work at this time. And so the boss gave you this other message. It would be wrong to be like, and actually all of you can come to work at this time as well, right? That's where it would get wrong, because now you're like telling people something that has only been told to you. You can tell them what was told to you and they could, decide how they want to interpret that and stuff. I think that's fine. But yeah, I think it's when you like speak with authority on what other people should do, that it gets a little more. Us, perhaps. Okay, so I'm not either. I convinced you into a heresy, or I'm not as heretical as I thought. One of the two.
Well, I think that may be heretical in the sense that I don't know if church doctrine teaches that, but just going off my own relationship with God, I find that to be a truthful statement.
Well, that's the thing is, me and Emmett got into like arguments about this. I don't know if he's ever given me a very good answer, because he always tells me to go talk to an Orthodox priest. But like when Paul gives a list of the gifts of the Spirit, prophecy is one of those gifts. And now by prophecy, again, I don't think it means a new revelation, but Paul obviously means something by saying that some people have the gift of prophecy. I think that's like in some ways hearing from God about just what to do in a normal way, not in like a new telling the future way, not in like a new revelation kind of way, but otherwise we have to contend with what the fuck does Paul mean when he says in the New Testament, after Christ has died and has rose again and has ascended, Paul is saying some people have the gift of prophecy, and it's said multiple times. So
well, it just seems more of a personal level than a more over every Christian level. It just seems to be, hey, this gift may be for you, and the moment you start transcribing that gift to everybody, it's not gonna, that gift is not gonna manifest itself.
And I mean, I half agree with you here, Egg. Egg says it's sounding like it's sounding kind of like a conscience, lying to yourself and then blaming it on some miraculous event, or the prayer came true when it was your own thoughts in your head. I think that's true sometimes. But I mean, there's times in my life, at least, and again, this is totally like personal, but I feel like enough people have also said this where I'm like, I think something's going on here, where it's like there is my own conscience, but there's times where I feel like it's different than that. It's like it's something beyond myself, and it's like, and I don't feel weird saying that, I guess, because of like the passage I mentioned where Paul, when he's giving the gifts of the Spirit, he mentions prophesy. And so I don't know what else that would mean. And even in Acts, right, God still speaks in Acts. So I guess, we have this idea that like that after Christ, there can't be anything ever said. But like the book of Acts takes place after Christ is resurrected. But there's multiple times in the book of Acts where like God speaks to people still, right? Like, so, it's like we have to accept then, otherwise that for some reason that God just like stops doing that at a random point. And it can't be the resurrection. It can't be the ascension. It has to be it can't even be a Pentecost. It has to be like something about all after. And I'm not sure what you mean. If you mean the passage what Paul is talking about, no, he can't be talking about any type of future stuff. So most people take the prophecy to mean that like it's just like a word, like when someone like stands up in a church and they're like, I think that, that we are two too comfortable with abortion maybe, and I feel like God is telling me that we should have a stronger stance on abortion. I would say that would be like a gift of prophecy if it's a legitimate thing, the way Paul's talking, because I don't think Paul is meaning keep adding books to the scripture, or like predict the end of the world or anything. I think he just means, like if God is impressing something on your heart, then there is times to, tell other people. But I mean, I don't know how most Christians deal with a lot of those gifts of the spirits, myself included, because, obviously there's a bunch of healings, that take place. And it's like, I feel like most Christians are uncomfortable with that, myself included to a degree. I think it's possible. But if someone's like, I have the gift of healing, I'm gonna be like side-eyeing them a little bit, like, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's like, do you though? Are you actually like healing? But the New Testament is rife with examples of people laying on of hands and healing people, and Paul brought someone back from the dead, right? Like, there's a lot of like stuff, and it's like, is there just a random point in church history where that just stops for some reason? Like why? If it stopped at Christ, it'd be one thing. If it stopped at Pentecost, there's like certain events that like maybe this was a game changer, but it doesn't. These events like take place throughout the entirety of the New Testament.
Yeah, and it's also something with it being on a personal level. It's like, I don't know how to explain to other people that this phenomena happens. It's like, if you have a relationship with God, you can kind of loosely grasp the concept in which I'm talking about. But to someone who doesn't have that relationship with God, I don't know how to explain this phenomenon other than it seems like me and God have some way of communicating, and I don't know how to express that.
Right. It's like, I think most Christians at least have gone through this, where it's like when you're reading the Bible and like a verse like really stands out to you, and it doesn't feel like just in like an intellectual way. It feels like you were meant to read this exact verse in this moment. Like, it's like God is like actively like speaking to you through some passage. I think like most Christians have probably gone through something like that at some point in their life. Or someone like, or another
one is when you're explaining to, like, when someone's going through a situation and then a passage like pops up in your mind and starts to resonate with you, and then like you then give that passage to the other person, and then they're able to grasp, I guess, the similarities with that passage and what's going on in their life. It's like, is that pure memory, or is this something that's pulling at you as kind of something that you ought to do, is explain that, hey, there is this phenomena in the Bible that maps onto your situation. And it could just be memory, or it could be, something deeper than that. And I don't know how to separate the two every time.
Yeah, and I think it's similar to like when, like there's times when people will be like, oh, God told me to pray for you. And yeah, sometimes like I feel like Anson probably thinks this is all coincidence, and I understand. I'm not saying it can't be, but yeah, there's been times where sometimes I feel like I should pray for someone for seemingly no like obvious reason to me, or someone comes up to me when I'm pretty like not doing good, and then they'll like say something, and it just like connects, and it's just I don't know, it's tough to explain because I don't have the answer. It's like, it's different. This phenomenon is different than science because there's not a book I can there's not like this drawn out plan that I can go to and I can point to and say, here's the evidence you need. A lot of it has to rely on my personal faith.
Yeah, that whole praying for you thing is tough. So when you tell somebody that, it makes them feel better, right? Like, do you tell people you pray for them and then they feel better?
Yeah, I think sometimes it makes people feel better. Yeah. Maybe not always, but
so I'm a closeted atheist IRL, right? I used to be out and aggressive atheist IRL, where I'd be like, "Oh, you're a Christian? What the fuck's wrong with you?" Right? But I stopped doing that, like, I don't know, 20 years ago. So more like 15 years ago. Stopped doing it about 15 years ago. And so when people tell me I'm praying for you, it makes me clench a little bit, because I'm like, all right, well, now what's the proper nomenclature to express to them my appreciation without lying to them, right? And so like, it's actually kind of awkward because like I spend most of my time around Christians because I hate atheists, and like I want to pretend like I'm them without lying to them. It makes it awkward.
I can see that, and I think Christians are a little too loose with the "I'm praying for you" thing.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, what I was talking about is like sometimes I feel like there's been times where someone will like come up to me, maybe at a church, and be like, "Hey, God told me to pray for you," and sometimes I'm like, "Yeah, I really appreciate that," because in my mind, I don't say this, but in my mind, I'm like, "Yeah, I'm doing terrible," and I feel like God has like pointed me out to that person, and that's something I can't prove. But yeah, I'm not saying like. I think saying I'm going to pray for you can also be a bit passive aggressive too. That's I've seen Christians do. It's like an atheist, right? And you disagree with them, and you're like, "I'll pray for you," and it's like, "Go fuck yourself." You know what I mean? Like it's very, it'd be kind of like that.
Well, see, the problem is a lot of people say they'll pray for them, and then it stops there. I guess generally, when I say I will pray for someone, it comes with the additive of, yeah, I'm thinking about you. I will take time out of what I have going on to then or develop a prayer for you, and I will be thinking about you even when you're not around. And so that's kind of an additive that would generally come along with my prayer. It wouldn't just me saying, "Hey, Anson, I'm praying for you," and then it stops there. It would generally come with the fact that I'm thinking about you.
Have you ever said it to someone and you legitimately mean to pray for them, but then you forget to pray for them? And then you remember like way later and you're like, "Oh fuck."
It probably has happened, but like I don't go around throwing my prayers at a lot of things, just because I do understand the fact that it's a very loose saying, just say I'll pray for you, and then it stops there and then nothing happens. And to me that seems very disrespectful to not only people who don't believe, but to your own personal faith.
Okay,
it's true, because
also so the I don't know how to put it. Like Christians are super kind. Like y'all were talking about like the passive aggressive version of I'll pray for you. Like anytime I've had a Christian tell me that they were going to pray for me, it was never like I'll pray for you in a passive aggressive way. Like I actually felt like they were genuine. Like and I appreciated them like taking the time out to think about me. And I've tried to think of ways that I could return that, and there's no way that I can do that as an atheist, right? There's no me thinking about you isn't going to make your situation any better. It's just going to make me more miserable from my perspective.
I mean, and you're
that's true.
You're necessarily not wrong. It's just, I guess, the fact. A lot of times when we're in situations where we'll pray for someone, there's not much we can do, and it's kind of but we're kind of pushing it into higher powers to say, "Hey, we're letting God know that we're also thinking about your hardship and the hardship of others. And we're communicating with God because we understand that, hardship is inevitable." And so it's kind of something to where we're talking with God to kind of understanding ourselves of why the hardship is necessary, because a lot of people go through hardships that is very unnecessary and people don't deserve, but it is a factor that we have to kind of understand in our lives, that there will be times of unnecessary hardship.
I don't know.
Because a kid having cancer, that's an unnecessary hardship. That's something that I can't fix. I'm not a doctor. I can donate money, but at the end of the day, is that money going to that kid? Is am I doing everything that I can? And it's like, this is a way for me to grasp with the fact that I don't have all the answers and I can't go around fixing every situation, but I am thinking about the hardship because my life could be so much worse, and I'm blessed to be in the position I am.
I think there's some. Tell me if this makes sense to you, Anson, or if you disagree, because I know we can't know this, but like if someone said like even like the typical like thoughts and prayers, but let's say they actually like mean it. So me hearing that, let's say I feel a bit better because I'm like, oh, this person is saying they're going to pray for me or that they're thinking of me. But then I think them actually doing it, I understand that I can't know if they're actually doing it. But if they actually are, like if I was going through some type of horrific thing and Big Soda said, "Oh, I'm going to pray for you," and then I actually think that he is taking time out of his day to say a prayer for me, that in turn would make me feel better. Now I understand I can't know if he's doing that, and he could just be saying he's going to do it and not do it. But do you see that point where it's like it is that's a special thing too, right? That someone's actually like thinking or praying or trying their best, even if you don't think prayer is like doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, if someone wants to talk to their imaginary friend for me to make me feel better, then I appreciate that, right? I mean, I'm not, you know, like I understand what they think about from their perspective. I'm not going to be like a dick about it or anything and be like, haha, you know, like, oh yeah, go talk to Sky Daddy something. Like fuck that. No, it's but at the same time, I don't know how to put it. I do think that, right? Like on a different level, on like a really basic level, like you know, and there is some of that, like it's customary to say I'm praying for you thing, especially where I am in the deep South, right? There's still a whole lot of Christians down here. It's not like the rest of the country, and
right.
And it's all over the place, right? You can't
it becomes like cliched, right? The whole like thoughts and prayers, right? Where it's like it's just something you say when you hear something bad. Yeah.
Or you'll see a Facebook post where like 1,000 people are all commenting thoughts and prayers, and it's like, well, how many of those 1,000 people are genuinely taking the time to actually pray and think about the situation that they're posting this under?
Yeah.
Or are they just saying it to make the person feel better?
That's why it is. I do actually feel shitty the times when I have said it and then forget, because I think the value of it, at least it has to be, because you can't prove that you're doing it. It has to be like based on your word, right? That if you're telling someone that, you have to like for real mean that you're going to do it, because otherwise, you're just saying something in the moment. So it's something that, you know, that, I do feel bad about the times where I've said it. But I remember eventually, okay, because obviously otherwise I wouldn't know that I forgot about it. So, you know, it's better late than never, okay?
Yeah, I don't know. And you never heard of knee-high soda? What the hell's wrong with y'all?
Yeah, no, I don't think I have.
Yeah, what's that?
Knee-high, well, I guess it's a Southern soda brand. It was founded in Georgia. It was popular here like, I don't know, 70 years ago. Maybe like that 75 years ago. But I drank it a lot growing up in glass bottles. They still had glass bottling places around here. And it changed names and a long time ago into RC Cola. Y'all heard of RC Cola?
Oh, okay. Then yes, I've heard of knee-high soda. Because I drink a lot. I like RC Cola. I like it better than.
Are you allowed to say that, Big Soda? Are you allowed to say that?
I'm pro Azov right now. This is my pro Azov.
Okay.
So yes, I can say that.
And Egg, a reminder, we're not supposed to be casting spells in the chat, okay? As Doomerang says, this is a dwell-free zone, okay? No dwelling allowed in the chat. And no spell casting, okay? We do not suffer a witch to live, okay? We talked about this yesterday on my stream, okay? For a long period of time. Yeah. So, anyway...
Because what I thought knee-high soda was the early edition of Fanta, and if you understand the history of Fanta, we got that from Germany during
knee-high was like way before like Germany had that.
Knee-high sounds like so Japan coded to me. I don't know.
No, man,
that's a little Indian too.
No, knee-high, like knee-high stockings. You know, it was a play on words. It was fun. It was.
I think I'm thinking of ni-hao. Doesn't ni-hao mean like hello in Japan or in Japanese or something?
In one of those Asian cultures, yeah.
One of those freaking Asian cultures. Wait, this is my perfect time to pull up my Mr. soundbite. Wait for it.
Chinese waifu things.
There we go. I haven't seen Mr. in a little while.
I seen him the other day. I think yesterday or the day before.
He's been dodging my chat then. That's what I'm hearing.
Could be.
Because I haven't seen it. Same with Smoking Spaceman. You know, I'm trying to slowly lure Smoking Spaceman back, but you know, I feel like he's left, you know, and he'll talk to me like indirectly in other people's chats, but you know, doesn't come around anymore. So I don't know if I pissed him off, but
too much chaos. Some people aren't built for the chaos.
Yeah, some people can't handle it. You know, I'm built different. Okay, so. But yeah, okay, I guess we'll keep going through the video. Ever down with that? We are still, I think, in Jordan Peterson's story about the bronze snakes. Okay, so we're snake coded right now.
Not divine inspiration necessarily, but more than just, as I say, naive human authorship. Not like someone just sat down and wrote stories.
At minimum, it's a staggeringly brilliant literary move, especially given the fact that that relationship hasn't been explicated before.
Do you think, for example, if you were looking in scripture for something which would identify this as a God-given text, maybe you as a scientist would look for some scientific information. It might have told you the shape of DNA or something like that. But do you think
which Jordan actually thinks,
yeah, we can perhaps get onto that. But do you think that a literary brilliance of a similar kind or a similar intensity, that if the Bible is not a scientific text, you might be looking for something some scientific fact which you couldn't have otherwise known? Is it possible that some kind of genius moral move or literary move could also indicate that this is something more impressive?
You more or less asked me what would impress me, and I'm a naive literalist, and so I would say, if any prophet had said something like, the world is just one object in rotating around the sun, something like that.
Dawkins is so retarded. Anson, how do you like Dawkins? He's so retarded.
Well, I mean, he's just old. He was better.
He's like autistic as fuck, but like not in like an actual, like in the bad type of autism, like not the normal type, like the bad type.
Yeah,
because Anson, you even recognize that, like when Jordan Peterson or Alex is asking what would impress you, Anson, you would at least say, I think, right, that Nietzsche is like an impressive author. Like even from a secular point of view, there's stuff that would impress you. It doesn't have to be some like always like a science-based thing. You agree? There's some. You said you like Stoicism, right, Anson? You like Aristotle. It's like that impresses you. But I feel like Dawkins is like fucking. He can't even grasp that.
He can, but he's trying to debate Jordan right now, and Jordan's making points, and I think Dawkins is just trying to be a little bad faith too. Is all that is. He's being obstinate.
I don't know. I've seeing his books. I feel like he's always this way. He's always like so fact coded.
Yeah, I know. Facts are important. What are you talking
they're
about?
They're important, but not in like.
They're more
like
important
Dawkins,
than your feelings or your tarot cards or any of the crystal.
It's very Ben Shapiro pilled, which I have to agree with because I'm still sponsored by the Daily Wire. Okay, so I agree with you, but at the same time, it's like I don't facts and Nietzsche. I don't know. I don't think one is necessarily more important. That one is more important if you're like about to die and you have like the fact of like what the antidote is to like antifreeze poisoning, which is ethanol, by the way. Then that would be a helpful fact to know. And Nietzsche isn't really going to help you in that way. But on like a grand scale, would I say like what's more important? This science textbook or fucking Nietzsche's The Gay Science, not in a gay way, in a normal way. I would say the gay science is more important.
The science.
I wouldn't say so.
Yeah,
like if it's a brand new novel discovery, then it's like, okay, if this changes everything, then fine. But like, I wouldn't necessarily like facts versus feelings. Sure, facts over philosophy, not necessarily. Facts over spirituality, definitely not most of the time.
Nietzsche didn't really do anything except like describe what was happening, right? Like I'm not very impressed with Nietzsche either. So that's. His
have you read Nietzsche? Have you read Nietzsche?
I have. I've read enough of it to know that I don't want to read more of it. Like he's not one of the ones that I sit down and like, oh, this is good, and then just like voraciously. I read a few Dawkins books. I read a couple of Jordan Peterson books. They're good writers. Like, but Nietzsche sucks. So,
how do you think Nietzsche sucks? We have Alex in the chat.
Are you Alex spelled right now? Are you making the same arguments I did yesterday?
Kind of, a little bit.
Oh, that's okay. No worries.
I kind of am a little bit, but maybe I was convinced. Okay. But Nietzsche is omnigoted. Okay. So I still stand by that. Most philosophers, don't actually, bring anything new to the table. I'm going to say that.
Yeah, of course.
But someone like a Nietzsche is someone who, blends so many things together. I don't think he was just describing Nietzsche was like, not in a blasphemous way. Nietzsche was like a for real prophet, though, like an actual prophet, but not in a blasphemous kind of way, just in like the prophet kind of way.
He was able to predict human behavior to an unprecedented degree. Honestly.
Yeah.
Now, I probably need to read more from him. I think the only book that I've read is Beyond Good and Evil.
Like, I hard read, man. It's a hard read.
Yeah. Then quite like there were some parts where it would, I guess it would flow nice, and there's some parts to where a lot of it went well above my head.
I still maintain that the gay science is the most accessible one, probably because largely it's divided into just aphorisms. So like each part is like pretty self-contained, and it's like so some of the aphorisms are like, I don't know what the fuck he's saying, but then some other ones are like, holy shit, you know.
What's the gay? I've never heard of it.
It's like gay as in like happy, to be clear, not gay as in like no. But yeah, it's where we get the most famous thing, the madman, when Nietzsche says that God is dead and we have killed him. Who do we think we are that we can drink the ocean and blah blah? That's from the gay science. So it's a very formative work. It's very good. And like I said, it's not so the Beyond Good and Evil, I feel like builds on each other.
Why is it called?
Is it called the gay science? Yeah. I don't know. It's like, yeah, in German it's like the joyous science or the joyous knowledge. I'm not exactly sure why.
You know, is there any like themes of actual joyousness, or is it being like
there is? Yeah, there is. Like he mentions like, you know, like at various points there's like stuff that's very like doomer pilled, but there also is kind of like his like will to power, kind of like triumphant, you know, radical agency kind of idea, which, you know, I think, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what anyone thinks about this. I think the will to power is like a great concept, but I still think you need God. I still think you need God and then a will to power to become that God. And that's where Marilyn ties into the discussion. Okay. So you have the will to power, to achieve divinity, to achieve union with God, right? Does that make sense? Is that a heresy?
I don't think union with God.
Yep, y'all are all heretics.
Wait. So Nancy said I'm all heretics. Alex, you said you don't think I want union with God?
Yeah, I don't know what that would be like.
Well, well, neither do I. But no, I think I can transpose. I think I'm less. I think I was less of God when I was like, let's say like 12 versus like, you know, when I was like 25. So I think there is like just like when you're married, right? Wouldn't you say, I'm not married, but both of you are married, Alex and Big Soda, and Anson has been married before, twice, if I recall. Don't you think that you are more unionized with your wife now than you were like the day that you met them?
No.
I would say yes.
Well, Anson might not feel that way.
Anson would say maybe no, but for you guys who are still married, right? There's some type of like in a spiritual way, like the two becoming one flesh. There's some type that's not just about fucking, right? It's about fucking in a spiritual way. You know what I mean?
Oh no, dude, that ain't how women work.
Is it how men work?
I don't know. Oh no, Big Soda's got him stuck here with Alex and Confluence now.
that's the unholy trinity right here.
It is.
Big Soda will be back. He's got bad internet. Okay, he's at his mom's house. He said, "Oh, here he is right now."
I don't know that you could like. I don't know if you can touch upon. I don't know if you can like tread upon godhood without becoming a completely different being than you are now. Like the you that exists would just be destroyed.
But why can you
entirely?
Why is it impossible? Like again, the biblical metaphor. Well, not again, but I've just said this before. I don't know if you were here, but the biblical metaphor, right, of Christ and the church is like a husband and wife, right? Like it's like Christ is the bridegroom, and right, and the church is the bride.
We're not. First of all, we're not marrying. We're not all marrying Christ. Second of all, I'm sure they frown upon that.
Wait, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I don't think it's meant literally.
Well, of course it's literal. Now you guys are being heretics. I thought I was the heretic.
Okay, maybe I am.
So is that why only men can leave the church? Because the church is a woman?
The church is everybody, right? The church is all Christians, right? The church isn't a building. The church isn't like the Roman Catholic Church, at least not in, well, at least I guess if you're a Roman Catholic, you think it is.
We are all married to Jesus.
Yes.
Okay, well,
Confluence calls it making love.
Just fine with
Confluence calls it
same-sex marriage. Shit.
And can we bring
it's
up a
not in a
verse?
gay way, Alex. You know better. Come on, it's marriage,
What?
right? It's like it's not in a gay way.
We don't have to do anything. Just saying, it's marriage, right?
I feel like this is like the first time I'm like pointing this out to you. Like, have you not heard that
the first time you're pointing that out to me?
But is it the first time anyone's pointed out to you that there's like an abundance of Bible passages that
concept. I always thought it was a stupid concept.
Huh, interesting. No, it's the highest concept. The two becoming one flesh. We become one flesh, right? In the same way, so we don't lose our individuality the same way that you and your wife, that you don't lose your individuality, but you're becoming
definitely
in some way.
Yeah, he's a beta.
But you're still you, Alex. You know what I mean? Like, you're still you. I'm not talking to your wife right now. I'm talking to you. So you do lose, like there is a blending, a melding, okay? But it's like, and in the same way, if we imagine that with God, with Jesus, right? Jesus has the hypostatic union, right? As they talk about it in theological terms, right? Jesus is fully God and fully man. We are meant to be ultimately fully God and fully man, right? And that's why the church is married. It's not heresy. That's the Orthodox stance. It
sounds like if you were like in the Warhammer 40K universe, that they would burn you at the stake.
Someone else, Boomerang, brought that up earlier. I think
so. Confluence. I'm going to take this seriously instead of joking about it.
Do it.
So the concept of the marriage and the husband and wife, the union, morphing over time into something deeper and more meaningful. So with my second wife, we were together for quite a long time, and over time, like even though I met her when she was in her 20s, like even today, like I still think that she's just as beautiful as she was when she was in her 20s, even though objectively that's insane, right? And it is, right, because it's untrue, right? So there's something there's something there.
It is not objectively untrue.
Yeah, it is. Sure. When women get old, they're ugly, right? That's just a known fact, right? So old women are ugly, young women are hot. I don't know.
Wait. There we go.
I think by definition, like, older women tend to become more beautiful as they age, up to a certain point, clearly. But to you, they can be beautiful until the day they die.
24, when after they hit 24, they're no longer beautiful.
But we're talking objectively. Like, if I meet a new woman now,
standard is higher than
I would
18,
agree.
I'm good. I'm not going to argue with you too much.
But when you're, Anson, you have to agree. If you meet someone, let's say, maybe if you just see a photo of them, there is an objective rating where there's going to be like the perfect age, right? And, and studies talk about where that lies for men and women. But if you're with someone, right, like I've been with people where at the moment I'm like, oh, they're okay. They're like kind of attractive. But then I'm in like a relationship with them, and then they're like the most beautiful person ever to me because I now have an emotional connection with them, right?
The love makes you stupid, right? So when you meet the woman, she could be
that's
ugly,
not how I would necessarily put it.
So when I first met my second wife, like I out loud said, wow, she looks like a man-hating dyke, right? But
that's good Riz, W Riz.
but as I became more familiar with her and spent more time with her, I found her attractive, even though my initial response was, wow, who's that chick with the Adam's apple, right? So over time, like that connection that you get, that emotional, and if that's what you're saying, like being with God is like a union with God makes God look more beautiful. I actually kind of understand that, right? Like if you could be inside of God and make you love God more, like I would be down for that. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, I don't think I'm actually. I don't think I would disagree. I think the problem is that if you're black-pilled on marriage, then I don't know if the analogy will like carry over as much. You know what I mean?
I'm not black-pilled on marriage.
You're saying like love, like what Doomerang says, love does make you stupid, but I don't think it makes you when I say, oh, I find my partner, more attractive than when I first met them. I don't think that's because I'm stupid now. I think it's just like why just an emotional attachment affecting how you physically see someone. I think that's like a bit black-pilled to say just making you stupid.
Well, I mean, it does though, right?
No, but it doesn't. It doesn't, right? Because imagine that you have like an old car,
Pee, but I can
right?
still hear y'all.
Like imagine you have like a Chevy. Let me like a '69 Mustang. All right, or whatever year those were like beloved, right? You, if you care about that car, would think that's the most beautiful car there is, right? Every time you touch it, you would feel something. But most other people would look at it and be like, that's a really old car. I don't see why you want to have it.
Yeah, well, like,
It's just a different standard.
Yeah, well, attraction's an individual thing, right? Like the things
Yeah.
that you find, and that's all you're hitting on there is
Yes,
like,
that is all I'm hitting on. Yes, yeah,
yeah.
you're right.
But like so Kissy Cat down there in the chat was said that she said her disdain for her ex just grew the longer they were together, and that was my experience with my ex-wife also, right? Like the longer we were together, the more she wanted to kill me, and so like it was like the opposite of
You guys had communication issues.
what we did. Like I would say things, and then like she would filter them through her woman brain, and it would like come out the other side being nothing resembling what I said. And it's very frustrating, like dealing with women because they're not logical. They're all their logical brain is like
I'll be honest with you, it's not a logic thing.
Yeah.
So I've discovered this. I know why people think it is, but I've discovered this, and it's really not. It's an issue with interpersonal communication and like presupposed notions about what somebody is saying.
I
mean, sometimes it's a lot, right, Alex? Sometimes.
Even like yesterday when I was arguing with Confluence and whoever that other guy was, Christian, right?
Yeah.
They assumed they assumed the point I'm trying to get to, and try to head me off, even though that's not the point that I was trying to get to or making. And it just made everything drawn out. And if I had lost my patience or acted in some uncultured manner, I would have gotten pissed at them and we would have all started just arguing. The stuff builds up over time in relationships. And so when you don't handle things in the moment, they sit there in the back of your mind, they color everything else you hear from them. That's why sometimes you just have to have like this major explosive fight to figure out what exactly it is they're hearing and why.
Yeah, I don't know. So I had the same exact issue that you're describing there, where people, instead of actually actively listening and being able to like restate what the other person is saying, most people just go through life waiting for the other person to stop talking so they can say things to get their own way.
Yeah. I mean, it's a default. People want to. I was trying to explain this yesterday. Like, if you're expecting to hear something, that's what you're going to look for. So, if you think that this person resents you, you're not listening to anything good they say about you. You're dismissing it as oh, they're just saying that so I don't notice. And then
sometimes there's negative unions, though, right? Would you say, Alex?
No. Yeah, absolutely.
No,
because I agree with what Oxycat said and what I heard Anson say while I had my penis in my hands to pee, not in just in a normal way, but that just so happened to be when I heard Anson say it.
And interesting.
Just being honest. I'm just trying to be radically honest. It's my new thing. But that, yeah, you can. The longer you're with someone, disdain can grow. And what Anson said about his ex-wife, I think. There is maybe a disunity that maybe the inverse happens, a type of corruption where the longer you're with someone, instead of you becoming one flesh, you become one hideous flesh. You know what I mean? You both make each other worse. One abomination.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Same.
It's definitely a toxic relationship.
Well, right? No, it wasn't a toxic relationship. That's modern speak, right? What it was is that she just refused to submit because she was trained in feminism and thought that she should be equal to me, and that's not how it works.
Why'd you marry a feminist, Anson? Were you young and naive?
I'm generally attracted to feminists.
Oh, where's Marilyn? Where's fucking Marilyn? Wait, quick, I need her. There we go.
What's wrong with feminists?
What?
Yeah, they're super easy to manipulate.
Okay.
I mean, if
this is why we're such like a good group if you think about
this
it.
is
So
the premise on which you start your relationships, they are doomed.
Well, yeah,
Alex, are you or Alex? Would you say you're a feminist?
No, what? No.
Then what do you mean? What's wrong with feminists?
Do I have to hate a feminist because I'm not one?
I'm not saying you have to hate one, hate them. I'm just saying there's obviously something slightly wrong. I mean, it depends. Obviously, it depends how you define feminism, right? Like feminism, if feminism is just defined very, broadly, then sure. Although Anson might still disagree on that one, but
yeah, I mean, if women want
feminist becomes like a third wave or even like second wave rad femme, then it's like fucking wrote me in Minecraft. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm opposed to Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley's version of feminism. So,
yeah, I think I am as well. Yeah. But when you say but some people when they say when they say feminist, they just mean like if you would talk to Andrew Wilson about what a feminist is, then it's kind of like every woman and like most men, like if you think women should have like suffrage, you're a feminist. Is that what you mean by feminist? Because
you're a feminist, Confluence.
Oh, see, okay, so so that's what I mean. Okay, so words are tricky like that.
Words don't mean
because that's not what I mean when I say feminist.
Yeah, I told you that everybody's to the left of me. Didn't I mention that before?
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Yes, but you still have to use the language that we all use, right?
I know, and I am using the language. You're just using the updated, bastardized version of it.
No, we're really not.
Yeah, you really.
This is absolutely a you problem. No joke.
It is absolutely not a me problem. I just happen to live in an insane society, and I'm surrounded by insanity, and everybody else thinks that I'm the problem because everyone else is crazy.
I mean, you are the problem.
Okay.
You're welcome.
You sound just like my ex-wife.
Well, they're both feminists,
like
I guess.
Goated as hell.
Yeah, see, Brandon comes in. Feminism is when you're for allowing women to work a job. Yeah, I think Anson would probably agree with that, right?
That is what Anson believes. Yes,
I think Anson does. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but
if you let a woman, so
you're not putting any words in his mouth.
I didn't let my first wife work, and that turned out bad for different reasons. But yeah,
you didn't let her work. I don't like that language.
No, I didn't let her work. That was the correct language.
I'm not saying it's not the correct. I'm saying I don't like the language. I'm not saying it's not correct or accurate. I'm just saying I don't like it.
Yeah, and I prefer to not have my wife work, but the second wife. She just, strong-willed or whatever, and, had opinions and shit. So
I hate when women have opinions, it's so annoying.
It is. It's obnoxious. But it's unrelated to the topic that we're supposed to be discussing. I feel like you derailed us again, Confluence.
I don't know if I did. I'm not sure. Look, someone was talking about ex-wives. Okay, I was peeing at the time when this was brought up. Okay, I can't be responsible. Okay. But we can keep going with the video. But after I read this Maryland chat message, my son just made me leave the room shouting, "Get out of here! My brain can hear you." That's also interesting language. My brain can sometimes hear you, Anson, in a normal way.
Like that, they never do. I mean, it's always some kind of moral lesson which leaves me cold.
Well, why is it that there is no? I mean, they say that God meets you where you're at, right? And there are some people who just care about scientific truth. That's what they know. That's their profession.
Well,
why is there not anything in the Bible for them?
Oh, I think the idea that sacrifice is the basis of the community is a remarkable and scientifically valid hypothesis. I think that it's precisely akin to the to the process of cortical maturation. I think they're the same thing, because as we mature, we move farther away from the immediate gratification of our self-centered emotional and motivational needs to a ethos of care that brings our future self into the picture and a wider and wider array of other people. And I think that's associated with cortical maturation. In fact, I think the purpose of the cortex, a purpose of the cortex is to bring the dynamics of the short-sighted underlying motivational and emotional systems into the kind of harmony that allows for communal existence and the protection of the future at the same time that the present is, what would you say, cared for and attended to. That there's a kind of harmony there. There's also a pattern there. It's not arbitrary at all. And I think we know this biologically, is that the number of ways, and I think we already alluded to this, the number of ways that a society can organize itself so that each individual can harmonize their own future with the present and do that simultaneously with many other people. There's a very limited universe of possibilities there. Limited universe.
Richard asked you, but
it's such a non-answer. It's always a non-answer. I like Jordan Peterson, but it's a non-answer, right? He was asked why are there no like science stuff in the Bible to talk about sacrifice? Like, I don't know if that's like a scientific idea. That's like kind of like it's a true thing, but why not just say that the Bible, like obviously that's not how either scriptural inspiration works, or it's not what the Bible is meant to do, right? Like I think I don't like when atheists give a low resolution kind of take about what Christians think or what Christians ought to think. But then I also don't like when Christians engage with that low resolution take, so it's like, why not just say like, yeah, if you have the idea of biblical inspiration that God is like literally just like speaking words and the people are just writing down the words they hear, like kind of a Mohammedan explanation, then yes, you probably would expect to see like scientific proofs. If God wanted to just prove his existence and was just speaking words, then we would see that. That's obviously not either how scriptural interpretation happens or it's not how God wants things to go. It's one of those things. Okay. Also, what is an infinitive adverb? Is that a thing? Infinitive verbs are a thing, right? Like to go and to know. What's an infinitive adverb? Am I crazy? Can an adverb have an infinitive form? I don't know. That's an open question. I'm not sure. Perhaps.
About the difference between a story or an idea naturally evolving over the course of numerous manuscripts and throughout human history, and the idea of it being divinely inspired. And you were seeming to imply that these are almost interchangeable concepts. Now, if that's the case, when you say that this divine spirit behind the Bible is actually just the way that it has evolved throughout the human history, throughout the different manuscripts that we've had, then saying that is what divinity is, I think for you may drag the mundane up into the realm of divinity. But I think for people like Richard and for many people listening, what it does instead is drags the divine down to the realm of the mundane.
Very well put, yes.
When we think about wildly successful businesses, we often focus on their great products, cool branding, and brilliant marketing.
I will replace it with one of my own. Guys, super chat into the Confluence channel, like and subscribe. Help me, afford to do chaos panels, just saying. You could, super chat, you could subscribe, you could like, you could keep watching. Okay, now we're going to skip the ad. That was my ad. Okay, there we go. Skip. And yeah, use the code Confluence on Shopify.com to get 10% off, of course.
Well, I don't know why it would drag the divine down into the realm of the mundane if we're speaking of something like the straight and narrow path of harmony between multiple modes of being. I don't think it doesn't make any difference to me whether it's the material reaching upward or the divine descending downward. I don't think there's any difference between those two things.
You don't. That's exactly right. That's the problem.
Well, I don't.
You don't see the difference.
Well, look at it this way. So, for example, in this conversation, you know this to be the case. Like, there's various ways that this conversation could go sideways, right? Seriously, like we could, but either of us could try to win. Either of us could try to demonstrate our intellectual superiority, right? Each of us could misrepresent the other. Or we could both try, and I do think we are in fact trying that, and I think Alex is helping along with that just fine. We could try to follow the thread of the exploratory truth and see if we could get somewhere. Now, I don't think there is any difference between that, by the way, and what's expressed in the biblical texts as the spirit of the Logos. That's why we have dialogue.
I'm very interested in the possibility that truths emerge through evolving manuscripts. Now, that's a very interesting idea. And it's totally different from divine inspiration. And I want to pursue it because I don't believe in divine inspiration.
I hate that Dawkins thinks that's totally different. Why? I asked this question before. Alex, I don't know if you know. I don't know if you were here when I asked this. Do you see those things as being totally different? Like, could a text be evolved and still be divinely inspired? I would say yes. In the same way, I don't think that I have to completely disavow evolution to think that like God is involved. I think theistic evolution is like a totally valid theory. And I think same with like the Bible, I'm totally fine with it being an evolved document and still being inspired. I don't see those as mutually exclusive. Like, am I crazy?
I think as long as you're not saying that like our reading of it or comprehension of it is by design or by default divinely it's inspired in such a way that we can't possibly be wrong about our interpretation, then yeah.
No, I'm not saying that. Yeah, not saying that. I'm just saying like,
that's what he's trying to say.
Yeah. So the issue is that there's so many discrepancies in the Bible compared to like what is known scientifically. Like there are things that are like known with like a very large degree of certainty. Can you give an example? Well, you talked about the heliocentric versus the what was the other word? The Earth's the center of the universe.
Geocentric.
Yeah, geocentric. Yeah, and we're not even like the center of a universe. Like not even the sun is. So and there are other things too.
There's nothing in the Bible that says the word is center of the universe.
The age of the Earth also. Like there's still a whole lot of Christians.
The age of the Earth is an interpreted thing. That's
both of those, even with like what I was saying yesterday about the heliocentricity versus geocentricity was that the church was against the notion of heliocentricity. There's not any specific Bible passage, although there are some interpretive ones like the sun standing still in whoever was fighting at the time in the Old Testament. Can't remember. I should have looked that up since yesterday, but yeah, where the sun stands still to give them more like daylight to fight. That maybe you could say that implies a type of, but it's never spoken. It's like people thought the earth was flat because in some poetic passages of the Bible, it talks about the four corners of the earth. It's like, I would say that's probably metaphor. That's not like literally saying there has to be like four corners on the earth.
The interesting part is the Bible doesn't actually make any real claims about what the substance of how things are. It just kind of goes into, I don't even know what you call it.
So you're saying it's all right for people to say that the Earth's only a few thousand years old?
I think those people are stupid.
Yeah, I know, but they're looking at the Bible and they're reading it literally. Yeah, and if you read the text literally, that's supposed to be divinely inspired, then it makes no sense. But you can't read it
literally. It's not meant to be literal.
Well, that's convenient now where you're like, oh, well, we wrote this, but yeah, you don't take it seriously.
No, that's even Anson, that's even what most Hebrew scholars think. Even the ones that are atheists, like not even just Christian ones. The issue comes down to Genesis, right? The beginning of Genesis is not.
Do you know how they got 6,000 years old?
I do.
Can you explain it?
They got 6,000 because it says Adam lived to be 800 and something years, and then he gave birth to Seth and Cain and Abel, and then they lived to this many, and then they had this kid, and then if you add it all up, then yes, you get to around roughly like 4,000 BC. But that's the problem is that's assuming that Genesis, the beginning of Genesis, is literal historical text when it has all the signs, all the telltale signs of Hebrew poetry, like the constant not alliteration, but where it does the same motif, like it was there was day and there was night, the second day there was day and there was night, the third day. Like it has all the hallmarks of Hebrew poem, and then it's only if you read that literally to think that the creation happened in 7 days and that there's no discrepancies, then you get to this like
the worst part is the creation happened in 7 days when there was no sun, no earth, and no stars, and no actual universe.
Look, I've been on plenty of flat Earth conversations with people.
Those guys are dumb.
Still today think that the firmament's a thing because they read the Bible literally. Because it was written to basically speak to people who didn't have the ability to have scientific knowledge, because it was written by people. It wasn't divinely inspired.
When it was written, these people these people could look, if the Bible had gone into like the description of the universe, trying to use language that exists today but didn't exist back then, I don't know what I would say about it. What year should it have been written for? You either want the text to change completely, or you want to say that like they didn't have words for quantum or for a bunch of these other like concepts that exist today.
No. Okay, so you're saying that because the Bible wasn't written by God or divinely inspired, the people that wrote it were in error. You're just trying to dance.
They're not in error. The people who read it are in error, assuming certain things.
You have to read things in with the genre in mind, right, Anson? Like you wouldn't read, as a basic example, a sanity check. You wouldn't read like the Psalms and think that those are like that's the same as like reading like First Samuel. Right? Like the Psalms is like obviously like poetry, right?
No, I didn't have to get much past. I've only read some of the Bible, right? I'm not going to lie and say I've read the whole thing, but I didn't have to get past that far in Genesis to learn that Christians think that light was created on the earth or around this area where the earth was before the sun was, right? Like that's just stupid.
That's light existed before the sun did.
Yeah, but okay, so you're saying that light came before the sun, right? When God was creating everything, and that's just the way it is.
What is light? What is light?
I don't know. Something that comes from the sun, I guess.
No, it's energy.
Yeah,
it's just energy.
Okay, yeah. The amorphous energy. Okay.
Yes, the energy of the universe, the energy required to like take a bunch of hydrogen and compact it tight enough that it causes nuclear explosions to create the sun.
Good to see you, Christian.
Yeah, all I know is that the mustard seed is the smallest seed according to the Bible, so I'm going to trust it for all botany sources.
Is that what it says? The smallest seed is the mustard seed?
It does say that when Jesus is saying a parable. When he's saying a parable, though, he's saying a parable, and he's like, consider the mustard seed, which, although it's the smallest seed, grows into a giant tree and stuff. But like,
was it the smallest seed at the time?
At the time, I don't know. At the time, I'm not sure if it was.
Why didn't God talk about the new world that hadn't been discovered yet when he was walking around the earth in the form of Jesus? Right? Like
it hits the same way. It's saying there's ridiculous. Like when you use like the stuff when it's talking about how to build the temple and stuff. If you use certain calculations, it's the value of pi ends up being exactly 3. Because it gives like the circumference of an object and it gives a diameter. And if you just divide the circumference by the diameter, you just get 3, not like a fractional thing. And so it hits the same when atheists say, oh, according to the Bible, pi is exactly 3. It's like, or they just were like giving approximates and they like weren't actually like trying to give like decimal places.
To that degree.
Right.
They didn't have tools to measure like that.
Yeah, right. I don't even know if they had numbers for like decimal places, and because there's not even numbers in Hebrew. The numbers are also letters. That's why gematria is like a thing, because there is no numbers in the Hebrew writing system, at least at the time. I don't know if there is now, but at the time there definitely wasn't.
So we're
it's like it's the same with all this, right? Like you're taking it. You're like kind of acting like the fundamentalist. This is what kind of I was saying when I paused, where I don't like when atheists do this or when Christians do it, when they like take these like ultra fundy takes on both sides, because it's just like bad interpretation of an ancient text on both sides of the coin.
Yeah. Okay. Do you disagree? No, I do disagree. Right. The difference is that like I'm pointing out factual errors in this book that you don't consider to be nonfiction.
It's not about nonfiction.
No, wait, you don't. Yeah,
it's about what you consider to be.
You consider the book to be nonfiction, and I'm pointing out that it's actually fiction using examples. And you're like,
but it's not even as simple as that. Like even no, but Anson, you saying that betrays, I think, a lack of understanding. Like if you're saying this book, right? So we're talking about 66 different books. Some of those books are poetry, right? So do I consider the poetry books to be nonfiction? They're poetry. Like your words betray your like misunderstanding of the topic, right? No, I wouldn't say is the book of Psalms, is that nonfiction? Is Robert Frost nonfiction? Probably not. It's poetry, right? So no, I don't think the whole Bible is nonfiction. I think the Bible is true.
Calling the Bible this book is just calling it by its translated name.
Okay, so but that doesn't contend with what I said.
What does that? It does. It totally confounds what you just said, because the name of the Bible.
What do you mean by that?
The Bible means book.
Who cares about that?
Well, it's directly related to your like.
It's still an anthology. It's an anthology of 66 separate documents that are put together, right? Some of those are.
So I'll call it
yes, I don't care what people later on named it. It's obviously it's not called the Bible in the Bible, right? We all know that it's named the Bible way later on, right? It doesn't fucking matter what people a long time later fucking decide to call an anthology of 66 books written in 3 fucking languages. The point is, some of them are poetry books, and you're saying, oh, you think this book is nonfiction. I'm saying that betrays that you don't understand how Christians even view the Bible in general, right? You don't. Because you wouldn't say that, because I don't think all 66 books are nonfiction. It doesn't make any sense.
I understand they have a cope view, and I'm saying that their cope view is wrong.
Is it cope view to say that Robert Frost is that I don't think it's nonfiction? Is that coping? If I look at Bukowski, is that coping if I try to describe him as fiction or nonfiction?
Oh no, I'm not trolling. I'm being 100%.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
he's being for real. Which is what's the most frustrating.
Okay.
I'm just saying, Anson, you have to look at things by the genre, right? And it's like you're kind of like, well, I don't want to say that because I don't want it, but you're.
Say it. Do it.
No.
Say it. Come on,
I would say for my sake, not for anything that you're gonna take, just for my own sake. I'm not gonna say it. But you're being a certain kind of way where you're not contending with what I'm saying. Okay, you're not contending with what I'm saying.
What you're saying is ridiculous and unrelated to what I'm saying.
But at least contend with it, right? Like if I'm saying like, look, some parts of the Bible are obviously not of the genre of history, are not of the genre of a science textbook, right? If some of them are poetry, do you at least understand that it doesn't make sense to say that these things are fiction or nonfiction? And then it begs the question of asking, what is the beginning of Genesis? Should we see that as poetry? Should we see that as history? What should we see that? Like that's the proper questions to ask. It's not just to say, is the whole thing fake? Is the whole thing real? Is it fiction or nonfiction?
Yeah, I'll engage with that. So a book that doesn't even have a genre because it's an anthology of basically ancient fables that were put together, and labeled the Bible, right? So you can't like say what it is, and so how can you critique something if you can't say what it is?
Well, you're lumping everything in the same way. Like there's like, as an example, there's a goated collection of books called like the Great Books of Western Literature or something, or Western Society, and it's like a collection that someone did in the 50s, and it pulls everything. It's like one guy, and he like pulls stuff from like Plato to like into the modern day. It spans a variety of genres, and he compiles it into a lot of volumes, right? You could refer to it as it's an anthology. You could say it's like, maybe let's say someone gives it a name and they say, oh, it's all one book now. But each one, first of all, to say the whole thing is fiction or nonfiction would be insane. It contains some scientific works, some philosophical works, some works of literature, some works of like all sorts of stuff, right? So that's kind of what we've done with the Bible. And then you're saying that that's like, that somehow makes things false, or that's somehow like not, like that is like a bad thing in and of itself. Is that something, an anthology exists, and that I want to define it into different types of literary genres? Like, I don't see how that's cope, or I don't see how that's an improper thing to do. Right? Like if you get that analogy where it's like, even if you took Plato and you shoved him beside, I don't know, fucking
the difference is
Dostoevsky. They're obviously not the same type of literature.
I know what an anthology is. Is that
no? I know you do, but I'm saying, do you understand an anthology can contain stuff that's both fiction and nonfiction?
Yes, I understand what an anthology is.
Okay, so then what? So then why are you saying it's cope if I say that parts of the Bible are obviously fiction in the sense that they're like poetry and stuff, and some parts are mythology, some parts are history?
Because people who read the book read it literally.
Those people are retarded, though.
They're not.
Alex said that before.
Who are you talking to? Are you talking to those people, or are you talking to us?
No, I'm talking to the importance of why criticizing it is important. I'm talking to y'all, but Confluence is making a false equivalency where he's saying it's like any other anthology, but it's not. It has special characteristics that elevate it to the point where you should be able to criticize all aspects of it if it's not true, because of the way it's been treated to justify all sorts of actions throughout all human history, even to this day.
I compared it to an anthology just to say that you could have an anthology that has different types of genres in it. That some can be fiction, some can be nonfiction. That's the point. I'm not saying the Bible doesn't have a special status because we think it's inspired, we think it's inerrant and everything like that. But if you're asking, is the Psalms true? You're asking a different question than if you're asking, is 1 Samuel true? You have to understand that you're asking a different question, right? If you're talking about like looking at poetry or looking at like historical literature or looking at like whatever, right? Christian, I see you there. Give me those peace signs.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm pulling you up. You can calm down if you want.
I agree, but what my interpretation of the Bible is irrelevant because I know it's fiction, right? But all of the people that read it literally are dangerous. And so
I agree.
I agree.
Yes, so I don't think that obfuscating the whole it's an anthology and we can't judge it, unless we go like really down into the weeds. I think it's much more expedient to just say, hey, y'all, don't read this thing literally because God really didn't have a hand in writing it. It's just a bunch of old sand people's fables.
I mean, it's so reductionist. It's so reductionist. It's hard to engage with.
It's not reductionist. It's expedient because it saves people a lot of heartache and wasted time and wasted resources on developing a culture and society around a book that's obviously fake, right?
It's like a heuristic, but it's like a really shitty heuristic. And I would say you shouldn't follow a really shitty heuristic because you're just going to get to bad places, which you even agree with, by the way, Anson, because you say Christian societies are better and you don't even want people to be atheists. So you do want people to believe this. So you don't even want people to follow your own heuristic.
I want people to follow the Christian ethic, but I'm
not going to do that if you tell them that the Bible is fake.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that. It's a contradiction.
Well, I mean, the question is which one do you want? Because it's not like a pick your own choose all the toppings you enjoy. There's a menu, and you got to figure out which part of the menu you can tolerate the most of.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually think that like whether or not like what if I express an opinion about God not being real or the Bible being fake is really relevant, right? Because like in the long run, it doesn't really matter because people that don't have faith generally don't breed, and so it's a self-solving problem, right? So I can call it whatever I want, and as long as it's true, I don't really care. And from my perspective, I'm saying.
But wouldn't it be good for those people to breed?
Well, I only if they're biologically incapable of actually knowing the truth, which I think most humans are.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, wouldn't it be like a good thing for people who currently don't believe to actually have kids?
No.
Why?
That they're wretched. Have you met most atheists?
I've met a lot of atheists.
I'd prefer they not breed.
When talking about philosophy and the philosophy of in the philosophies of life and how they think things should be versus how they actually live their lives, they're vastly different people.
Yeah, I know.
People are fundamentally stupid.
Yeah, I know. I agree. That's why they need a strongman book like the Bible to tell them what to do because they're too stupid to know what to do.
I actually would not disagree with that.
Yeah. I'm just trying to be honest with myself, Confluence.
Well, I know, but
Alex, I'm just trying to be honest. That's all.
Yeah, the thing is,
even with the stuff that Confluence was quibbling with, I'm just trying to be honest.
Yeah, and it's totally fine if you want to engage that way. That's fine, but just like note it for us so we don't sit here trying to give you arguments about something that you already understand. You're just not looking at it from that perspective. You're looking at it from
the truth.
You're looking at it from this perspective of how people read it or how people interpret it and what damage it causes, rather than whether it can be read the way we're saying.
So wait, I can't say, hey, it's stupid to read it this way.
You can.
Okay. Well then,
but you just have to admit that it can be read that way.
Well, why would I think that a human can't perceive something a certain way? I never said that.
You seem, when you argue it as a factual counter, then you are essentially saying it can't be read this way.
I never said that.
But you're saying it would be
implication.
wrong to read it this way.
Yeah,
that
it
it's
would be,
somehow
yeah.
it's cope. It's right.
It
So
is,
it's not. You
yeah.
don't see it as some like legitimate way of interpreting it. You think so? It's okay. So then, but we're back into the quibbling of it, right?
Okay.
Let's loop Christian in on
I
this.
feel like we're going in circles. Let's just do something different.
We will. I want to just bring Christian in because he joined. So, Christian, good to see you, brother.
Good to see you. What's up?
This is the finale. Okay, we will be finishing this video tonight. Okay, we will be finishing it for real. I don't know how much. Look, it's called the finale. I have to, and we got 30 minutes, and it's like only 2 hours into the stream. So we're gonna keep going. And make at least a little bit.
But I would be prepared to believe in evolving manuscripts.
Well, I would say, this is why I had set forward the possibility of taking a look, particularly at Mircea Eliade, because that's where you'd find the best work. He's brilliant. I believe that if you studied the history of religious ideas, it's a 3-volume manuscript, or the sacred and the profane, which is probably his single best work, that you'd see profound analogies between the manner in which you've been construing the world biologically, including the trains of thought that led you to the development of the idea of the meme. I really believe that.
Well, analogies is one thing, but is it the same thing?
I think it's the same. I do. I think, look, I don't know. That's why I'd like your opinion on it. Well, seriously, it's a complicated question. It's a complicated question. Most people don't know both literatures. There's not a lot of people to discuss this sort of thing with. Camille Paglia, I talked to Camille Paglia about this. She studied the work of a man named Erich Neumann. Neumann wrote a book called Origins and History of Consciousness, which is a work of genius, and also another book called The Great Mother, which is a study of the symbolism of the feminine. It's a great book. Paglia told me that she believed that if the Academy would have turned to Erich Neumann, who's a student of Jung, although the greatest student of Jung, and maybe one who surpassed him, that the entire culture war that's torn the universities apart wouldn't have happened. People don't know this literature. And let me give you an example of this. You tell me what you think about this. Okay, so I spent a fair bit of time studying the psychophysiology of the hypothalamus. Okay, so the hypothalamus is set up, it's got 2 halves, basically. One half deals with fundamental motivated states, hunger, thirst, defensive aggression, sexuality, and so forth. And when those areas are dominated, the biologically relevant goal is activated and perceptions are oriented towards that goal. Okay, so now then you might ask yourself, well, what happens if all those biologically motivated states are satiated? And the answer seems to be is that the other half of the hypothalamus kicks in and it mediates exploratory behavior. And so the default structure of the mammalian nervous system is, if satiated or in doubt, explore and gather new information. There's no difference between that and hero mythology. They are the same thing. They're the same thing. The dragon fight, for example, which is the oldest story we have.
I'm not sure if I followed that, to be honest.
It's coded in the Mesopotamian mythology. The dragon fight story is explore the dangerous unknown, discover the treasure that revitalizes the community. There's no difference between that and the science that you practice. They're the same thing.
What do you think of that,
Richard?
Richard?
Same story.
I don't know what to make of that. I mean,
you and me
you say they're
both,
the same story. You've analogized the dragon fight to
Well, how many
fighting
dragons have you
Satan.
overcome in your life?
I'm not interested in dragons. I'm interested in reality.
Okay, so let's okay. So I read a book a while back that described the biological reality of the dragon. Say, well, there's no such thing as a dragon.
That's what Big Soda was talking about. Where is he?
Predator?
Of course.
Well, that's a meta category. What's the category of predator? Bear, eagle, if you're a primate. Fire? Is fire a predator?
No.
Well, it's complicated because a fire kills you. Okay, so is there a worse predator than serpentine, flying, fire-breathing reptile? Is that not the imagistic equivalent of predator? So in what way, if predator is real, in what way isn't dragon real? It doesn't take that much imagination to see the identity. And then wouldn't the fundamental task of edible primates be to figure out how to overcome the dragon forever?
I don't know why you say dragon. I mean, we have lions, we have tigers, we have saber-tooths, we have tyrannosaurs out there.
Right, but why not abstract? Because it's for the same reason that we have the term predator. Like we have the term bear, lion, Komodo dragon. Well, you make an amalgamation, you say, well, the relevant set of features is an image. Well, what's the image? Predator as such. Alien. What's the image of that? The dragon that never disappears. And then there's a twist on that, which is so cool. It's so interesting because you can imagine rabbit mythology, which would be something like predator appears, freeze. But that's not the human story. The human story is predator appears, there's a treasure somewhere, right? That's a completely different.
Yeah, I think this is fair what he's saying now.
Of evolutionary significance, like the way that we construe the world isn't freeze like predator. It's like, oh, there's a predator. Maybe there's something valuable lurking in our conflict with
Jordan Peterson
and his grounding in reality. Spears that enable our fragile bodies to stand up against the dragons of the world.
So a dragon is a pictorial representation of the abstracted concept of a predator.
Yes.
As you say, we already have the term predator. And so it might be useful in art, in narrative, I mean, you can't paint an abstraction.
We had the image way before we had the word.
Sure, okay.
But that's a seriously important thing to understand.
Now we have the word. We have the word predator. And maybe if we were doing art, maybe if we were going to sort of draw a picture or tell a story.
He could have said what Alex said, but he also, I think what he just said there is important, that we had the image before we had the word. And so I think it is helpful to explain where we get these archetypes, why dragons show up. Because Frankie was on the panel saying that he thinks dragons exist and stuff like that. And his example was because they exist in so many cultures. I think a better explanation is what Jordan Peterson is saying. They exist in so many cultures because they are kind of a natural amalgamation of a lot of things that would destroy, as he said, edible primates like ourselves. So I think that's like a fair, I know it's like a meandering journey, but yeah, I think it's a valid road that Jordan Peterson took. I don't know exactly how this ties into the resurrection.
I think he was saying a lot. He could have said what Alex said and then built that idea behind it. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, maybe if he said first and then he explained it, then maybe
that's not how his mind works. He talks, though. Yeah, that's just not how he talks.
Yeah, I think it's asking more of him than he. Because you can see, I mean, Big Soda was talking about this, about how he uses his hands and stuff. Like he's like kind of molding, he's casting spell, if you will. But like in real time, you can see him kind of like working through these ideas and trying to like build a picture. So yeah, I think that's just how he vibes, and that's why, if y'all have seen his stuff on the Jubilee episode, why I think it went so off the rails, like so bad, when it was Jordan Peterson against like 25 people on Jubilee.
He's on not someone you can talk to in like 2 minutes.
No, yeah, it just doesn't work. Yeah, it just does not. It's like that format is just like anathema for someone like Jordan Peterson. It doesn't work. Everyone would need like an hour and a half conversation like he's having with Dawkins.
We wanted to invent a story to give our children a good moral message. We might invent this.
It's our real Maryland
dragon. We use this dragon as
we do always. We do it continually.
Exactly, we do.
We do it with Harry Potter. We do it with the Lord of the Rings. We do it with the Avengers.
But when you say,
there's no escaping from it.
But when you say the biology of a dragon, you must understand how that can be misleading as to the enterprise that you're engaging in, because we're talking here about narrative, we're talking here about art, we're talking here about
Marilyn, it's hyper real. Haven't you been listening to Jordan Peterson?
The category of dragon is any less valid than the category of lion.
Any less biological?
Well, it depends on your level of analysis. We have the term predator, which implies that all predators have something in common, because otherwise we wouldn't have the term. It's like there's no reason to assume ontological priority for the category of lion over the category of predator.
Based.
Like it depends on all that would determine which of those terms should be used is the purpose towards which the conceptualization is being directed. Like if you want to identify a particular class of predator, well, then lion is a good term.
You would say that lions are an instantiation of this bracket term of predator.
Well, I would also say...
Would you therefore say that a lion is an instantiation of the bracket term of dragon?
Yes.
Good to see you, Testicular Johnson.
Yes, because we're not only fact-oriented creatures, right? It actually matters to us whether we get eaten. Like it's one thing to lay out the nomenclature of the animal kingdom, but it's another thing to remember that predators can eat you. And then it's another thing, and this is very interesting, and it's relevant to that story of the bronze serpent.
Base ag tag.
What do we want to teach our children? Well, to identify predators, obviously. Well, what do we want to teach them more profoundly? What attitude they should take towards the eternal fact of the predator. And the attitude they should take is something like the courage to voluntarily confront and not to run away and not to hide and not to freeze and not to casually demonize, but to assume that in the combat with the eternal predator, an eternal treasure might be found. And that's exactly what you do, whether you know it or not, when you teach a child to be courageous. And we know from the psychological literature that generalizes. And I do think it's identical with the mechanism of learning in human beings, because kids, we always learn on the edge.
Okay, so I have to, my Zyn timer is up, so I have to go grab a Zyn. But I want to propose this question and listen to your answers while I'm gone. Why is it, whose fault is it in this conversation, or is it no one's fault, or is it everyone's fault, that they can't just identify that they're talking about like on different levels, right? That obviously Dawkins wants to talk about, the pure like boots on the ground, biological fact. Jordan Peterson was talking about dragons and all the stuff they've been talking about. They all can be broadly put into the same thing. They're just talking on different levels, which is kind of a synecdoche in some ways of me and Anson's conversation earlier, and Alex and as well. Like the whole, like, there's different levels. There's fiction, there's nonfiction, all the stuff we were talking about. There's different, something can be true, but it doesn't have to be biologically true, right? Like, why haven't they been able to identify that? And I think that Alex is maybe trying to, but it feels like something that should just be like, in the first 5 minutes, they should be able to identify that when Jordan Peterson is talking about something that's meaningful and true, he doesn't mean necessarily what is like true on an actual like physical level. When he's talking about dragons, he's obviously not talking about real dragons. Why is this such a hard thing for either of them to grasp? And whose fault is it? Okay, sound off. I can hear you both. I'm going to grab another Zyn. Someone freaking say something, okay? Anyone? Someone start talking. Jesus Christ, keep the stream alive.
It's definitely Dawkins' fault.
I would agree.
Yeah, he's not intelligent enough to have this conversation with Jordan Peterson, or at least he doesn't exist in the same like sphere.
Or he's willfully not.
Well, he doesn't want to argue with it on a meta level. He wants to argue with it on like a true false level. And if that's the realm you're going to argue from, then you're kind of 1 second.
Yeah, so I'm actually seeing this totally different than y'all. I'm seeing Jordan Peterson is basically being the avatar for the mind of people who are capable of believing in God, right? And Dawkins is representing the mind of people who are not, right? And not like the fake atheists like most atheists,
sure,
but like the natural atheists like me.
Sure.
And he's so what Jordan Peterson's doing is like a whole bunch of like, roundabout, unrelated to reality stuff to get to a factual point that he's making. Like there's a factual point nested in there so far deep that he could have just come out and said, hey, humans learn in different ways. And this threat related to predators is an important concept that I'm trying to tie into this. And so my analogy with this fictional dragon character actually has merit. I'm not talking about it the way you are. Like Jordan Peterson could have said that like 100 different ways that was less obtuse.
Yeah, but you got to
remember, just because he says it that way doesn't mean that. I mean, you said to yourself that there is truth in what he is saying.
Well, I know, but I think that what he's saying is granted more deference, and he's treated like he's some sort of big brain for talking in a way that's not clear, and I really don't appreciate that.
Well, no, you got to remember he was a teacher, right? This is the way to teach kids, at least, but also people, by abstracting something so they can come to the conclusion on their own. Like,
I mean, he was a professor though. He was teaching adults.
I understand that.
I mean, when you do that, it teaches you to critically think about the topic at hand.
I take issue with what Anson, you said that you see Jordan Peterson as representing like the people who are able to believe in God or in Christianity, but I think most. I don't know. I could be wrong about this, but I think a lot of Christians like Jordan Peterson. But I think a lot of the Christians, especially the ones you're talking about, like the more like fundy coded ones, I think they would be probably just as like lost as Dawkins is when Peterson is talking about like the like stuff being like hyper real and true on different levels, and like most of those people that you're talking about, right? And I've talked to the same types of people would say no, like it's meaningless if it's not literally true. Like all these things are either literally true or they're literally false. I think they would actually be more on Dawkins' side. They would just like they would, at least on Dawkins' line of thinking, they would just think it's true. Whereas Jordan Peterson, I think, is not. He's representing like the Jungian kind of like framework. That's not what I think the average Christian kind of holds to.
Well, you don't think that average Christians value like the concept of archetype, especially as presented in the Bible? I mean, as you said, that book is all full of allegory.
The average Christian, no.
I don't think the average Christian knows what an archetype is.
Oh,
I would like to bet money on that.
Yeah,
I bet money on that.
Yeah, so I have this problem where I don't relate to dumb people, and this is probably my fault, so I apologize.
Oh, yeah, it's an unfortunate reality that most people don't have the time, the means, or the intellect to, or note that I said or. These are three different variations of reasons why to like dig into things at the level that we are talking about them right now. And that's mostly it's probably going to be just the time itself or the will to do so.
But there is a, and maybe I'm gonna get Anson pilled, I think, for a second, because I went to like a fundamentalist Bible college before I like studied like theology formally, and I would say most of those people they have the time. I mean, this was like they're like going to a Bible college. Like they have the time, they have obviously the desire, but the depth of thought was like very like not good. So there's like I wonder if there is a type of Christianity that really like blunts your brain, you know?
Well, it's like it depends on where you go, but a lot of them kind of teach you this magical thinking that you just dismiss a lot of questions with, well, we don't know why God does things, or we can't know the mind of God.
Like that's the thing. I think we take it for granted that like what I mentioned before, like with theistic evolution, like in fundy circles, nobody believes in theistic evolution. Like nobody. Like it's you're like a heretic if you even propose that could be like an answer. Like so like I don't sometimes I think like that evolution happened so that there was no special creation where God snapped his fingers and boom, a giraffe. That the giraffe did evolve from like pre-existing stuff, but that God was guiding that evolutionary process to get to all the stuff we've got.
I don't fall in that category.
So the fundamentalists that I'm familiar with actually explained it to me like the concept of time that's in the Bible is unrelated to the concept of time perceivable to humans, especially in relation to the creation. And a day is actually like, you know, a millennium in the time of God or longer. And the way that the Bible was written, it was just like interpreted in a way that humans could understand it because the concept of time wasn't available to them cognitively when the Bible.
No, that's a cope. You don't even find that in the original language when you read Genesis.
Well, I'm just telling you what the fundamentalists that I'm familiar with say when they're talking about that sort of stuff.
Maybe there's a fundy among us, Christian. Wait, so what are you saying? Are you saying that are you like a young Earth creationist, or am I mishearing you?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. See, that's fine. That's fine. So I'm not saying that's bad to think that. I'm not saying it's bad to think that.
Wait, you're a young Earth creationist?
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I've lost like 15 levels of respect for you.
Oh, that's mean.
Not 15.
15.
Y'all are all the same to me if it makes you feel any better.
Might as well round it up, huh?
It is. I rounded to nearest 5. It was like 16 or 17. But I dropped it for you just a little bit.
Yeah, I disagree with the Disagree Johnson, but I'm not trying to like cast aspersions on it. I'm just saying it depends what Christian thinks of what I think. If Christian thinks that, you know, that I'm like completely,
yeah, of course.
Yeah, I guess if you think I'm like totally heretical for positing theistic evolution, and you know.
And personally, I think you technically both could be right in individual ways.
I haven't seen convincing evidence for evolution.
What do you mean? It happens all the time.
Yeah, on like a micro level.
Well, where do you think all evolution happens?
Okay, can you give me evidence of macro evolution?
Through microevolution, macroevolution happens. What do you mean?
Can you point to something
that is currently evolving? No, we killed almost every species on the planet.
So we no longer see it.
Well, it's an impossible thing to see in the scale that we've been studying biological life, right? We can't see what Christians call macroevolution, which is not like a really recognized scientific term, but in a distinction that Christians make, yeah, we can't see that, but it's also impossible to see, right, Christian? So I understand what you're saying, but it's also like we don't have the time frame to see that happen.
It's not like yesterday it was a lizard and today it's a chicken.
I guess walk me through the time frame then. Like if this is something that's like constantly happening, why do we not see any jump?
Because
every jump takes a massive scale.
Do they all happen at the same time? Every species jumps at the same time?
No. It's not like a progress bar on your computer where it reaches 100% and you suddenly morph. Okay, what happens is over time the genes change because of forces that are acting on them in nature. And as those genes change, so do the actual animal, right?
Yeah.
And that doesn't happen over
what's the evidence?
A lot of those
for that?
gene changes
it
are
sounds,
dead ends.
It sounds very like faith-based. Like, there's so much time here that we can't really like prove it or like show it, but like it's there, we promise.
If you can see it at a microscopic level, then you can expound that to a macroscopic level. Can you not?
I actually don't know if I agree. Like the thing that Christians say, or like young Earth Christians say, and I do understand this because I used to be this way. I don't think that just seeing small genetic changes, like like the classic like that moths and stuff can like change color and stuff. That is different from like it is a harder thing to grasp those small changes. Right, but the argument is that those local adaptation combined with like small mutations and stuff will eventually add up to like species wide changes and and everything up like to a phylum and everything. Like that is a harder. It's not necessarily obvious that because things happen on that micro scale that those micro changes could build up to an actual macro change. I think you actually need God for it, so that's how I square the circle. Because I actually don't think just it running by itself would produce anything of meaning.
So, Confluence, are you familiar with the Soviet fox breeding experiment?
I am, yeah. They started looking like dogs and shit.
They started, So what they did was they selectively bred foxes for docile behavior, and what ended up happening is the byproduct of foxes that started barking. And so what happens is with the selection process so that wasn't natural selection, that was human selection, but the natural selection process does the same sort of thing. It takes the genes that are already present but dormant within you, or modified genes over time that happen through natural mutation, and if there's an environmental condition that causes stress on a population, other gene traits are selected for. And what ends up happening is that species change over time, and it's been proven that can happen through the human experiments with dog breeding and with that fox experiment. Like selection is known to occur, and so it's not like a controvertible thing. And we've seen evidence of species that can change drastically and become something different, right? You wouldn't say that it's a trait of a fox to bark, but we can make them do that.
But that's still like both are still in the order or whatever it's called. I don't know my biology terms of like canis though, right? Like they're so that's still like it's conceivable.
Kind, yeah.
But when does
the harder thing is to right,
when
but like
when there's enough animals in this other category for us to say, well, now we have a category of its own that we can put it into.
I don't think this is true, Keelan. I don't think are we talking dogs and foxes? They're not the same species. They're different species.
Yeah, they're different species.
Otherwise, a dog could fuck a fox and make like a dog.
that the breeding.
They're not the same a species. The definition of a species, I think, is that you have to be able to breed and make viable offspring. Coyotes and dogs, I think, are the same species. Okay, so if you're saying not all those though, dogs and wolves, yes, maybe silver foxes and red foxes, but not wolves and foxes. Okay, maybe we're saying the same thing. What does the fox say? Also, just have to pull this message up as well.
That's good stuff.
Okay, not wolves. Okay, so we were saying the same thing. Yeah. But I think the harder thing for the mind to grasp, my own mind included, is that, it's like, it's one thing to think, a fox can become more dog-like, like as Christian would say, and as a lot of Christians would say, pun intended, right? Kinds, right? The Bible says that, right? Everything was made according to its kind. It's harder to understand how you get from fish to eventually to a wolf, right? Like that's a harder thing to grasp. I personally think it's not something you would see without the intervention of God. That's a bit big.
How do you get
the gaps adjacent, but
how do you get from a fish to a frog?
I don't know if you.
Great question.
No, I don't know if you. I don't know if you can. Like, I agree, it's an arbitrary line where I could see like a fish becoming another type of fish. But it's like at a certain point, it's like I'm like I don't know, and I
like,
don't know.
I don't understand how you can't like. I understand that the jump between like a single cell organism and a human being seems incredible or even impossible, but I can't understand why you're struggling with the idea of like a fish forming into a frog throughout time.
I don't. I just don't. I do. Again, I do believe in evolution. I think
they share a lot of commonalities.
It's not that I can't see, because again, I do believe in evolution, but I think that without God, I think the chances of it happening is like epsilon. Like I think it would never happen. So I agree it happened, but I think the chances. I think like if we repeated this in a simulation, you would never get just of like you had like some fucking protozoa retard swimming around. You're never
like you're proposing the same thing. It's like this thing.
One time.
There's no evidence for this thing. Ergo, God's got to make evolution possible, and it's as possible. Evolution didn't happen.
What I would say is we have certain like transitory fossils and stuff, right? Back in the day, people tried to dismiss a lot of them, and I read a lot of the Christian kind of fundamentalist stuff. Of like, oh yeah, Lucy and stuff is actually a hoax and stuff. But we got a lot of transition fossils now, or what Christians call transition fossils, right between one known, species and another. It's like we have a lot of those, and they're like almost impossible to dismiss. So it does seem like we have a progression. So I don't deny that it happens, but I also don't think it's just a result of sexual selection and natural selection and some gene mutations. I don't think that actually builds up to anything. I think it's possible, but I think it's so unlikely that I think we need a God. In the same way, I think the Big Bang can happen. Like once you have a universe, before that is harder, right? I think like abiogenesis, insanely unlikely. I think it happened, but I think you need God because it's so unlikely for abiogenesis to actually happen without God.
You mean the thing that was in between, like the end to the like in the beginning?
Like what? Yeah, like so for an example, between like a bonobo and a human. Right, we have found fossils where it's like I know the creationist answer is to say, well, that we have to divide them into like monkey or like not monkey, right? Basically, or ape or not.
I guess my question is why are they all dead? Why don't we have anything walking around that is that within that transition?
Well, I think there's like
because
normal.
We killed them.
We do.
No, that's not the main reason, Alex.
Most got rid of them.
There's plenty of species that have been culled because they were just different enough that they didn't fit in, and they like sat in the same areas or.
But when you're saying we killed them, most of these transitional species are dead long before humans ever came onto the scene. So we didn't kill them.
Our ancestors,
but not as in anything that is even like a primate, though. Like, so if you mean we, as in like fish, killed them too, then sure, I agree. If by we you mean the eons of times and all the infinite species that our ancestors were, then sure. If you mean we as in like some like ape-like creature, no, that's not the response. That's not how most like things go extinct, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So does all macroevolution happen at the same time?
No.
It's
all happening all the time.
Yeah. This is where y'all losing
So no,
me.
hold on. It's
It
all
sounds like
happening all the time. It's not like like I said, it's not a progress bar. You don't hit 100% and then leap into a new species.
Although Alex, it kind of is. Like the Cambrian explosion kind of was like a progress bar. In fact, there is actually epochs in the evolutionary time frame, even just from the fossil record, where it seems like it does seem like there's a certain time where like all of a sudden all of these species fucking explode out. Like that, like the Cambrian explosion is a prime example of that, right? That was like
that's related to environmental factors, though. I mean, even going back to like the first living organism, there were environmental factors in place that allowed for non-biological objects to become biological objects.
Go to where Chernobyl melted down. You'll see different species of wolves that never existed before.
No, but with the Cambrian explosion, we're just not talking like some new species. We're talking like the Cambrian explosion was like massive.
I know,
mean,
but I'm
that's why it's
talking
called
about within the period
explosion.
of like what 30 years. High doses of radiation can cause intense mutations, especially to the surviving.
I'm not saying genes can't be passed down. Like I'm not saying that that's not a thing where genes
we
can
share
be
common.
What I'm saying is like, walk me through how a whale becomes a land animal.
A whale doesn't become a land animal. A whale is something that's separated from land
how about
animals a long time ago.
something that gives birth completely different to itself? Not just like a gene, not just something that's like altered, like, but they're still like a fish. I'm saying something like, at what point did it take place where ocean animal gave birth to a land animal?
Well,
like, what's the process behind that?
Animal.
So did it grow legs? Like,
on land?
Like, how does that take place? How does one species become a different species?
Through selection and resource allocation, right? It's most evolution occurs because the environment is changing and the competition is changing, and generally, what species will die off because it's not selected for, right? I mean, it's not complicated. I mean, you're trying to make it more complicated than it actually is.
You're trying to make it way more simple than it is. He's asking is like, how do you have like certain animals that like lay eggs, for example, and then somehow we're switching to now like live birth. That is like a hard jump. There's some hard jumps.
At some point. There's no way. There is no way something goes from laying eggs to live birth. If you have evidence for that,
no, it wouldn't.
I'd love to see it. But y'all are talking about such.
It wouldn't have
minor.
You're asking for historical
evidence.
You're
not even just present day. No, I'm not talking about genes passing down and like
the divergence
this
between land animals and like egg layers and birth givers probably happened well before there were egg layers or birth givers. You understand that, right? If everything evolved from single cell self-replicating whatever the hell it's called now, then at some point these strands diverged into eggs and mammalian birth or some sort of like these things don't. It's not like you were laying eggs one day and then next day you're like pooping out a baby. Like that's not what anyone is talking about.
But it does mean that at one point a parent is laying something that we would call an egg, and then their child is laying something that we would say is no longer an egg, right? Like that.
How is it difficult to understand?
Well,
that the incubation
you have to be
period.
saying that.
No, self-replication is not.
It sounds like we're like time just fixes it.
Wait, how are we not saying that? That's just like definitionally has to be true. There's something that we would say is. Then what happens? Because like everything is like you're giving birth. So if it's just eggs, egg coded,
there has to be a moment in time where you go,
I'm gonna mute up and then look at this up. But the theory is pretty simple, in my opinion. You go from something that self-replicates, meaning it just splits itself because there's things that do that, into something. Some of those end up forming pouches to lay eggs or whatever variation thereof. Maybe a part of their body falls off and becomes another being, and that evolves into some sort of like an egg thing. I don't know. And another divergence, not from the egg layers but from within the original species or some variation.
No, that's not. No, what you're saying is not true, Alex. That's not even what the scientists
why
say.
do you not see
What
that?
do scientists say then?
You're acting like you're acting like you go from being what do you call it, like not agender, but when you asexual reproduction, and you split at that point from egg laying and to mammals. That's not what happens. That's not what happens.
Okay, what are the scientists saying happened?
You go. It's all like egg laying, and then you somehow get to mammals at some point. There's not like some primordial small creature that's like giving live birth. Like that's not in. That's not even what.
And so, have you guys heard of the vampire groundfinch?
The what?
No, it sounds terrifying.
What's that? Tell us about it. I'm on pins and needles.
You said vampire groundfish?
Finch, like the birds that used to like. Yeah. So these are the Galapagos Islands, but they've evolved because the island they're on has like none of their normal food sources to cleaning like parasites from larger birds, but also drinking their blood to survive.
So is that a different species?
It's on its way to becoming one.
Oh, is it?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, because of environmental pressures. Basically the same thing I've been saying.
Yeah.
So it's still a finch though, like it came from finches.
Yeah.
And the genes just swapped out.
No, the genes didn't just swap out.
No. What I'm saying that. I mean
the
genes that favored that shit.
Yeah, the finches that had some sort of genetics that allowed them to shift more to drinking blood and survive and reproduce kept passing on those genes, and the ones that didn't died, right? Because they didn't have any food to eat. And then now their beaks are elongating, they're becoming more adapted to this new way of existing.
Yeah,
and
I don't disagree against.
It will be its own individual.
I don't disagree with adaptation, but you're just assuming that it's going to become something other than
adaptation over prolonged periods of time.
A species turning into a different species. We have no evidence of that.
Oh my god!
I just
there is no evidence.
This finch
it's still a finch. Its genes just adapted to fit.
It seems finch coded. I will say.
Are you asking me to find you something that transitioned from a species it was into a new species in the last 100 years?
Just if it's not a progress bar, then this is happening all the time. Then there should be something that's a transitional.
Yes, there's going to be a line at which we cut it off and say this thing isn't a finch anymore.
That's my favorite bird.
Wait, Christian, do you agree with me at least? Do you think this is hypothetically possible that this could happen with God? Because I feel like I'm in between both of you. I'm not Alex coded because I don't think this is ever going to happen without divine intervention. But then I'm not coded because I think that this did actually happen.
Well, I think you're touching on somewhere. It's like this is literally the definition of blind faith. Like it's like time will tell.
No, when you it's not just like if you look at like the fossil record or you look at like the transition fossils there is things we have to contend with.
I'm not saying adaptation can't take place. What I'm saying is a species to another species, there is no evidence that it's always time. It's either time or death, right? Like this bone or this fossil has a similar bone to this species, ergo.
What you're missing is the 5,000 different versions of this thing in between the first species and the species that it becomes.
Well, that's what. If I can ask this, Christian, because like this is what kind of black-pilled me on like a pure creationism is like. Yeah, like what Alex is saying, the sheer amount of something like finches or beetles, like the amount of species is like impossible if we're going to take like a strict like biblical literist that they all were like on the ark or anything like that. Like it's just there's too many species. So obviously we have to get species from something. And I think even you would agree this because you were talking about kinds earlier, which means you would agree that we can get different species at one point.
Yeah,
but even if you try to add up the amount of kinds, we're still at like an uncountable amount of kinds.
Anything that can breed together.
Why do you have? Well, no, that would be a species. A species can breed together and make viable offsprings. Kinds cannot breed together. That's what we just talked about. Like a fox can't interbreed with a wolf.
Yeah, well then it wouldn't be labeled a kind, right? Like a kind is just anything.
Okay, but then that's a big problem, and that means like on Noah's Ark, you would have like a freaking more than 1 million pairs of animals. Like there's not an ark big enough in the world to have that many animals.
Well, again,
you know what I mean? Like, that's a problem.
I'm not denying that. Like just look at dog breeds, right? There's different kinds of dogs, but they're the same species.
Yes, but I'm saying if you go on your definition of things, if you go on your definition of things that can't interbreed, that's in the millions. All the animals on the planet that all under your definition of what if it's a different kind that it can't interbreed, that's millions. So that means all those millions of things were on the ark, right? Like that's the kind of thing. It's like evolution seems improbable to me as well. That's why I add God to it. But also like the creation account and the ark narrative, that's also you can't have 2 million animals on a fucking boat, right?
Just so we're not talking past each other. We agree that kinds is or anything that breeds, right? You would say like species, anything that can breed with each other, right?
Yeah, like I think generally, I think a species is usually defined, as something that can breed and make viable offspring.
Can a coyote and a dog breed?
Yes.
Okay, so kinds is anything that breeds. So you wouldn't need 1 million different animals for that to take place.
No, you would. I'm saying if you
take a coyote and a dog and they can breed into.
No, I'm saying if you added up the stuff that cannot interbreed, you would still be at millions of things. If you just added the things that cannot make babies together, you're still at millions. So that's what I'm saying. The ark numbers to be on Noah's Ark, it would have to be millions of separate animals, actual millions. That's what I'm saying.
All
like
right,
there's so many different species of like fucking birds that cannot interbreed together. There's so many on birds alone, on beetles alone. I don't like pick any animal. There's like so many, an uncountable amount.
Okay, so you were asking about how do you go from eggs to live birth, right?
Yes, and now you read something on some bullshit science thing that's gonna be so fake. It's gonna be a psyop. Bringing Maryland's chat up. It's gonna be a psyop. But tell me your psyop.
So we have things that lay eggs, right? We know that.
Yeah.
We also have things that make eggs, but they retain them inside of themselves. Usually species of like sharks, lizards, and snakes, right?
Okay.
You're aware of that. The next step would be something like having an egg, but reducing the yolk into something that starts to kind of look like a placenta instead of an actual egg. And there's species of skinks that exist in that stage currently. And then from there, you start removing the yolk almost completely. Remove the yolk completely, and you start shifting it out of the egg into an actual placenta. And I believe that's where like
this is making me Christian Bell. This sounds like faith to me. This sounds. I'm Christian Bell now.
Maybe, but you can find animals at every one of these stages.
That's fine, but to say that each one became the other one without divine intervention, to me that sounds. There's just like no fucking way.
Why can't
there was divine intervention?
So let me just put an end to this. Hold on, wait. I found a new species. I found a new species that evolved that can't breed with its predecessor species that came together to form a new species. And I put the name of it in the private chat in the back so that the Christian guy can now become an atheist because he accepts evolution because I've given him a species that meets his criteria.
The problem,
what is this? The Trapogon? What is this?
Is that the moment that it is proven to you, you must now reject God. And that's a stupid position to
take. You need to reject God too, Alex. I don't want to hear no.
Well, that's why I'm a theistic evolutionist.
You don't even know if I accept God, so don't.
Stop talking back to me.
So I don't deny what you're saying, Alex, or what Testy is saying in the chat. Although Testy's on panel, so we could just talk as well. Okay, but I don't disagree. But I think I think you have these. But it's incredible odds to, I think, get. And it requires a level of magical thinking to think it can happen naturally. It's possible, but it's the same way with abiogenesis, where it's theoretically possible, but it's so unlikely. That's all I'm saying. So I think
can you like accept the idea that maybe these things happen, and most of these like transitions don't take and they die, but one of them happens to fit within the parameters of acceptable to what nature calls life, and that is the one that starts to shift into the new paradigm.
I understand, but I think without any type of divine influence, I think you would need like billions upon billions of different universes all running this simulation at the same time.
Within one universe.
Only with the intervention of God is what I'm saying.
I didn't realize you let me on, actually.
Hold on.
Welcome, Testicular Johnson.
How many animals breed like every year?
I don't know, a lot.
What, can I get
so you're talking about over the course of 1 million years, 1 million different times that something could have changed within a species to give birth to a new species.
Wait,
I know, but it's not just the new species thing that I have a problem with.
Forget this, but do you admit that that's like 1 million different times that there's a
It's not enough. It's not enough. I think I will say this, and I would bet money on this. I think once AI gets good enough and neural networks and all this stuff, I think we'll be able to run something that like a simulation of this, and we will never see it happening. We will never see these insane emergent behaviors happening that we see, these weird convergent evolution things of eggs to egg sacs to yolkless eggs to. We're never going to see that happen. If we ever do get the technology to actually run this in a computer, it's never going to happen. We'd have to try. We'd have to try it for the ends of the universe, and it would never happen.
Hit the pause button for half a second. So, is the alternative of what you're sort of asserting or putting forth? Are you saying that, like, so what was the order? Because you believe in speciation, right, or speciation, or whatever it's called. Like, I think you've said that, right? So you can accept that, like, species can at least change, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're not like opposed to like evolution broadly. So when you're saying
evolution did happen, I just think it needed God. Yeah.
Okay. So, but when you're saying we're never going to see, like, let's say a species or not a species, but we're never going to see like going from like an egg to like not an egg type of thing, right? So like if you're crediting,
well, that's my point.
Well, like, what is your explanation of that then? Like, were these species just made originally?
If you're asking me, or you're asking Christian?
I'm asking you specifically, because if you're like, what's the alternative to what Alex is basically saying?
Well, no, I guess I'm not like, I feel like I'm sounding like I'm disagreeing more with Alex than I am. I agree this is what happened, but I think at every stage this is unfathomable that this would ever happen. So I think it did, but I think it happened, but I think it requires God to be either passively or actively engineering this. So it could be passive where there's something in, and that's why I'm a panpsychist, something in every molecule that is God, that is trying to drive forth life. I can accept that.
It's more likely.
Hold on.
Yes, than it naturally happening. I think if we run a simulation, it's never going to happen.
Is this from the guy who told me that it would be potentially plausible to roll to hit heads 1 million or a billion or an infinite amount of times?
Yes,
but you're telling me that in a million generations, it's impossible for something to go from like I don't know,
those things are the same.
Eggs to having internal eggs.
I'm saying the same thing. I'm saying it's possible, but I'm saying at each step it would be so unbelievably unlikely.
That's why so many don't make it.
No, I'm saying even with the universe is what, like 13 billion years old. I'm saying that would be like with the coin flip example. If you wanted to flip a coin 1 billion times and land on heads, you could do that with 1 billion coins on Earth every second for the whole universe, and you're never going to get 1 billion coins in a row landing on heads. You know, like that's what I'm saying. So it's just super unlikely for any of these things to happen.
That's not what's being said.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying any of these steps would never happen.
Life is a set of parameters.
What a nonsense thing to say. Life is a set of parameters.
Life exists within a set of parameters.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not what you said, but
Like
sure.
your blood pressure can range.
Sure.
Like
It's probably really high right now.
How many days or weeks or months you are old can change, right? How quickly you grow can change. These things are within a set of parameters. If you go too far outside them, you don't get to be born. Period.
I understand. I feel like this isn't contradicting anything I'm saying.
I wanted to give this example, or this is the reason I originally hopped in, because when we're talking about
I don't think anyone disagrees with that.
this might be a good thing to hinge this on, because you seem to accept that speciation is a thing. So, are you familiar with the experiments they've done with fruit flies, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so for anyone who doesn't know, basically they'll take a single species of fruit fly, and they reproduce extremely rapidly. I think their lifespan is like a day or something. Or maybe some species might be less than a day, but they change specific parameters like temperature and food availability and things like that. And we see this split happen to the point where they can no longer mate with one another. So they have successfully diverged enough where they can be considered a different species. This is an observable thing. So I feel like these are the types of experiments that people have looked at to say that if that can happen on such a small scale, for species that live less than a day, then all you're really doing from going from micro to macro is that's the extrapolation that's happening. So if we can see
that's not all you're doing. That's not all. With the fruit flies, we're never getting any emergent behavior, right? And there's a reason for that. It's because it's super unlikely to get emergent behavior. Right?
So what do you mean by emergent behavior?
Because
so not just a fruit fly losing its fucking wings, some novel thing that the fruit fly is actually doing, some novel behavior, some actually beneficial new behavior that it's doing.
This is the extrapolation. So let's even say losing its wings, right? That is a pretty massive change for any species. You can admit.
A big change.
And therefore, but just hear me out. But
why can we never see it go the other way? We never see the fruit fly gaining some new ability that no matter how many times we run this in the lab, it's possible, but it's so unlikely that you need God to freaking do it.
You're expecting
what ability would you expect it to get?
Yes, that's a good.
When you say ability, it sounds like you're saying it needs a superpower just to say that it's no longer.
I'm sorry, we're talking about fish going from spewing eggs out to holding them inside to eventually getting to fucking marsupials and shit, brother. That's what we're fucking talking about. So yeah when I say something, I mean something pretty novel.
Yes, every stage. Yeah,
they're still.
That's
fine.
Still fly. When we take a fruit fly, in evolution we have things that have no wings and then go to gliding and then eventually have wings. It's not like we can replicate that with ants or something where we just take something. Well, ants are a bad example because some ants fly. I don't know, but spiders. Spiders. It's not like we can interbreed spiders a bunch and now we have spiders with fucking wings. What?
There's spiders that can create.
That's supposed to be if you go flies. Stop being able to breed with each other. They're different flies. They're still flies. They didn't become anything else.
First of all, I don't believe you, and I hope it's not true because that's scary as shit. If spiders are making it across the fucking ocean,
I hate spiders. That's why I know this.
The person who brought up the boxes. So this is actually a good example because he was talking about selective breeding, which is technically the opposite of evolution because you're controlling the variable, right? So through selective breeding, is
even when we try, we can't do what you guys claim. Even when we try,
no one is claiming that you could give a dog wings if you bred them enough times, right? We're saying that you can clearly see.
Why not?
You can control. Why not? You can control because that's
why not?
Because it's a.
Why can't you?
Because you can't force an evolutionary change based on.
It can only happen naturally. So even when we're
that's weird. That's weird.
Let me land the plane. So let me get through what I was saying. So I'm saying that if you could control the environment perfectly, then a species of dog is far more likely to die and not end up reproducing than it is to just magically, out of necessity, be able to produce wings. That change would take thousands or millions of years to take place. It could potentially happen, but you would have to have a controlled environment to be able to see. And that doesn't. But this is what I'm saying. You can see these things on a smaller scale, things that reproduce so rapidly.
But that's not on a smaller scale.
It is on a smaller
What do you
scale.
mean? How's it not?
It's not on a smaller
It's
scale.
not
That would be
on a
like the
smaller
fruit.
scale. Y'all
That'd
are
be like taking
arguing something. Y'all are arguing
does
a
not
dog
fit your
getting
definition.
a dog getting wings versus a dog not being able to breed with their dog, whether because it's just weak genes or whatever.
The change is not as dramatic as like.
And then y'all are saying,
Do
however,
you realize
that
all the steps that have to happen between wings and
y'all are
dogs?
saying the dog with wings, it's possible because this dog can't breed with this dog, but in order to get wings,
we're not
saying
saying
the years.
Stop.
But you know,
It's not what's being said.
More likely to pass.
You guys are
Like,
low
that's
key
what y'all
kind
are
of saying what
saying.
Christian is saying. You guys are kind of
No,
saying that. You're saying
that's what you're
Testicular
hearing.
Johnson is saying. He's saying, look at the fruit flies, and some of them lose
Yes.
their ability to fly, and they have like minor
I didn't
genetic
say-
changes.
no, I said- and they can't breed
therefore,
with one another.
therefore
I
dogs
think-
can eventually do whatever
I
they
think
want
they
and
just
fly.
messed up the flies, bro. I think
You're
they just broke them, bro.
Okay, hold on. Can I try and like bring this in to a
You can try.
realistic
Only
mindset?
yelling,
Okay?
all right?
between a dog and a dog with wings is countless years of weight loss, of bone de-development, right? Their bones have to hollow out to be light enough to even try to fly, right? Growth of feathers and removal of fur. All these things have to happen. You cannot force that by yourself. We wouldn't even know where to begin to force an evolution like that.
Exactly.
So
I agree with you.
But it
I agree.
happens in nature.
Yeah.
Does it?
It's
Dogs growing
Without
wings?
God?
No, there is no Griffin dog, okay? But
I forgot
things that had
Griffin dog is
wings,
crazy.
things that have wings, losing their need for them or no longer using them does happen.
Yeah, that's
Does
an
it
easier
not?
pill to swallow. Yeah, you'd be surprised to learn that
So
I can
maybe-
accept that you could lose your
evolution
ability to
doesn't
fly.
go- maybe evolution doesn't go from being a land animal to being a winged animal.
I think a
But we
human
know
can
it
lose the
did.
ability
We
to
know
walk.
it did,
Well,
Alex.
we
We
don't
know
know
again.
that it went from land. It could have gone from the fucking ocean.
Well, we know that too. If you're gonna be like science pilled, then you have to be science pilled. Everything
Aren't
didn't
there-
start
hold on,
flying and
aren't there
loses the ability to
fish that
fly.
glide
It
or
went the
some
other
shit?
way, right? Things crawled out of the fucking ocean, out of things came from water, right? Then they went to land, and then they eventually took to the skies. That's the order. It's not.
There's a
If
fish
you're
that literally,
hypothesizing that
there's
started
literally
with,
a fish that has wings that glides.
You're
Why are
asking
y'all
to go from a
starting-
mammal
No.
to like a
Why-
like a bird.
So
like,
apparently,
you're
it's
asking-
entirely possible for go from the ocean to the sky.
Yeah, the vastness of the change. It's like why couldn't you make an ant into like a rhinoceros? Like why can't they do that?
Why not?
Because this you're asking for us to prove is just like on such a scale of
Right.
like variables
So-
that we are unaware of that we would not be able to like
So
control.
again, a fruit fly losing its ability to fly,
yeah,
how does
saying
that
that-
prove flying
Like,
dogs?
this is like that episode of Futurama. It's like, well, you don't have the missing link, so like therefore.
I'm saying I'm making an actual scientific prediction. I'm saying when AI and neural
No, you're
networks
saying
get
it's
advanced
fucked.
enough, I'm saying we will not see that happen. In fact, even with neural networks now, we don't see that happen. If you take like nodes and freaking like lines and
talking
joints, you never see any emergent behavior happen. It's always like the same. It's always like,
What are you
like,
talking about neural networks?
you
You're
see-
talking
Yeah,
about
really, what are you
AI
talking about?
evolving?
When you're saying emergent,
yes,
it's not
you
like
always see.
Dude, it's a freaking machine.
Yeah, man.
Are
What's
you
wrong with
expecting
you?
natural
It's not
evolution
real,
from
it's
something
not
that
a- it's
exists
not-
in
you know AI is not
cyberspace?
alive, right?
I'm sorry. Are you thinking that a machine couldn't possibly replicate that? What are you talking about? We have fucking large language
How would you
models
take a
that
circuit
demonstrate
and-
emergent
how
behavior
would you
in
take a
the
circuit
language
board and
degree.
turn it into an elbow.
What are you talking about? Do you understand neural
Dude,
networks? Do you know what I'm talking
There's
about with that?
nothing living about a machine.
Yeah, man. Confluence.
It's not
is
living
all you,
tissue.
bro.
It doesn't need to.
confluence.
It doesn't need to be. How do you think we got to large language models, Alex? How do you think we
There's
got there?
different
How do you
programming.
think you can go to ChatGPT? You think we programmed ChatGPT? You
No,
don't think there's
for
any
using-
emergent proproperties?
Oh my God.
Well,
Yeah,
we must be talking past each other.
manufactured the
Also, when
emergent
you say emergent property, So
we didn't. By definition, we didn't manufacture an emergent. If it's an emergent property, we didn't manufacture it, right?
We
Those are
manufacture the
contradiction.
circumstances for it to exist.
Thank you. So in the same way, we could do this and we have done this. This is how things like stockfish are developed, right? This is how things like Alpha Zero are developed, right? And like you have like stuff in different
Have we developed
fields.
new species? Have we created new kinds entirely?
New species, yes.
How about a new kind?
A kind is like a biblical term. It's not like a science term, is it? Unless I'm crazy.
How about a liger? What is that?
Yeah,
what would you consider that?
A fucking lion, fucking a tiger, degenerate.
Okay. What about mules?
Mules cannot interbreed with each other, so not a new species. Checkmate, atheist.
Okay.
Yeah, I provided.
We can hold on. So what you're saying is we can actually manufacture something that's totally not like doesn't work very well because it wasn't produced naturally over long periods of time where it could like I don't know grow the necessary developmental genes required for it to continue existing. But
right, I'm saying
we can create something entirely fucking new out of things. Out of old things, right? Yes.
Wait, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm not sure what you're saying.
I'm saying if you saw a liger develop over the course of like 50 years naturally, would you consider that to be some form of evolution, or would you say that that's just like some weird?
I think a liger is similar to like a mule, and I don't think ligers can interbreed with other ligers, can they? I don't think it actually even is a new species.
Ligers can't breed at all. It's a dead end. But what
that's
I'm
the same as a
you,
mule then.
If a liger-like thing evolved naturally that could breed with itself, would you consider that proof of evolution?
It's well, first of all, I already believe in evolution. I believe in evolution.
Would you believe that as a proof of natural evolution?
It's a proof of natural evolution on a scale that I think is possible in a naturalistic world. That is, there are some.
Okay, so that still wouldn't bring you any closer to anything else that we're talking about.
No.
Okay, so what would you need to see?
Well, again, it's an impossible thing to ask because I understand. I said this at the beginning of the conversation when I was talking with Christian. It's impossible. I understand you need an uncountable amount of years to make this happen. So yeah, what I would need to see would be that's why I'm punting into a simulation because we could potentially replicate millions of years in like the span of a minute. That's technically possible.
How about animals at every stage of this progression? Does that help at all?
No, because my whole thing is not that evolution doesn't happen. My whole thing is that evolution requires some type of God or some type of internal, either active or internal, to create these things. Because I think there's like so many uncrossable chasms that are just so improbable that all these things happening, I think, are just very unlikely. So again, it's not like my argument is not that these things didn't happen. I think these things did happen. I think abiogenesis did happen, but I think it would have almost never have happened. You would need like an uncountable amount of universes or be extremely lucky for it to ever happen. And I think that's the same with like the evolution of the eye. I understand that you can have like, you're trying to detect a photon. I understand you can lay out the progression. I think each one of those stages is insanely unlikely. And the fact that we have all of these things up until human beings, I think is just mathematically almost impossible.
Sure.
It's still technically possible.
Unlikely. Like, I don't know, a million animals breeding every single year.
That's not enough. That's not even close to enough. That's not even close to enough, Alex.
No,
that's not even close to enough.
1,000,000 times a million years is not
enough. The hero in the story.
No.
And like
you would need so many more years.
How do you know that? How do you know you'd need so many more years?
Because even just from looking this up, like looking up abiogenesis with my limited knowledge of like, what this shit means, right? It's like, there's a reason why it's such a complicated topic. It seems like to get to this.
What are you talking about?
It's like the start of like life itself, like how you go from inorganic matter to organic matter and shit.
That's
like
an entirely different.
Yeah,
that has nothing to do with evolution.
I didn't say it did. I didn't say it did.
Why are you
I'm talking about it because it's a natural. Why is trans?
Oh look! A new confluence was just bred. There's a new species of female confluence available.
Hey, they could still interbreed and make a viable offspring. Okay.
Actually, aren't we doing something similar within our own species at this point?
Bruh.
Wait, what do you mean? Say more.
Still human.
Still human. I get. See,
Well, I mean,
Wait, do you mean like trans people?
You're gonna draw an arbitrary line against anything we give to just not fit within the scope of what you're talking about.
I'm not trying. Look, again, I feel like you keep thinking I'm saying something I'm not saying. I don't even know if you. This is the thing. You're debate throwing me now, Alex, because I don't even know if you disagree with me that you need God in this. I'm not even sure if you do or not. That's my contention. I think evolution happened. I just think under a naturalistic world, if like God, let's say, just stopped interacting or didn't put something like consciousness into everything to begin with, some like desire to produce sentient life, I don't think if we ran the experiment, we would have life. So I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying I think you need God for it to happen. And now that could be a God that's like directly interfering. It could just be God that's like, that is immanent within the matter that then is producing sentience. That's possible too. But I'm saying you need some type of intelligence, either hard coded in or, soft coded in to create this. That's my whole stance.
We have an intelligence and we haven't created jack shit.
Can you go back to the first?
Yeah, because we're not nearly enough. We're not nearly as intelligent as God, right? Like that. Yeah, like there's a reason we can't make like fake life in a lab.
It's also
despite our best efforts.
We don't understand what it takes to do any of this stuff. We barely understand our own species, much less everything else. We're like floundering in the dark here, but we've been able to make a lot of things that we didn't think were possible not that long ago. So
yeah, but nothing on the scale of what we're talking about, though, right? Like not even close. We can't even make a single. We can't even make a single like cell, right? We can't even make like a fucking.
Okay,
they've made a self-replicating cell in the lab.
In the last 1,000 years, we went from what riding horses to driving race cars and flying rocket ships into space.
That's something that we might estimate that, but the problem of like building a flying car and the problem of like creating like, let's say just out of inorganic matter of just like making a rat, those are like incalculably separate levels of difficulty. Man, that's a hotter version of female confluence right here. Jesus Christ, that's weird, man.
Haven't we
actually produced it's creepy.
A living tissue out of non-living tissue?
No, we can't do that. We like if by non-living you mean like inorganic matter. No, we can't make a cell out of completely inorganic matter.
They have self-replicating RNA, I believe.
We've been able to produce artificial cell-like structures that mimic life function from simple components.
Artificial? What the fuck? That's such atheist copium.
Anything?
Artificial. Send me that over. Send me that over. Artificial life structure. So what is it then? So send me what you're reading, Alex. I'll pull it up.
Hang on, I'm trying to find the actual.
I'll pull it up. This is gonna be such bullshit. I can already smell it from here.
This is the thing. You're so like counter coded right now that you're just not listening to anything that's being said.
I am listening. I'm asking.
You're not. You're not hearing us. You are listening to argue, not to understand.
You're not listening to me, brother.
I am.
I already said I agree.
Simple.
I agree in evolution.
Simple. You believe evolution happened. You believe it can happen, but you believe that it requires God to facilitate it. I understand. I've heard you. I'm not saying it doesn't, that God doesn't have a hand. I'm saying that it doesn't necessarily require God because we can see it happening at different stages. And we also know that most animals that are supposed to be born,
I think it's RNA, right? Which I understand is not DNA.
I'm getting triggered because this is what Testicular Johnson, and if this is what you mean, Alex, I'm gonna be so angry because you're saying I'm not fucking listening. This is what Alex sends me, or sorry, Testicular Johnson, a synthetic cell that's made from fucking organic matter. This is not made from inorganic matter. This is made it's made from organic matter. Okay. It's not made from inorganic matter.
Hold on. No. That's not what I was talking about.
I might have sent you the wrong one.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you did, brother. I hope you sent me the wrong one. I swear to God,
Experiments
this
show inorganic
I'm trying
compounds
to find
like
the right
carbon
one.
dioxide, ammonia, and water can form complex organic molecules like
Yeah,
amino
they've also
acids and nucleotides.
Yes.
Yeah. So they've
Under
never.
Earth
What my claim?
conditions.
What was my claim, Alex? What was? If you've been listening so intently and you're saying I'm not, what was my claim about that?
Your claim is that your claim
About the
was
cells.
you can't possibly imagine how inorganic materials could
Dude, that
form into
con
cells.
No. I'm saying no. See, Alex, you're saying it's funny. You're saying I'm just trying to argue. I'm not listening.
Go ahead.
My claim, I said that we have never made a cell out of inorganic matter. We can't even do that. And then you and Testiger Johnson both said, "Oh, you can." And then Testiger Johnson sent me something about them making a cell-like thing out of organic matter.
You're the one who didn't listen. I said, yeah, you're right. We didn't make a cell, but we were able to make organic material from inorganic material.
I don't. Okay. Well, I didn't hear you say that. Yeah. If you want to say
listening. This is just evidence. Thank you. You're welcome.
Well, I'll have to go back. I'll go to timestamp this. I'm going to timestamp this.
Timestamp it.
I'm going to go back and see if you said that. But I'm just curious then why is at least Testiger Johnson must not be, because why was I sent this? Why was that? Why do I care that we made a synthetic cell out of organic matter?
Well, I gotta defend myself now. To my knowledge, they have not created like a cell. I've been saying they're getting closer, and it's basically what Alex said, like proteins and like those various like proto cells, if you will. So,
we've like cobbled together like a couple of fucking amino acids, okay?
Yeah,
that's the best we've been able to.
You're asking how does life come from non-life?
You're downplaying that. That's a massive fucking.
I know it's nowhere even near a single cell, which is nowhere near like which is nowhere near a chicken.
Nowhere near, yeah, nowhere near.
Okay, stop. Would you have believed, Christian? Did you believe it was even remotely possible to create organic material from non-organic material?
Yeah, I'm not rejecting that.
Did you believe it was possible before today?
Yes, I believed it was possible that you could make it, but it's not going to be exact.
So then we would.
I don't believe we can ever get exact.
Oh no,
full
that's a huge
functionality.
claim. That's a huge claim
Well,
right there.
that's an entirely different claim.
Okay.
We're trying to use science and conditions.
Yeah, I don't reject science.
Don't jump in. Just listen. We are trying to use science and conditions we believed existed on Earth a long time ago. Under those constraints, to create something organic from non-organic, because that's the first step. From there, the organic has to form some sort of RNA, DNA, whatever, some sort of single-celled organism, and there's 50 steps even in between those things. But we are constraining ourselves to what exists or what we thought existed on Earth at that time.
Yeah, I mean, you can make a cell from inorganic material, but it's nowhere near an actual living.
Well, yeah, of course it's not. This is like step 4 billion out of step 552 trillion.
I'd use that line too. I'd use that
Confluence, and this is because the stuff I keep up on is sort of at the cutting edge of like the medical stuff, because of LLMs and they're making specialized ones now specifically to address things within the human genome, and like some of the results of those things are super cool. Like they've found very unique like combinations and like stuff for potential genetic coding for diseases and all these things. But let's just say as an if we were able to artificially create a cell, like the most basic life form that we're aware of, if we were able to artificially create something like that, would that then completely disprove God? If we were able to just do it,
none of it would disprove God.
No,
it would just disprove that God is necessary to do it.
Right. Which I think would be
I don't even. No, it wouldn't even disprove that, because we're still using like
nothing will disprove it. Then.
Right? I'm just throwing that.
Well, no, you can't just say a random.
Nothing will disprove it.
Well, no, you can't just say like, hey, if you don't accept my arbitrary line of a cell, then you must. Then therefore, there is no other line that you could possibly draw.
Hold on, there is no line. There is no line because anything we do is intelligent living beings creating other intelligent things.
But it also is, though, right? It also is.
What is?
That's like if you just as an analogy.
The probability of this happening naturally.
Like let me just give an analogy briefly, and it's a bad analogy possibly. Hold on. Let me just say something. Like let's say we found a computer somewhere. I'm not trying to make like the divine watchmaker thing, but let's say we did find a computer, and you're telling me that actually can evolve naturally, and I'm like, I don't think it can. And then eventually humans make computers. And you're like, see, it can, and I'm like, well, yeah, but we were the ones that built that. And you're like, you'll never believe that you need intelligence to make a computer. And it's like, well, fuck me, like. I don't think I'm wrong. Even if we can build a computer, that doesn't say that computer had to be
worthless because there's nothing. Every bar or metric that you present is going to be moved because we're the ones doing it.
Well, no, there's multiple. There's two considerations. One consideration is yes, anything we do by definition it requires intelligence. And so it's hard to imagine, how much randomness would you need to arrive at something that is a simulacrum for intelligence? And then the second thing is, with all of our intelligence, what would we be expected to produce? There's two things.
What's a simulacrum?
Like a bad, like a kind of a, well, not necessarily bad,
representation of something else.
Yeah, a representation.
I'm gonna look that up.
Like that book, Simulacrum.
Oh, it typically exists if you think of like, I think the easiest way to think of it is like voodoo. Like a voodoo doll is a simulacrum for the person you're trying to represent.
Poetry art, that's who it was.
Yeah. There's this keeps getting worse and worse. Well, actually, I guess that looks like a man again. So I guess this was smoother. It's like me with smoother skin and long hair. So
yeah. The point, what I'm trying to say is all we're trying to argue here is that it is possible. Not that it's going to happen in this universe or whatever, but it's possible that things like this can happen. And your argument Christian's argument is it can't happen at all no matter what. And your argument is it can't happen without God.
Wait, no, hold on. No, hold on, Alex. See, that's not Alex. To be clear, that's not my stance. That's not my stance. I think my stance is that it's so incredibly improbable that I don't think it happened without God. I think it could, in the same way that I could flip 1 trillion coins, they could all land on heads. That's possible. But if I did that, I would think, something's wrong with the coin, or I'm somehow controlling it, or that God's controlling it, because it's so unlikely. So I'm saying it is possible. It's just so unlikely for all of you. That's my stance, to be clear.
Do you think a coin flipped enough times to build up enough dust on one side that it would land on the heads every time?
No.
Really? A weighted coin could not land on heads every time?
Wait, I thought you meant by repetitive flips, could it like build up?
No.
Yeah,
it would build up enough dust on one side.
Yeah, that's kind of like my hard-coded intelligent thing, though, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm a panpsychist. I don't necessarily think God is like overwatching, casting spells to like make stuff. I think intelligence.
This is literally just.
Hold on. Let me answer a question.
Like this is
when we have talked about
this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm like getting like autism coded right now. This is like in the territory of like, someone please hit me in the head with something.
There's enough time.
I think we're close enough.
It could happen.
No. I think I'm actually approaching an endpoint here. Just give me a minute, please. Okay. So, in any given system, there are constraints. You're not talking about total randomness, right? Once you have life, once you have a set of like, once you have a set of ABCDs, right? You don't just jump to some like number. That's not how anything works.
Sure.
There's a natural progression of possible outcomes from any given thing. So you're not speaking of taking 1 billion dice and just rolling them all and expecting every one of them to be on one.
No, I understand. I understand. I'm simplifying it.
When an animal gives birth, when a cell divides, there's only a limited number of things it can become after that, right? There's a limited amount of mutation that can happen within any generation or any like sets of generations.
Yeah, I just think all of these. I agree with you. There is constraints. I just think all of these steps to get, as Christians say, from goo to you, I think creates each one is remarkably improbable, and that leads me to think that there's something either hard coded within the universe to produce life, which is why I'm a panpsychist, or there's some like special intervention that happens along the way, which I think is less likely because I think normally God works through natural means. But I think that there's something built in design about the universe, that the universe is designed to move toward life. I think there's a cosmic expansion toward life.
Yeah,
but that's what I mean when I'm saying I don't think it can happen without God.
When God cast the dice, he made sure that the origin or the first things it lands on would be conducive towards
God wouldn't be
into life.
Casting dice.
It's
Einstein says he does. Okay.
The start,
he says he doesn't.
The start of the universe. You can see that God either literally formed each individual piece by his own hands, or he started a process that would like turn into what it is now. Those are the two variations of this, right?
And just
so if you look at it from a process point, he kicked off a process that he knew, that he weighed to make sure that it would become life at some point.
Yeah, that's one possibility. It's possible that the initial it could be like from a sovereignty point of view that he set up the initial circumstances that would roll out. I mean, that could even happen from the Big Bang. Maybe there was some precise set of the way the Big Bang spiraled off and all the stuff blew up from it that maybe would end up, creating everything. And it's kind of like from a deterministic level, before we get to, maybe free will happens once we get to humans, or any life. But yeah, from that, maybe think every spiraled off in the right way. That's a possibility. Another possibility is that everything's hard coded into the system, right? A third possibility is that God at certain stages intervenes. I just think, to me, I think they all involve some type of divinity.
All falsifiable claims. Hey, I have a quick question.
They're falsifiable in both ways.
They're not, because we have evidence for like evolution
they are.
You don't have evidence that it happened without some type of like.
Because one, I can't produce life, and two, I can't give a dog weight. No. I feel like I really want to land this plane. Okay, so if you even rudimentarily believe in evolution, like, can you explain like Adam and Eve? Like, we're all products of incest, right? We're all going to bite that bullet.
No, because why would you? Based on what I've been saying, I just said a whole bunch of crazy shit, at least from a Christian point of view. Why would you think I'd be like, no? But now when we get to Adam and Eve,
I don't know what I'm trying to do at this point. I'm sorry.
Hold on. So what do you think then?
For me, there could be multiple possibilities. It could be, I think most likely based on the fact that Cain went to the land of Nod, which was apparently a land, and he had to have a mark on his forehead, and people weren't allowed to kill him. It can't just be Adam and Eve were like the first.
The Bible follows a lineage. It follows a specific line.
Right, but then Christian, I would wait. Who said that? Was that Christian?
Yeah, that was me. No. I'm not saying Adam and Eve are the only people. I'm saying that it follows a line. Yeah,
exactly. So I think So I think I think the garden. The reason that they weren't allowed back in the garden, I think the earth probably already existed with all of life and probably other humans, and maybe these two. Maybe there's a set point of evolution. I don't know. Maybe they were just special in some way. I think God
made all in the 7 days. It's all laid out, right?
Well, obviously, if I'm a theistic evolutionist, I don't believe that, right? The Sticker Johnson.
7 days without actually.
I'm being a little bit of a shithead, right? I'll admit.
If you read Genesis, there's no day-night cycles because Earth didn't exist, the sun didn't exist.
Yeah,
all the other shit that would make that possible didn't exist, and yet it still talks about day and night and days. So obviously,
in Genesis, there's no day or night cycles.
Well, he's saying that like a day is defined right by like the Earth's like rotation. But like you don't even have the sun existing till like a day 2 or 3 or something. 4. So how do you talk or 4? Okay, fine. So how do you say there's a first and second and third day if a day doesn't even exist yet until the fourth day, right? Like, so the whole story I think seems like it's probably not meant to be taken as like literal history of like a 24-hour period.
Like, do you think God would need to rest after 24 hours? Like, really?
It's not.
It sounds pretty pathetic.
Now we're gonna just dive into theology. He's
I'm
not actually just
screwing with you
resting.
so hard. I'm screwing with you
He's
so hard.
not resting, bro. It's not.
Okay, Confluence needs to get us in. Also, an advertisement. All you people watching, you 11 people, someone consider maybe super chatting. I'm just saying, okay. I lost a couple years off my life, I think, in this discussion. Okay, blood pressure's really high, so like, you know, someone make it worth my while, please.
Just don't argue with me, okay? You'll be fine. Just don't argue with me.
But it's so fun at the same time, though.
Well, that's what you'll get. You'll lose some lifespan. That's all right. Look, Christian, do you think that God is like constantly adjusting things in the universe to make it work?
Do I think God is constantly adjusting things?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Is he actively moving molecules and actively creating each individual component of life that exists even today? Like, does he like literally craft the baby in the womb, or is there a process that just runs without his direct intervention that generates what is supposed to be generated?
Pretty sure Scripture says that he forms you in the womb, like he knows you.
He forms your soul, maybe?
No, he forms you in the womb.
So why does he form deformed babies?
So are we stepping into the fall now? Or are we still talking about evolution?
I'm asking you, if he's literally crafting the body, why is he crafting flawed bodies?
Well, actually, it tracks with the way he made the universe, right? I mean, if God wanted to, create a universe that was, good for life, he would have put life more places. But he just sucks at being God, so he does a shitty job.
Yeah, I assume he just does deformed babies as kind of like a joke, like God also needs to laugh.
Just a lull, yeah.
Just like, yeah.
Because you have to imagine that there's, if you're going to say it's from like a moralistic or some sort of like life-changing event, that's fine, but you have to know that there's plenty of miscarriages that happen in like the first couple of days. There's plenty of like babies that never even form because their conditions for existing are outside the parameters necessary for life, that people don't even know of, that people will never know of. So there's no like real effect on humans or on human nature or even on our atonement for sin in those things, like a tree falling in a forest that we don't even know exists, right? It has no effect on us at all, but it still happens. So why would he do that if this is all him literally forming it with his bare fucking hands?
Yeah, Christian.
That seems like an incredulous belief, an incredible belief to have.
All right, I'll be right back.
That he's crafting the baby in the womb because there's bad things.
Yes.
Yeah, we would be falling into like the fall of man, but I haven't like studied too in depth about like womb and God's hand in like that level of creation.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
I'm not gonna like speak theologically on it like that.
The Bible never states that God is like putting cells together or holding atoms in place.
What about the Jeremiah thing where he literally says what Christian said about knitting you in my mother's womb?
Knitting your soul into your body, maybe? How about that?
Maybe, but that's not what it says.
Again,
could be. That's an interesting theory.
You're talking about interpretations. If you want to literally interpret it that way, then I guess it's not only is it God's fault that for every miscarriage that happens, but he's literally creating them on purpose to be the way they are. So
I don't know, Alex. Whose fault is it when a miscarriage happens?
God's, apparently.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
So
I think there's failures in mutation and genetics that happen.
You don't think anyone bears any type of moral culpability for that at all?
No.
Interesting.
So the quote that y'all are using there is actually one of my least favorite Bible quotes. He knew you in his womb before you were born.
That's because you're pro-choice.
No,
Get fucked,
no.
Anson.
It's the quote. It's the quote that my very Christian, like fundamentalist Christian mom uses to bludgeon me for being an atheist. It's like
it's in the Psalm. I think Jeremiah says it too, but the knit one I think is from the Psalms. Is this the one your mom bludgeons you with? Whoa.
Yeah, Psalms 139:13.
For you created my inmost being. Oh, I'm not putting it on screen. Here we go. For you, a trigger warning for you, Anson. For you created my inmost being. You knit me together in my mama's womb. I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made.
I haven't seen the knitting needles yet. Have you? Have you found them?
The divine knitting. Well, it's like an archetype, Alex. To be like Peterson killed.
So we're gonna try. Hold on. We're gonna use knitting in like a metaphysical, conceptual way.
Alex,
but
of course.
But translating knitting into dividing your cells to create you specifically, that we're gonna translate literally.
Alex.
I mean, I guess. I mean, to be Alex coded, I guess if he's saying, if David's saying, for you created my inmost being, maybe you could say that's soul, although there is a better word for soul in Hebrew, which is ruach. And I don't, well, actually, maybe we'll see. You know what? Fuck it. Let's see what this maybe it is ruach, in which case then I think Alex is right. So let's see. Because it depends what the Hebrew word here is.
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck out of here. Ad block. Okay. For you formed my see it. Oh yeah, it's the mind. Yeah, see, it's confusing, which is also the word for kidney, by the way. Fun fact.
What about consciousness? Could it be your consciousness? You know your consciousness?
It could be. Yeah. It could be. This is usually, this is you. It literally can mean kidney, but it's also used, I think it's often translated as heart. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah.
Oh yeah, heart
faints.
biblically, yeah.
Yeah, because they thought it's like this. Yeah, they thought the center, those crazy Jewish people thought that.
Heart before it says the feelings come from the heart. Are you saying it's literally the heart that creates feelings for you?
No, the Bible when it talks about the heart, it's talking about desires, will, intellect.
Which is where
it's like this,
the kidneys.
like Psalms.
The kidneys.
What?
Where are desires, thoughts, and will?
On the tip of the penis.
That's actually
what facilitates them? What creates them?
You think they literally think the heart is?
No, I don't think they think that. I think.
Okay, what are you arguing then?
Using the word heart refers to a specific thing within you that is not actually your heart, right? Otherwise, it would just say mind. Correct?
I think it's referencing what is commonly known as the soul.
Yes. Correct.
I don't.
So
there's no. It's not. Soul. There's no because the word for soul is ruach. They would have used that word.
No,
they're not. They're definitely not meaning soul.
It's like the meta soul.
But there's a word for
what we call you.
No, I don't know. Like it seems to be
integration of your soul.
It's the you who is you.
Like literally,
I don't know. I feel like that word is
what you are.
I feel like
your body.
Like when it says in Genesis, when it says that God breathed into Adam and he became a living being, he became a living soul.
No,
so the soul seems to be. No, I'm saying that's what it's the word ruach when it says like living being. He became a soul. That is what it means.
A living being.
I think it just means living being. I think Alex is right.
No, I'm just telling you. You guys can look at the Hebrew on your own time.
That's
what ruach means. Okay.
Then like God intended.
The ruach is in Hebrew is seen as a combination, a confluence, if you will, and you must of the spirit and the body. So when you have the spirit of God and it meets the matter of flesh, you get the confluence of that, which is the ruach, which is soul. Now, us in our Western parlance, sometimes we use soul a bit differently. I understand, but that's how they mean soul.
So what is?
I don't know if that helps or not. Heart would be, I guess, your feelings, your fifis. You know, what we would call either the heart or the mind, because we still have the term heart, right?
So is this
they said kidneys,
like heart, mind, soul, or mind, body, soul type of.
It's more like a tri. It's the Hebrews basically had like a tripartite kind of creation thing of like spirit, soul, and like body. And so the soul is, and so the soul is kind of a mix of like your emotions, your mind, your consciousness, your all of this stuff together. And so the mind would be, so then the different words can mean like your intellect or your heart and stuff. And then the spirit is like the spirit of God that is like inhabiting you, that's giving a rise. So the soul is kind of an emergent function in the Jewish thoughts.
It's like breath, wind, spirit.
Can we watch the video more? This sucks.
Earth, wind, fire.
Yeah. Well, because breath, breath, for those of you that don't know, in Hebrew and Greek is the same word for spirit.
Are we watching the video?
We are going back to the video. Yeah, we are going back to the video.
Bro, I forgot about the video.
Yeah, I forgot about the video too for like a hot minute.
So Alex and SDW. All right, you can continue.
In your own life, and I don't want to be presumptuous, but no doubt there have been situations where you've been battling to have your ideas distributed, even to modify your own conceptions when you have something new to learn. That's a sacrifice. You have to kill your stupidity so that you can move forward. That's what happens in the story of Abraham, by the way, when he makes sequential sacrifices. So in the story of Abraham, you tell me what you think about this, because it staggered me when I understood it. Abraham is a protected person. He doesn't have to lift a finger. He lives in the socialist utopia. He's got everything delivered hand to mouth. He's at home till he's 70. And God comes to him as the voice of adventure, which is something remarkable to see, and says, you leave your zone of comfort and go out into the world, have your terrible adventure. And Abraham says, yes. And then a series of cataclysms occurs around him, just like it does in every adventurous life. And every time an episode concludes, he makes a sacrifice. Why? To get rid of what's stupid and old about him, so that he can progress and transform. And that happens to such a degree that he gets a new name, which means he's changed so dramatically he's not even the person he used to be. And that's a consequence of following that adventurous pathway. And that's all coded in the story.
I think we just have to agree that we have different kinds of minds, and you're interested in symbols and I'm interested in facts. I mean, let's take predators. I mean, predators, I'm fascinated by predators. Predators are the relationship between predators and prey is an arms race, an evolutionary arms race. And whenever you see a really complicated, beautifully designed piece of biology, what Hume, I think, one of Hume's characters called things that ravish into admiration, or all who contemplate them. This is almost certainly the result of an arms race, probably between predators and prey, could be between parasites and hosts. Mm-hmm. And so if we are talking about adaptations to just the climate, woolly rhinoceroses grow hair because it's getting cold. That's relatively boring. Mm-hmm. But when it's an adaptation to a predator, then you get an escalation
God, I regret doing
of
that.
Adaptations by prey, which are countered by predators, which are countered by prey, countered by prey. So you get a gradual escalation. Now that's interesting. That explains why you have animals that run fast, why they have keen sense organs.
I worry that we're getting into evolution in the video.
Why they have,
going to suck us back in.
Behavior patterns that either protect them from predators, or if they're predators, help them to catch prey. The idea of the arms race is the thing that grabs me. The arms race between, nothing to do with dragons and mythology.
So fair enough, right? And I share your appreciation for that remarkable, the remarkable phenomena that emerge in consequence of that. Okay, so let's take the idea of arms race. All right, so here's how I would construe what I said in what I think might be your terms.
Okay.
All right, we transformed the battle with the predator into a meme battle. We abstracted it so that we could figure out how to deal not with a predator, but with the class of all possible predators. Right, exactly. And the appropriate way to deal with the class of all possible predators is something like a meta-ethic. It's a stance that, let me give you an example of this. We actually know something about this psychophysiologically. And you can look at it spiritually or physically, and it doesn't matter. So, for example, if you take people in psychotherapy and they're accidentally exposed to something they're afraid of, They have a stress response that's damaging if it's sustained, and they become more frightened. But if you expose them to exactly the same stressor, and they do it voluntarily, they manifest an entirely different pattern of psychophysiological activation. Okay, and it's a stance of challenge, right, and not of fear. All right, and so one of the things that you're doing in psychotherapy when you get people to expose themselves to, you could say, predators, because that's an accurate way of dealing with it, is that you get them to shift into a mode of voluntary confrontation instead of prey-like apprehension and retreat. And what they learn from that is that they can embody that pattern, which I would call a spirit metaphysically. They can embody that, they can practice it. It's also the case, there's some evidence that there's epigenetic consequences of that. If you practice that process of voluntary confrontation with the terrible unknown, it can catalyze transformations that reach all the way down into the cellular. And so we abstracted the fight with the predator into the imaginal space. We play out various tactics. Some of them are conserved and transmitted. They adapt themselves to the structure of human memory, and they make the foundation for our most fundamental narratives. Look, you know, the reference I made to Harry Potter, the reference I made to The Lord of the Rings and to the Avengers, these aren't casual references. You know, we spend most of our computational, high-end computational power generating fictional worlds where we can portray meme battles so that everyone can observe them.
Yes. So lion as genetic, dragon as mimetic. Richard, this concept of the dragon as the abstracted predator as a whole, can we talk meaningfully about the truth in these stories where instead of talking about a predator or this predator or that predator, we're talking about the concept of predator as a whole?
The dragon's a meme.
Yes.
The dragon's a meme.
Yeah.
It's a deep meme.
Well, it doesn't get me, doesn't impress me. I mean, I like reality
this is just Dawkins being retarded.
I think he was going cross-eyed when he was.
He must have been, because after that explanation, yeah, just like I like reality. It's like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's the whole conversation, right? That's the whole conversation. That's why you guys are talking past each other.
Obviously impresses Jordan, and that's fine. It just, we have a different kind of mind, I think.
Well, I had a comment about that too.
You have a retard mind.
True. So there's a psychological trait, openness, and openness fractionates into two types. One type of mind is associated with deep interest in ideas. People like that tend to prefer nonfiction. A variant of that is openness proper, and it's associated with a much deeper orientation towards the fictional and metaphorical. I do think we have different kinds of minds, but if we accept the presumption that there is a unity of knowledge, and I don't know if that's a presumption that you entertain or presume or share, because we could discuss the alternative, my sense is that those two pathways have to unify. Now, I don't think we know how to unify them in the West. That's why there is this conflict between the scientific and the religious. It's not like I know how to rectify that. The best I can say is this is what I've learned from studying those stories. But I would also say, because I've studied your work, I do believe that idea that you formulated of meme is exactly the same thing that Mircea Eliade is detailing out in his work. And I think the reason that he's not attended to by the universities, because he's passé in the history of religious ideas, is because everything he says demolishes the postmodern Marxists, demolishes them, which is something that seriously needs to be done. And so I keep hoping, I think, God, it would be such a remarkable thing for Dr. Dawkins to know, especially Eliade's work, although Eric Neumann would be a close second, because it takes the notion of meme, which is...
I have to look up this Neumann guy. I've never heard of this.
The world in imaginal space.
What he said might have surpassed
transmission
Young.
Of those recreations and their potential battles. That's what you specified. And it expands it out into something that extends across millennia. It's the logical extension of your idea. And it's not like people know this because there aren't people who know both literatures.
So this idea of lion as gene, dragon as meme, I think in so many words that it sounds like that's sort of a summary of what you're getting at. And I get the impression, Richard, that you might agree with the idea that the dragon is an effective mimetic abstraction of the concept of individual predators, but it's just not that impressive.
How is it? I don't understand how none of this stuff is impressive to Dawkins when, if I'm not mistaken, he's literally the one that coined the word meme, right? Like as a concept. Like, so I don't know how he doesn't, if he's the guy who like came up with that there are traits that are analogous to genes, that what a gene is in biology, that a meme is in like sociology, and that they can spread. I don't understand why that's not impressive, or that he doesn't seem to care or find any interest in that. Isn't he the one who like coined that whole thing? And like which is a good thing to coin.
It goes against the narrative he wants to push right now.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think he just wants to see it as like unimportant, but it's like it's in his own books, like he obviously finds it important. He finds value in it. So I don't know.
Yes, it's just not that it's true, but it's not an impressive truth.
Impressive at the same time that you are compelled and interested by the idea of meme. I mean, let me ask you a psychological question, if you don't mind. You're obviously welcome not to answer it, but there's a reason that the idea of meme gripped you, and there's a reason it's spread. It's because you put your finger on something. So can I ask you how that idea emerged and why it attracted you?
As a Darwinian, I'm interested in the process of natural selection. Natural selection is the differential survival of replicating entities. DNA is a very excellent replicating entity, whose replication and selection has given rise to the whole of life on Earth.
Especially if God's involved.
Just make the point that DNA is not the only possible replicator you could imagine.
Right?
There might be and there probably is on other planets, a different kind of replicator, not DNA. And then I thought, maybe we don't have to go to other planets. Maybe there's another replicator staring us in the face, the virus of the mind, something that spreads not by DNA replication, but by imitation from mind to mind. So it could be a fashion in clothes, it could be a musical style, it could be an accent, a speech accent, it could be a children's game that spreads through school. All these things are replicators which spread by a non-genetic means and might therefore potentially be the basis for a form of Darwinian selection.
Okay, so then if he thinks this, does he not then think that certain memes that grasped on are therefore more important, and the spreadability of a meme therefore says something about how important it is? But they started this conversation with Dawkins saying that he didn't really think it was that important if a meme spread on it. It was just kind of like a happenstance thing, which I think is like retarded. We got our first super chat from Testicular Johnson. Finally, we have something here. And now my StreamYard is broken. I can't even play my Indian Jesus sound effect. What the fuck? Wait for it. Here it comes. There we go. He says, dreams are gay, which I will hit him immediately. Disavow that. But thank you, Testicular Johnson, for the super chat.
Yep, Darwinian selection would be popularity. The spreadability of an idea.
Longevity of an idea?
For real.
Yes, longevity of an idea, the spreadability, the fidelity of the idea.
How about the grip of motivation by the idea? Like, would you expect?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a possibility, and I would even concede that an archetype might be a one way in which certain memes might spread more than others. It might be compatible with a Jungian archetype. So that's my answer to the question. It was coming at it as a Darwinian and wanting to make the point that DNA, probably having spent the rest of the book stressing the gene as the unit of selection, I want to make the point that it may not be the only one.
Okay. So that's what I understood from your work. So it is on that grounds that I saw the concordance between what you were doing and what Eliade was doing in his investigation into the spread of religious ideas. I like what you described is what I understood. Okay, so let me ask you another question about that. Okay, so could you imagine a scenario where a meme had sufficient...
Actually, I was thinking the same thing. I gotta go back for a second. Why does Jordan Peterson looks like twice the size of Dawkins? I don't know if it's just the camera angle or the way they're sitting, but he looks like so much larger.
Spinal
Anyone else feel that?
It's spinal
Yeah,
compression.
there's some, but even like I don't know if he's taking like a Giga Chad stance, like, and Dawkins, I guess, has his legs crossed, but these two men are not the same species, actually. I think I will say that. If they could interbreed, and I know they can't, but if they could, their offspring would not be viable. That's all I'm saying, okay?
No,
I
actually agree with you. I don't think they can interbreed.
Good.
Sufficient functional adaptive significance so that the individuals who acted it out gained a reproductive edge.
Yes.
Okay. So then you could imagine a situation where there was, I think I've got this right, a Baldwin effect between the meme and the genome.
Yes.
Okay. So then could you imagine an effect where the
fuck's a
heroic
Baldwin effect?
hunters
Like Alec
of the
Baldwin?
past
Is that where you like
who
shoot
decided to cease
your
acting like prey
camera person?
animals, maybe
Yes,
when
it
they
is.
got rocks or sticks, were acting under the impulse that facing down the predator was the appropriate strategy. Because I was thinking about this reproductively. Like, you know that women
know if you're looking
are
it up.
hypergamous. They like men cross-culturally about 4 years
red pill
older than they are.
Red pill.
The most
I don't think
fundamental
he's saying it
female
with the
pornographic
same, like,
fantasy
concept
involves
as everyone
vampires, werewolves, pirates, surgeons, and billionaires. Dominant men who...
I just have to say this. This is a bit off topic, but what Jordan Peterson just said about the vampires, werewolves, all that stuff, I've heard him say it so many times. I
It is
finally
actually
looked it
true.
up. It's not actually true.
No.
When I looked,
most read literature for
it's not. It's like I did my best to track down the source that he's pulling from, and like a few of them are correct. Some of them don't even appear in like the top 10. Like a lot of them, because some of them sound really strange, like surgeon. Like there's no way, like most so that's what made me look it up. I was like, there's no way. Like I can see some of them, sure, like billionaire, okay. But no, like, yeah, surgeon is like not even like it's like not even in the ballpark of the top 5. So Peterson has like popularized this and says this over and over again, but he's like completely misquoting it. Not that it really matters, but it's just it's just interesting.
Are you looking at like books as well, or are you looking at purely like online videos?
Yeah,
no, like when Peterson says this, he's quoting a certain psychologist who did a study on erotica, and Jordan Peterson for his whole career keeps misquoting this study. Yeah, like he keeps some of them are on the top 5 list, but some of them are just not. And it's always interesting to me that he says this so often, and I'm like, has no one ever pointed this out that he's not actually, I just think it's interesting. Because there's no way with and if you even think about it, if you just even go and look at like erotica, it's like most of them don't have a surgeon. There's no way that's top 5. I could buy pirate, I could buy billionaire, I could buy werewolf, but there's some that are like don't make sense.
Capable of standing up to predators who can.
Or one of those what?
Isn't that like 6 options?
I think he says pirate, werewolf, billionaire, vampire, surgeon. I think those are his 5 that he gives. I think.
Never mind. Okay, I thought I heard something else in there.
And be brought into an individual relationship. Okay, so that's the fundamental reproductive story meme that seems to drive women. It's allied with the hero myth. They're the different variants of the same story, the different sexual variants of the same story. And it seems to me it's not unreasonable to note that that's the fundamental story of humanity. And so I don't understand why you're not impressed by that.
We started talking about the Baldwin effect, and suddenly we got into women, what women like.
Well, the men who act out the heroic meme are much more likely to reproduce.
It's an example, but
does anyone on this panel know what the Baldwin effect is? I'm like trying to pull it up, but I don't really understand. It says,
actually, you have it up.
But I don't know if I'm understanding this.
Like layman's terms.
Yeah,
to my knowledge, it's like environmental factors that can become genetic traits. Like if I'm hang on. Yeah, so from interacting with your environment throughout your life, that can instill some sort of like genetic trait that can be then passed on.
Yeah.
So like would example be like the Chernobyl thing Alex was talking about, like the radiation?
I don't.
Are we back on evolution?
Autism.
Or we have off.
We're back here.
I guess. But would it be with the Chernobyl thing? Because that's an environmental effect that Alex was saying caused mutations.
I don't know if it's specific environmental effects or if that would count, but
this is the joke I just made, fucking button. You missed it. You missed. I said it first. I said it first.
Oh, so it can also be things like survival skills, apparently. So like being able to like smashing like snail shells to get snails. I guess like learn skills and like other things throughout its life. And like
you guys ever hear about the 100th monkey effect? Okay, have you ever heard of that?
No, is it racist? It sounds racist.
Yeah,
it's not racist.
Oh, why
it's
not?
not racist. It's a crazy effect. Okay, okay, I know it says it's Wikipedia is a bit like atheist cucked. Okay, but it's an esoteric idea claiming a new behavior idea is spread rapidly by unexplained means from one group to all related groups once a critical number of members of a group exhibit the new behavior or acknowledge the new idea. The behavior was said to propagate even to groups that are physically separated and have no apparent means of communicating with each other. And there is research on this, and it's probably people like claim to debunk it. But the idea is that I think there was some experiment with with Japanese macaques, and they were using like sweet potatoes, and they were like trying to do something. Oh yeah, they were washing the sweet potatoes, and then they observed this same pattern of behavior happen on a different island once like a set amount of monkeys did it. So there seemed to be some like cross. I don't know why I thought of that, but it seems like similar to the Baldwin effect, maybe in some ways, where there was some learned behavior that was passed on. Probably a more basic example is probably like how crows like how crows will like famously in studies will like remember someone in like a mask and stuff, and then will like teach their offspring to also hate that guy in a mask. And they've done that through like multiple generations of crows, where the crows have just like obviously somehow been taught to like hate specific people.
I don't think it would be like teaching. I think it would be like at a genetic level. So it would be like
evolutionary memory. Or what you're talking about. Evolutionary memory.
Yeah,
but what can happen? But what would an example be though in a single generation? What's something that could cause an evolutionary memory in a single generation, or is this something that doesn't happen in a single generation?
We know that like traumatic events within an individual's life can affect like your epigenetics, right? So like even like traumatic experiences like a person suffers, you can pass that on. Like mental illness is maybe a good example. Like there's
is that actually true?
Yeah,
like I know mental illness has a correlation, but like
right.
But like if you're let's say you're 25 and you get like violently raped, are you more likely to
the way that your genes express are different? Yeah. Like throughout your life, your genes will express differently.
You can activate genes.
Yeah, you can activate things. Can be deactivated, and then those things can get passed on to your offspring.
Wow.
So it kind of got latched onto by like super far left people because of like the generational trauma, like from slavery and things like that. Like that's kind of where in the zeitgeist, that's kind of where it like made it stand. But there is actual like scientific research. I know
what Angry Amputee is saying. Good to see you, Angry Amputee. I see. I know this is true, but I always kind of assume that when I hear about these like these correlations and stuff, I always assume that it's like no. I always assume that it's like, well, if my dad was genetically predisposed to be an addict, then I am also genetically predisposed to be an addict. I didn't think it's like if some normal person who's not predisposed, if they just go out and intentionally give themselves a heroin addiction, then their child is more likely to have a heroin addiction. Like I always just thought it's like, yeah, you're just more likely to already have an addiction. And then whether or not you even partake in that, you're more likely to have a kid who will have that. You know what I mean? But you're saying that someone who has no inclination to have an addiction at all, if I, let's say, held them down and forced them to become like an opiate addict, then their kid will become more likely to become an opiate addict?
Probably in layman's terms. I don't know in terms of likelihood, like how much that effect takes place. But I would, that's like the general idea. I don't know how pronounced that effect actually is, but I think, you're more likely to pass down some of that genetic coding. And some of that could be related to maybe your addiction.
It depends on how much Tylenol you take too.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, well, that is true. Yeah.
It's real.
I was going to say that's probably helpful.
Yes, that would be useful.
Okay.
Also, point
it
one
was
point
suggested by Baldwin.
Also, what?
So also point for evolution on that one.
I don't know if I would. I don't know if I'll give you that.
I think in the late 19th
I'll give
century,
you 0.1 of a point.
It's
okay.
A kind of genetic assimilation of a cultural or a learned idea. So the idea is that certain animals learn things, learn a clever trick. It might be nut cracking by chimpanzees, for example, or potato washing by Japanese macaques, or opening milk bottles by English tits.
Whoa!
And they perhaps spread as mimetically as an epidemic of copying, and that's known to have happened with the blue tits and great tits in Britain. Now, certain individuals are likely to learn it faster than others, and there may be genetic variation in the speed with which they learn it. And as the generations go by, natural selection would have favored speed of learning the new trick. And eventually they would have learned the new trick so fast, they didn't need to learn it at all.
Right.
It becomes genetically assimilated into the genome. That's the Baldwin effect.
Okay, that I would say that's essentially the same pattern of archetype evolution that's implicit in the Jungian theoretical
Well, that's
model.
very interesting, because that suggests that Jungian archetypes might be genetically assimilated via the Baldwin effect.
Yes,
now, that's a fascinating idea.
Yes. Okay, so now
I know we're coming to the end of our time soon anyway. It's nice to end on a shared point of interest, which is the Baldwin effect and the archetype's potential origin in the Baldwin effect. Do you think that is something that is worth exploring further? Is that something that we can?
It's crucial.
Sounds like they finally agreed to something.
Yes.
Well, it speaks of the potential
We have 10
relationship
minutes left
between
to agree.
the spread of memes and the alteration of the genetic process. I would say it probably happens fastest by sexual selection. So
yes,
right. So imagine that a meme. Okay, so imagine that a meme develops a representation, imaginal, and the people who embodied are more effective in dealing with predators. And then imagine that there's a concordance between that and the attractiveness of those males to women. Seems highly probable. Well, then you see that because sexual selection is a pretty rapid mechanism, that Baldwin effect gets spinning
I totally agree
very
with that.
rapidly.
I've even suggested, actually, a slightly way out suggestion, that the human habit of standing on our hind legs might have been sexually selected and then genetically assimilated via the Baldwin effect. Chimpanzees do sometimes walk on their hind legs. Now, if for mimetic reasons that was sexually attractive in our ancestors, so that it spread as an epidemic of sexual display, then
I was right.
Natural selection could have favored those individuals who were best at standing on their hind legs, genetically speaking, and then it would become genetically assimilated. This sexually selected mimetic effect could have been genetically assimilated and given rise to the genetic tendency to walk on our hind legs.
So I remember what I was going to ask you about this. So imagine you have a situation in the biblical narratives where the idea of sacrifice is dramatized and ritualized. So it's acted out. It's not exactly understood. It's dramatized and acted out. Well, I believe there's a concordance between the probability that sacrifice would be offered and the ability of someone to forego gratification or to work towards a future end. They're the same thing. And the ability to forego gratification, which is associated with cortical development, is a great predictor of future success. Let's say future, because we know, for example, that trait conscientiousness, which is something like the ability to delay gratification, is the best predictor that isn't cognitive of long-term future success. The ability to sacrifice the present for the future is a hallmark of a strategy of adaptation that's going to propagate down the generations.
That's interesting. As a Canadian, you probably know about the potlatch phenomenon.
Yes.
Where a great sacrifice is a social display, destruction of one's own property which is a form of sacrifice. Mm-hmm. Destruction of one's own property is a mark of prestige.
Right. Well, it indicates I know those communities, it indicates two things. Your willingness to distribute generously to the community because you're a big man if you can do that, but also your faith in the process by which that wealth was generated. I'm so good at, I think women use wealth as a marker of sexual attractiveness, not because they're interested in wealth, but because wealth is the best single predictor of the ability to generate wealth. And the potlatch is that kind of manifestation. It's like, yes, I have all this stuff. I can give it away and burn it, and I can make it again. Because it isn't the wealth, it's the capacity to generate the wealth, right? It's a process or a spirit, you could say, if you wanted to get metaphorical about it. So there's this remarkable concordance between your work and these works that I've been investigating. Like I said, no one knows the two literatures. And so it's very frustrating in a sense, because I understood your concept of meme, I would say, in exactly the way that you just laid it out. And I thought, this is exactly what I've been studying. There's these fundamental narratives, and the people who embody them. Look, the heroes in the theater, they're actors of a narrative meme. They're obviously attractive. People flock to watch them. You know that if you take vervets and you show them pictures of the other vervets in their troops, they spontaneously gaze longer at the higher status vervets. Right, it's exact. So imagine this, in the human society, is that you have people who act out.
Stop making me Google things, Peterson.
Something
vervet,
like a meta strategy for dealing with predation. It's something like that.
Monkeys.
You can approximate that to a greater degree. The more you approximate that, the more the sexual selection in the sexual selection hierarchy. And I think that's clear. Like, it's a bit more complicated than that, because women seem to be, the pornographic literature that women prefer is both the capacity to stand up against predation and maybe even to be a predator, but that has to be brought into alliance with the ability to make a intimate relationship and share. So it's like half monster, half cooperative generous distributor. It's something like that. You can see that's a real knife's edge evolutionarily, because you want someone who can keep the real monsters at bay. But if they're such a monster that they don't share and aren't generous and can't take care of their children, they're just another bloody predator.
So, Richard, the Baldwin effect applied not so much just to the mimetic preference for people who stand up, for example, but something like a dragon, the abstracted predator. Is there any kind of Baldwin effect implication of this kind of thing?
I think there could be. I mean, I think it's an interesting idea that Jungian archetypes could be Baldwinized memes.
And perhaps the dragon could be one of those.
Well, you
somehow
didn't have that terminology,
No,
even the Baldwin effect terminology, but that notion is implicit in his writings. Like he was struggling.
Anson
he also
could do
didn't
anything with AI.
Precisely understand sexual selection, let's say. So the idea lurks implicitly in his work. There's never a statement like that, but you can see clear indications of his struggling towards something like a Baldwin effect explanation.
Now, chaps, I'm afraid that we are just about out of time, but we will be having a secondary conversation on Daily Wire Plus, which we'll be doing in just a moment. So people listening, if they're interested in more, can go and find more there. But for at least this part of the conversation, hopefully we've landed on a point of somewhat agreement between Richard Dawkins and Jordan Peterson, which I think is a pretty significant success, I would say, in many ways.
Well, I think we also established part of the reason that there's a difference.
Alex,
like, I do think that your temperamental tack and my temperamental tack are different. They're generally different.
Yeah.
You know, are you more interested in things or people, would you say?
Oh, he's asking if he's
that's a fundamental dimension of difference
Autism test.
in terms of interest.
I don't think I admit the question, really.
Okay. Well, the reason I asked is because the proclivity to prefer nonfiction, which is more of a masculine proclivity, is associated with a tilt of interest towards the domain of things rather than the domain of people. So
I'm interested in eternal things. I'm interested in things that were true before there were any humans and will be true long after humans are extinct.
Bad definition of eternal.
Lets out all symbolism.
The best definition of eternal.
Maybe. Depends on the Baldwin effect.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, sir. I'm very happy that I had the opportunity to talk to you today. Thank you very much, Alex, for hosting this. And for everybody who is watching and listening, as Alex pointed out, we're going to turn to the Daily Wire side right away. And if you want to join us for another 30 minutes of this conversation, then you'd be more than welcome to do that.
It doesn't end.
So thank you,
Daily Wire subscription,
one way or another, for your time and attention today. Thank you to the film crew here in Scottsdale.
I was gonna say, because isn't there a part where they talk about? I thought there was like a key point where Alex is pressing them on Exodus, like the Exodus, and if you place like a video camera, would Jordan Peterson think that you would see footage of the Israelites leaving the desert? I thought that happened. So is that on like the Daily Wire side? Is that a separate Dawkins and Peterson interview?
Might be.
Dude, that picture. Like that is. Burn it, bro.
I need to know, out of all the trans characters, what am I most likely to look like if I was trans? Because like this one will not become trans. The first one, I think I will become trans if I can look like that. So it just kind of depends.
This is not a trans version. This is a picture of you from last week. I just clipped it off your channel.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that I do. Yeah, I was really drunk that stream, so things got a lot out of control. Trying to see if there is a second half to this. Do I need a Daily Wire Plus membership? I'm already sponsored by them. I should already have that. I shouldn't need it again. Yeah, I think they are trying to bait me into buying a subby. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Oh, we have Brandon here. Brandon, hit me with one of these, brother. Don't be shy, Brandon. Come on up. Get on up here, Brandon. Get on up. There you are.
No, man.
What's up, fellas?
Good to see you, Brandon.
How are we doing?
We just got through a Jordan Peterson and Richard Dawkins video, and it only took us one stream to do. It only took us one stream.
First try.
We started this stream, we ended this stream. Crazy. Never been so efficient before. So, yeah, record-breaking time.
10% of that was probably used to actually discuss the substance of what they're talking about.
We should have saved all the Evo talk for when you start talking about the Alec Baldwin effect,
Well, so you've seen it occur. I guess it's been multiple days across multiple streams with like a million derails. But what did you think overall of these educated gentlemen?
Is this to Brandon? Is it to me?
It was kind of to you, but to whoever, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Okay, because I'm the only one who has for sure been here throughout the 30 hours that we've been talking about this. So yes, I think for the vast majority of it, I think they're talking past each other, and I do agree with Alex that I think it is Dawkins' fault. And then at the end, they come to like a pseudo agreement around the Baldwin effect. I don't know if they're agreeing as much as I wonder if they're just trying to find a point of agreement to like end on a good note. I don't know if they actually got any closer. I still think Dawkins is weirdly resistant to all of the stuff that's said again. And I think the main takeaway I got from that is that when directly asked about the value of memes, he seems to downplay them heavily, despite being the one who coined the term memes and being the one who's written books about it and shit. But then he's saying, "Oh, it doesn't really matter," and I just like care about like actual, just like boots on the ground, like biological facts. And that just seems strange to me. So I think they came to some agreement, but I think it's like a weird.
My frustration with Jordan, not just in this talk, but just more broadly, is sort of I feel like to me he smuggles in a lot of stuff, which you guys might not feel is the case, because the conflation or maybe the tension or the friction that I see arising is that Dawkins is very like I don't know if he's a strict materialist. I assume that he would be, but like when on that side of the fence, when you're talking about truth and you're talking about facts, it's similar to like how Indian Jesus is sort of driving at it unironically of these like empirically proven things that you can like ground, right? Like there's evidence for it, and there's these steps that you can take towards these things. And I think Jordan Peterson makes more of a broader argument that these stories and these other things can have like value, but to me he conflates that with therefore having truth value. And I think that's like a thing that would like drive a lot of like analytical atheistic people.
I agree there's a confusion there, but the weird thing is that Dawkins, even when Peterson brings up like when he was talking about like Crime and Punishment, like I think 30 hours ago on my stream, when he brings up Crime and Punishment, he's talking about Raskolnikov, and he's asking like, is that true? And Dawkins doesn't seem to be like understanding that. Like it doesn't really make sense to say like, it's true in the confines of the story that Raskolnikov existed in a book called Crime and Punishment. But if we're evaluating the truth values of literature, we're not talking about the same thing as the truth values of like biology. And it's weird to me that Dawkins will not agree to that, or seems to live in willful ignorance of that fact, that we're just like, we're talking on totally different levels. And to me, this whole like hour and a half has been has basically been that. And I understand Peterson could probably be clearer. I think Alex like tried to rein him in a few times, but it's like, it's also just, it just feels like Dawkins is not trying if he can't understand that, like, yes, some like works of literature can be like more valuable and have like more effects on human consciousness and have more staying power and have more perspicacity in general to the current cultural climate they're talking about. Like, in under a variety of metrics, they can be real without being like factual events of history, right? Like this is something that you would understand in like in a literature like 101 class, right? This is something that everyone should be able to grasp.
I don't think he would ever concede that, because that kind of like grants Peterson's entire, like that grants like, because it's like a, I don't know, connecting the dots then, right? Because
it grants magical thinking, which is what's required for Christianity,
right?
But if you're conceding to that, then that means you think that any like literary analysis grants Christianity, like, because I don't think it. I don't think those things are connected.
Christianity. I'm saying that if he conceded that point, that's what it would open way to. So it's like maybe it's a bit of a strategic thing that he's trying to bite the bullet, because I don't know how much trap setting they actually did, but they obviously both have their own sort of brands as well. So I don't think it was an entirely honest conversation of just like.
But we all agree that that is a bullet that ought to be bitten. We shouldn't be afraid of like being able to analyze what's
again though is that Jordan Peterson tries to draw this line between that and like what would actually be true, and he's conflating like value with truth, and he's saying that if something has enough value, therefore it's either, he says, it doesn't matter, or like there's like a truth component to it. Which I don't know. I feel, to me, that feels like what he's kind of smuggling in, but maybe not.
He does the same thing. His first conversation with Sam Harris, all they did was talk about what truth means for like the first hour and a half. It was insane.
Oh yeah,
and I don't think Jordan Peterson would
the
ever.
Second Sam Harris one was a better conversation.
Sam Harris, man, what happened to that guy? Well, maybe you guys were never into him. I used to like Sam Harris back in the day.
COVID broke his mind. That's what happened. You know, there's certain things that will break people's brains in both directions. I can't remember who said this, so this is not original thought, but like Trump is something that broke people's minds in both directions. COVID is something that broke people's minds in both directions, right? There's certain events that happen that just like cuck people. And again, on both sides, like, and Harris was cucked on one side of the COVID thing, and then there's obviously people that are cucked on the other side. But there's certain brain breaking events throughout history. I don't know why that is, but yeah, because that's when Sam Harris really like went off the deep end, I think.
I thought his whole like, can we get morals from science was like such a, like, that TED talk for me was where like he really like fell off, because I don't know, the whole we can get morality from science was like,
well, you kind of have to use science to derive morality, because you have to understand nature in order to know what is and isn't right.
See, well.
Right?
Well, he thinks he's bridged the is-ought gap. That's the issue.
Yeah, which he absolutely did.
Still hear you. I'll be right back.
In my opinion, I mean, I don't think his argument was compelling, because then the things that he asserted as trying to say that, like, you know, could lead to some sort of objective moral claims through science were just ultimately just a subjective thing.
Oh,
like,
yeah, you can't do it with just science, but you have to have science, because you have to understand nature. That's the whole reason why Christians like did the whole Enlightenment thing and the scientific revolution era.
I'll agree with that.
Because they wanted to understand the nature of their God, and they thought that their God was like the universe, right?
I'll agree with that, because I think also like your surroundings, like just from a observation or the way the humans are designed to find patterns and like interact with their environment. I think all of those things influence your morality. I think genetics actually plays a huge part in people's morality, because like it affects your temperament. So if you're more prone to being like an angry person, then you're probably going to have a different way of viewing the world, as opposed to if you're more predisposed to being like calm, right? Like, so I think all of these things play huge factors on what our beliefs ultimately will be. But sorry, bit of a ramble.
Well, yeah, and you know, IQ is definitely related to breeding and heredity also, and that has I think that has a higher impact on what your ethics are, because your ability to learn after fewer repetitions determines whether or not you're going to be able to learn how to treat other people in a way that's better for a longer time horizon for your culture, as opposed to people with a lower IQ who have a shorter time preference.
Right.
And that's the problem with Africa, and why Africa has basically stayed so far behind everybody else, is because people in Africa generally have a lower IQ than the rest of the world on a general scale.
That and also, taking their resources.
Yeah, well, it's shorter. Well, no, that's a bunch of BS.
Really?
Yeah,
That's some liberal cope testy. Okay.
Oh, that's liberal cope. So imperialism didn't happen, or it's not continuing to happen.
Well,
that's the reason why Africa's underdeveloped. That's the cope. That's the cope.
Well, I was so ready to just be like, yeah, I agree with you in terms of the long versus short term sort of like thing that IQ can sort of instill, or like I will agree with that broader point. I don't think that that's why Africa is necessarily so far behind globally. I think, well, not the only factor. I would say, I wouldn't. Yeah, I would push back on the other side of things. I do.
Yeah,
think
it wouldn't be the only factor.
Yes, I don't think it's the only one.
Yeah.
I just don't think the white man is like responsible for for Africa being,
Well, I mean, if you look at South,
because I'm white. Okay, it's not because I'm white. It's because I'm honest.
South Africa, though, I mean, there was a very large, robust society there that was very advanced, and after apartheid, when the black people took it over, it's kind of turned into a shithole, right? Because they don't have the cultural ability like the white man did to actually build a thriving society.
Well, man, this is one of those things I push back on fairly heavily in terms of, well, maybe not the South Africa example. I'm not super familiar with goings on there, but like a classic example I think of is like sort of the British occupation of India, where like an incalculable amount of wealth was extracted. But then on the flip side, people say like, well, they did, get a train tracks out of it, and it did bring them into the 21st century. Like people make these arguments for slavery as well, right? It's like, well, slavery was bad, but
do you think I'm not saying that like the British colonization was necessarily good, but in an alternate world where the Brits never went into India at all, and now we're in the same like the year 2026, do you think India's doing better or doing worse? I would say
right. And so, yeah, well, and this
where we have influenced them. So I'm not saying it's right, but the results is better.
I get what you're saying, but I would have to say that I don't know, because a big thing of India was their was textiles and also the spice trade for an extremely long time. And so those two things alone, like I don't know if the general population would have been better off, or if it would have just been like some noble family or something, like the way that those structures sort of existed in the past. But like, yeah, I mean, I understand it's hypothetical. I honestly just don't know. It's hard to say like if a nation was left unmolested, so to speak, like if they were.
Can we not look at abroad? I don't want to get into like too controversial territories, but if we look at pretty much almost every nation that has gone through colonization, and we compare it to all the nations that haven't, are they not on average better off at the end of the day?
What I'm saying. This is like the hindsight is 2020. So we could say that like. This is what I'm saying. It's like, well, you could say that, like, look at Japan. It's like, well, we nuked them, but now look at this. They're, look how advanced and all these other things. If we didn't nuke them, like,
how I know your argument is wrong. It's because America was a colony.
I don't follow. Could you expand?
Well, you're saying that colonization basically causes a degradation in the ability of society to be able to thrive. But the United States is proof that that's not true.
Hold on. Pete, I think two things to note is there have been people in Africa for longer than there have been people in Europe, right?
Yeah.
And
they've had even more time.
Yeah, technically speaking, they have. What it comes down to is like the landscape, natural resources, and from what I can tell, honestly, how cold winters get.
Yeah, I think environmental factors play a much larger.
But they have more. Africa's like, isn't Africa like the resource densest?
How much arable land
continent? Yeah, but they don't own any of.
Well, resource density in terms of what? No, forget that. Resource density in terms of what? Late stage things that you produce after you've industrialized, right?
No. I mean, even just like stuff that you would need in like the fucking Iron Age and stuff. A shit ton of food.
Really?
I actually don't.
Yeah.
Know. I assume
that's not true.
Yeah,
no, it is true.
Yeah, Africa is the source of where watermelons came from, right? I mean, that's my favorite food.
I don't know if that's the point, but
is there a reason why we're sending them food every year more than we even use here?
Yeah, it's because a lot of Africa doesn't do things well. A lot of it's corruption. A lot of it is like stolen by warlords and despots and fucking gorillas. Like not like the monkey type, but like gorillas, like with the U.
Like friendly farming villages to a bunch of warlords for no reason.
But yeah.
There've always been warlords in Africa.
No,
though,
okay.
if you
Let me
think about
just
it.
describe. I'll describe like the process because this is what happens. Is like, for example, I think like diamond mines are our classic example, right? Like those are owned all by foreign companies, right? And so if they were to like develop, or if people were to like sort of reclaim their natural, but no, look at all of their industries like cobalt, copper.
You're
Like,
starting
all
at
of
the
these
end.
things are owned by foreign entities. So
Like,
it's still
what's the
happening.
biggest predictor of a successful society from the beginning? It's not gold. It's not gold. It's not diamonds. It's not.
I feel like
iron.
I feel like you're Fed
No, but
posting right now, and you want me to say something that I don't want to say.
I am saying this is why they are still in that state to today. I'm not like making the whole historical.
Well, no, I'm not even talking about to today. I'm just talking about like, let's say at the time that Britain and Europe and those other countries started like sailing around the ocean and doing whatever they were
superior
doing.
technology, right?
Right. Why did they get there when people in Africa didn't?
Why did they get? Oh, you mean like why?
Yeah. Yes.
Why did they advance technology or knowledge
Yes.
faster? I don't know. Couldn't give you an answer for that.
I gave it to you, right?
What is the answer?
So in South America, it's a problem of usable land. There's more ocean than there is land in South America. Not in South America, but in the southern hemisphere. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
The resources available there are useful, very useful, towards later stage industrialization or the Metal Ages. But proceeding to the Metal Ages requires a lot of things too. The other problem is whether there's winters or not. So if there's year-round bugs that pass diseases and kill any significantly large groups of people. So for example, if you were to build a large city in Africa and somebody came by with Ebola, we're in trouble. There's no Ebola in North America. There's no Ebola in Europe or anywhere else, right? These diseases don't survive there because it's not as warm. It gets cold. The environments or the conditions for the level of disease that keeps these populations from overgrowing or industrializing is just too high.
Europe also had the Black Death, right, which killed like a huge, massive swath of their population. I agree with you. I think that's like a big factor.
What does Africa have? They have malaria. They have.
Alex, I have to ask you a quick question. Okay.
1/3 of Europe. So when you take such a massive population hit, I mean, like by following your logic,
Europe had already industrialized by that point. They already had
Alex,
a bunch of this stuff.
Have you read this book, Alex? I need to know. Have you read this book?
What?
The one that's on screen. Oh shit! Wait. Did you say this before I pulled this up? Oh my god. Is this what? Yeah, this happened before. We're thinking the same thing. Have you read this book? Guns, Germs, and Steel.
No, never heard of
it. By Jared Diamond.
Never heard of it.
Because this is the book. Me and Jonathan are on the same page. I was trying to pull this up, and he already had posted it in chat. This is the book that gives all of these ideas that you're saying. So I don't know if you directly got it from this, but this is. It's a bad. It's bad. Okay, maybe you were taught it in a liberal college setting, not to be like super like right pilled or anything. But this is the kind of liberal.
This 20 years ago. All right. No, this isn't liberal cope. This is just. What do you mean? How is this cope? Are you telling me that like mass amounts of infectious diseases don't hold societies from having high populations?
So I'm
sorry, Europe had the fucking Black Plague that wiped out like 1/3 of the whole fucking continent. Okay,
now you're just stealing
it was more than one time.
Oh wait, did you say that to Sticker Johnson?
I literally.
Sorry,
just
fighting the book.
Alex, if that's true, then why didn't the Indians in North America proliferate at the same rate as the Europeans did? Because they were Northern Hemisphere. They had a larger landmass, better access to resources. How come the Europeans succeeded and the Indians were stuck in like the Bronze Age when the Europeans came over and basically took their land from them because they were so far behind?
Do you know horses used to live, on that note, in North America, and then the Native Americans hunted them to death instead of domesticating them? That's just a fun fact. There used to be wild horses in North America, like in America, and then they were hunted to extinction. Instead, so they had the animals. They just didn't domesticate those animals. Okay, I'm not saying it's a skill issue, but I'm not saying it's also not a skill issue. Okay.
I think it's more that some adaptations make culturally based on the restrictions of your environment lead to different civilizations having different traits, and there's nothing wrong with that variation between different sections of the human species, right? And it overall it benefits the entire species, right? I mean, if it wasn't for the white man civilizing the planet, we'd all be way far behind. So I mean, I'm indebted to what my people did, and we don't deserve to be on top forever. We kind of lost that mantle to what we had before, but I mean, we deserve to lose it after we helped all the other sectors of humanity catch up to us. I mean, it's a good thing that we did that, right?
That's certainly one way to look at it.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
these things are like I half agree with and I half disagree with. It's just very hard to go full send.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
Just the same. I also half agree with what Alex is saying, but
yeah,
you should actually wholly agree with me.
Well, yeah. I also think that the exploitation point,
dude, the exploitation happened after. To me,
these things are always
started booming in the north.
Yeah, what allows a tribe to be exploited, right? A lack of might, right?
Right.
I'm not saying might makes right, but yeah, the exploitation definitionally has to happen after there's a power differential.
People in Africa have been around longer than anyone in the northern hemisphere, and yet they were still using spears while England was using what? Swords?
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with any of this stuff. I already said that they were technologically advanced. Again, my point is I don't like this.
What explains that?
To me, it's viewing the past through these rose-tinted lenses. Because we're saying that they are better off today because of these interventions where they
might very well be.
It sure seems like if you look at you know about the uncontacted tribes and stuff.
Though we're just saying
far better off had we not exploited them instead.
Their GDP is up probably. If we're using a GDP
just hold on. Hold on. But we presented them with solutions to sickle cell disease, right? That's an adaptation they were forced to have because of malaria.
Sure.
Without treatments for that, they suffer a lot of complications.
But
that's white man and skin cancer, though. That's kind of like, we have problems too because we're white. It's not all sunshine and roses.
Yeah, look at the Ashkenazi. Ashkenazi Jews have like a million genetic disorders, right? I remember learning about that.
Oh, I thought they were genetically superior.
They are. They're more intelligent than all the other kinds of humans on the planet. Yeah.
They won the most Nobel Prize, right?
But it came with a price, right? Nobody's perfect.
Oh, there you go. That's the trade-off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything to say about that, Confluence?
Well, not really, but I will say I am Testicular Johnson pilled in the sense that yes, it does, and I think Anson was kind of saying this too. It depends on there's differences to I think all of these groups, and I think we kind of fetishize GDP in a way, and I'm not trying to noble savage anyone, but there is a degree where maybe in some tribes like the Hopi Indians or something, it's maybe they were leading more fulfilling lives than we were and were more connected. I believe in God. Maybe they were more connected to God than the average, civilized, European tribe was, right? That could be possible, right? And so it's so maybe some tribes are selecting for things that, don't allow for technology, but they're actually selecting for things that at least someone like me actually values a lot more. And so I don't think it's I don't think that makes them worse or better or anything. You know what I mean? It's just a difference.
Fair enough. I just wanted to push back on that one small thing, but I don't think there's a massive disagreement here. It's probably just more we've ended up here now, and the way that history is viewed. I mean, history is written by the victors or whatever, right? But there are certain ways of framing these things. I guess for me, I see it more as a slippery slope when people have these conversations because I've heard it used to justify some really shitty things that have happened based on
My whole research into this stemmed from the race realism that I've been saying untrustworthy stuff. That's why I delved into this.
Yeah,
because
that's usually the direction a lot of people
I
go,
wanted
right?
to understand what the cause is, not just like what people like to point at. Like, oh,
Yeah, I
skin
understand.
color different. There's the reason. No, that's
No,
not
it's
that's
not
not how that
that.
works.
That's
No,
yeah,
but
it's not that.
but
Yeah.
so if you asked about Indians in like North America, it's because there were almost no domesticatable animals in North America. You said there were horses and they did hunt them down, but did they have draft animals to pull like plows and stuff for farming? No. They have oxen? Not really. Like
I'm
large
sorry.
numbers of cattle?
No, no. You know, bison. Like the bison they had, like weighed less than like. Look, we say it different ways up here in Canuck land. Okay, at least I do.
Well,
I don't know what the sticker
Has anyone been able to
bison,
domesticate a bison, by the way?
Yeah, you can domesticate a bison.
Yes, yeah, you
Is it
can.
pulling a plow?
Bison is delicious, by the way. Anyone?
It is delicious.
Bro, I've never had it.
Yeah, why didn't they farm the bison? Why were they so intent on? I mean,
They drove them off of cliffs, and
Yeah.
just, like they literally drive them off
cavemen.
cliffs.
Yeah, because they were cavemen instead of more advanced.
It was super tribal.
Right. It wasn't just tribal; it was barbarism, right?
Yeah, until we came in and civilized them.
Yeah, I agree. They should have been vegan.
Yeah, they should have been vegan. True.
Well, they would have had more animals to help them with their labor if they were vegan. Yeah. So
In either case, things that make high population density possible tends to drive people to innovate solutions to problems created by high population density. That's
well
honestly
said.
what it comes down to.
Yeah.
And things like year-round diseases and highly infectious diseases and things like that happen every single year, not once in a blue 1,000-year moon. All right. Those kind of diseases tend to keep populations from congregating, not to mention the lack of being able to farm large amounts of land as easily as North America and things like that.
Alex, you're getting some allegations in the chat. Sickle cell disease you're endorsing. That's a very racist thing to say, Alex. How do you respond to Stacy?
What do you mean?
Yeah, why are you doing that?
Why are you endorsing sickle cell? That's such a racist thing to say.
Yeah,
it's actually fine as long as you only have one of the have it on one pair of your chromosomes.
That's true.
It's actually not just fine; it's a good thing if you live in Africa. It'll keep you from dying of malaria.
There you go.
But when you get two of them, that's when
just like Down syndrome
issues start to happen. Yep.
Yeah,
pretty much just like Down syndrome.
It's almost like an adaptation that if
a forced adaptation.
Yeah, but like if their population was sequestered from the rest of the world, eventually, like there might have been another evolutionary answer to that would have allowed, survival even after two pairs, right? Because like the adaptation and biological evolution.
I think you can survive having two pairs. It's just there's a lot of like complications that arise, aren't there? Like your life
you don't die from sickle cell anemia. You can, but you don't. But you don't. Yeah, it's not like an auto death thing.
No, but I'm not even sure if people like lived long enough to have that problem during some periods in Africa. Like,
yeah, I think because it's like just a defect in how your body processes iron. I'm not looking anything up, so this is completely off the dome. I could be totally wrong about this.
But
it's something about your iron stuff, right?
Yeah, you don't have as much iron in your red blood cells because your red blood cells are shaped weirdly. They can't hold as much, or their surface area isn't as high. I can't remember which it is. Basically making like breathing and high amounts of oxygenation difficult. But this is like the naturalistic answer to this. If anyone's actually wondering, this explains pretty much everything.
It still sounds a little guns, germs, and steel coated in my mind.
I don't know. I've never read the book, and I never will. Okay.
I'm not saying you haven't read it.
Just because some
have you gone to college? Have you gone to college, Alex? Have you gone to college?
Yes. Never heard of that book. Never heard of it.
What's wrong with that book?
You don't need to. You don't need to go to college to have heard the book.
When was it written?
In like the late 90s, 96, 97, 96, 7. Yeah, 97.
Yeah. No. 6, 7. No. No, I've never heard the theory before. This is something I came up with on my own. I spent a lot of time researching it.
That's how you know you're brainwashed, when you come up with the liberal theory and you think you actually came up with it instead of it being spoon-fed from academia.
Well, hold on.
That's how you know it's working, Alex. That's how you know it's working.
How different is my theory from the book? Have you read the book?
God, no.
Oh, then
it's a liberal postmodern copium book. Because I've read summaries. I've read summaries of the book.
Oh, if somebody read a summary of the Bible, you'd be like, "That's good enough."
So, yeah. If I read a summary,
I'm sorry,
of the Bible
is a
right,
holy
that would
text.
exactly be correct.
This is some liberal, postmodern, third wave feminism.
Actually,
a communist probably.
Can I ask you a question? How do you know the book isn't right? What's the honest critique of it if you've never read it?
Because I've read the summary of it. I've read the summary of it. Okay.
Okay. So given the summary, what's your critique of it?
The summary is it posits a lot of stuff that is just, I think, false, like the lack of resources, the lack of domesticated animals. These things are just not true, right? It's just like a lot of people say that about
in Africa. I would not say there's a problem of necessarily resources and animals. There's plenty of.
That's what I mean, and that's what the book. That's what the book says so much about that.
But there are certain classes of animals that are more tolerable or more easily domesticated, right?
Yes.
Like, do you think we put cows on plows before we started using them for milk?
Okay, Dr. Seuss, cows on plows. No, I know. Like, I understand. Like, yeah, the zebra is famously hard to domesticate. Okay, it doesn't like being a beast of burden. Yeah, the zebra is very hard to, even though it's like so horse coded.
And also, their camouflage is horrible. That's
yeah. I don't know what's up with the zebra. Also, if you've ever heard a zebra, this is a side tangent, but if you ever hear a zebra make a noise, it sounds like a reverse donkey. Okay.
Yeah, I've actually heard it, and it is weird.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, instead of like like a donkey, it's like ee.
Yeah. I honestly thought I had the unfortunate like conspiracy theory for a little while that like zebras were just inverted donkeys, or donkeys were inverted zebras. Like they were full of crap about it being like a combination of. Yeah, I was
also, I know, like,
I'm gonna play this for the panel, okay, just so everyone else can experience the horror of the zebra sounds. Okay, I hope this is a good video.
Oh, that is fucking weird.
That sounds different. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Yeah, see, honky.
Yeah, it's like an
weird.
It's like a donkey breathing inwards instead of out.
Yeah.
Also, I know, like, I am on the evolution side strongly, but for zebras, they like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. They're black and white. They live in like grassland.
You know,
and they
God,
are the most
God
obvious.
made zebras.
Yeah,
this is the evidence for God. This is actually evidence for God. Zebras and like octopus.
Octopus?
Did I say A? Fuck.
I mean, I say A all the time.
Hey,
of course you do.
What evolutionary train do you think octopus came from?
No, you just, why are you so ashamed of your Canadian heritage?
Yeah,
because it's not heritage.
He's not
from Wisconsin. Okay.
Why are you? No, why are you? You're in Canada though, dude. You gotta.
Why are you ashamed of your nationality, man?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, the Baldwin effect means you'll have Canadian children.
Yes, that's true. Baldwin effect. Your kids are gonna say A. Your kids are gonna start saying
when I meet wifey,
actually,
unflew wife.
Hold on, are you evolving
fluence
into a Canadian?
I hope not.
Just an adaptation.
You are. Maybe that's why I liked your channel.
I hope not. Where's Maryland? Where's fucking Maryland? There we go.
Yeah, when I first got here, maybe that's why I was like, oh, this guy seems chill. It's because of the Canadian.
Yeah, maybe you picked up the Canadian pleasantries within me.
Yeah.
It's possible. Got to get out of here, man. I got to escape. Been here too long.
Why do you still live in Canada then?
I have family in Canada, so.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. Well, yeah. I just have one thing that I gotta.
And then he leaves.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
it's a good thing to say.
Well,
good note for Anson to end on.
Well, I'll let you guys argue about whatever you like.
If you stay in chat and you drop off, I'm gonna be pissed.
Unless you guys have like a topic. I mean, I was just gonna get dinner, but like if you wanted to argue, I just feel like
if you want to get dinner and then jump back on, do that. But
because I do still want to like argue because I'm like toxic like that. So
yeah, I love arguing because I always win because I'm always right. Sorry.
Maybe I could leave you guys with a topic. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure. Drop us a bomb.
I'm using ChatGPT
to come up with a topic.
I mean, you're the streamer, Confluence. I'm just small peanuts.
I didn't think we'd get through the video so fast. I thought I'd be like streaming for 16 hours, but we somehow like really made progress on that shit.
Trigger Anson, because he left. That's his name, right? Anson?
Anson, yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I think taxes are good, and I think that they're necessary for society.
I don't think taxes are theft.
Yes,
yeah,
that's right.
I don't think they are either. But I don't know if any Christian.
We all agree. I assume
Christian, do you?
I don't know if anybody's libertarian coded.
Christian, are you like libertarian?
I'm back.
What do you think about taxes? Taxes good? Taxes bad?
What do I think about taxes?
No, the other Christian.
Yeah, what do you think about Texas? They're asking about Texas.
I was making tea.
Oh yeah,
I think about taxes. I don't think taxes are bad.
Shit, we all agree. This is why everyone calls you a liberal.
Fucking Maduro time. Okay?
Wait, Colin, you don't like taxes?
Maduro. No, I like to. No, we all like
taxes. We all love taxes. We all love licking the boot.
We're all tax coded, okay?
We all believe taxes are necessary, and they're the price we pay for living in society.
Yeah.
Taxes,
I agree with that. Season's coming up. Taxes.
Not to mention
Maduro. I think that's kind of fucked up. I think it's fucked up.
Why?
No,
I think that was goated as hell.
I think
it was goated as hell too.
I think the broader implications, it makes the world nervous. And okay, I'm gonna say this as a Canadian.
They should be nervous.
Because like you guys are protection of America, so you guys can have your opinions and everything. But like, I think the broader implications are what's concerning, not Maduro and Venezuela in a vacuum. Trump threatened like 6 different countries in his follow-up press conference. He threatened Iran, threatened Greenland, Cuba, and fuck, there was another country.
Cuba, I would be worried about.
Colombia. He threatened Colombia.
Yes, that's right. And I think
Colombia
Venezuela
should probably start buying some of his meme coin really soon.
Yeah,
I heard he ignores you if you do that.
I guess okay. Well, I won't zoom out too far to begin with. I think Maduro, the point itself, I think that clearly he was like a dictator. Nobody liked him domestically. I think his approval rating was at like 10% or something.
And he lost the last election. He fucking lost it.
So he wasn't. Hold on. He wasn't just a dictator. He like ran the cartels. Like he worked with them actively.
So the drug narrative, Venezuela was mostly like a hub. It was like a shipping hub. Most drugs are not produced within Venezuela.
I'm not even talking about that. Okay. I'm saying the cartels that operated there.
He looked the other way and he gave them protection.
No. He didn't look the other way. He worked with them. He made sure his police worked with them. He made sure his military worked with them. That is not looking the other way.
Well, so did the president of Honduras, and he got a full pardon. So I'm just saying, like, in terms of consistency.
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
Okay, well,
I agree.
Who pardoned?
But
Honduras.
Trump.
Who? Yeah, Trump.
But he should have. But
that's
because he played ball. That's because he played ball.
Wait.
He brought the meme coin to the moon.
Clarify. I don't think.
First of all, we have a super chat. Okay, it's like a broke stream tonight, so I do have to pause for the super chats. From fucking button. Eat shit, libs. Agree with that fucking button. Eat shit, libs. You fucking lib cucks. 0%. Oh wait, he's actually anti-tax. 0% state tax, state income tax in Texas, aka America. Also, taxation is theft, and only pride-fluence communists disagree. Okay, actually, this was a very
hold on.
Anti-confluence message. Now that I read
have a response. I have a response. Okay. If you were not going to fund your own state, the federal government shouldn't have funded either. I say we take away all aid.
Yeah, Texas is like a welfare state.
Absolutely nothing goes to them. Not for their roads. Not for anything.
Wait,
not for the border.
why?
Let them.
Wait, why? Wait, what? Because
Well,
they're
if
not
they don't wanna-
taxing their own population at the state level. Why would that? What? I don't even
Doesn't Texas
understand
take,
where you're going with that.
like a massive amount of
What do
federal
you mean? If they don't want to fund their state with taxes from their own population, they're not going to fund it with taxes from other states.
It's not like
Yeah.
it's not like they're Texas is not like getting money from other states.
They get
Yes, it
massive.
is.
No, they get massive
They-
federal
they
funding.
don't pay-
Like, one
So
of
does
the
every
highest-
state.
No, but Texas gets like a massive
No.
amount of federal funding
There's
compared
plenty
to
of states that pay
Based on
more
what? Based on
in than they
population?
get.
I don't know if it's population. Let me just check though.
No.
Like state tax, state income tax goes into the state. State income tax, you don't. I mean, someone correct me if I'm wrong,
No.
but you don't take state income tax and
Yes,
then give it to the federal government.
I thought it was
that.
federal income tax. My bad. Actually, you know what? Never
Yes,
mind.
they have
I
no
totally
state
agree with you.
Yeah.
My state has no
Okay,
income
okay.
tax either.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
it's just sales tax.
But I would argue that because they
My
get so much
apologies.
federal
Forget
funding,
it. Everything I just
essentially
said. Forget it.
subsidized.
But what's that? Wait, Alex, I know you're agreeing, but you said it's not just sales tax. It is like state income tax. It's an income tax, not just sales tax.
No. I'm saying if they're going from like state taxes or income tax to sales tax, I'm fine with that.
But they're also paying zero.
Yeah.
Like, on your tax forms, right? You pay a certain percent of your income tax is from the state and a certain.
No, not my state gets all their income tax from sales. But my state is also a net
Okay,
contributor.
no, they actually do pay a lot in federal taxes. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
my state is a net contributor to federal income tax.
Well, if I triggered
federal
fucking buttons,
taxes,
it was worth it.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, so
I can probably narrow down where you are, Alex, because I don't think there's many like 0% state income tax. So
a lot of states are like that.
How many?
I don't actually know the number.
You're from Florida, aren't you? You're from fucking Florida.
Now, you sound
and
like
I
you're
would say no to anywhere else you ask me. But yes,
Minnesota.
Florida is one of them.
I'm ChatGPTing this.
I don't know anything
ChatGPTing this.
I think Minnesota
What
does have state income
No,
tax.
stop trying to
It's like
states
the
have
state.
0% income tax?
It's like 8 states.
Oh yeah, this is my Gemini, which is famously retarded, says 9, but I don't know if I trust it. So Alex, you were either in Alaska, Florida, Nevada, New Hampshire, South Dakota, Tennessee, Washington, or Wyoming.
I bet he's in Wyoming.
It's one of those.
I was gonna say that he feels Wyoming
I was-
coded to
Yeah.
me. I don't know why. There's
I
just
was
something
gonna
about
say
Alex.
Alaska. I was gonna say somewhere cold. I think Alaska.
Flat land.
If you're asking, I'm gonna say no because I'm gonna say no matter what you ask. So
No, I think I already know it's Wyoming. I just can I have like a spiritual intuition about these things, and you just feel when I think of you and I imagine you in
That's
the
actually
flat
funny.
plains of
What
Wyoming.
about Alaska?
Alex, he said he had a
I
spiritual.
don't know if he's
intuition.
Alaskan
He did say
coded.
it's
that's
not
fine.
Wyoming.
so?
He has his spiritual stuff. I'm okay with
I'm
that.
just saying you could disprove his entire belief system right now if you just.
I mean, definitely not.
It would-
Definitely
My
not
spiritual
Florida.
intuition
That
could be
he was
wrong,
wrong.
okay? My spiritual intuition
yeah.
can be wrong, okay?
This is the
It's just
problem. Nobody
often
makes
right.
statements that they're like, if this particular statement is proven false,
Hold on,
then
what's wrong?
I have to
Button saying-
reevaluate.
Button
And I
it.
will,
saying
yeah,
we're all
I will change my worldview.
Well, yeah, but
Alex, I told you that about
No,
your
no, no,
dreams,
no, no,
brother.
I know,
I told you if I don't
I
fix your
know.
dreams in the next year, then I don't have the abilities I think I have. I will say that, okay?
wait, am I gonna have to lie to you just to like not destroy your own belief system?
No, because
No.
it's not destroying my whole belief. It would just be like, yeah, I don't think my powers are as strong as I thought they were. Right?
Oh,
Crush his
Like
ego.
a skill issue?
Be like, no, it's actually
Yeah,
not
a
worse.
skill issue. Yeah,
Yeah.
so you can
Yeah.
prove that. Yeah, I have like a skill issue, and that I'm not as on the ball as I think I am. So
okay.
so yeah,
Alright,
so that's
I won't
this
lie.
is a yeah. I don't want you to fucking lie to me.
I almost never lie.
Is that a lie?
It's not Stacy's.
It's
That's
almost
Stacy in the
never.
chat.
So
He
no,
did
it's
say
not.
almost,
It's not.
so.
It's not a lie.
Wait, getting back to the topic slightly. Well, I mean, we don't have to actually.
I'm gonna get back to Maduro. Okay.
Yeah,
And
well,
why-
what do
Yeah,
you-
so here's my
what do you guys
opinion, right?
think of all that?
If
Yeah.
your state is like a net federal tax taker, like you take more in federal taxes than you contribute, and you're reducing your own taxes in the state, I think we should reduce how much you get from the government. That's my opinion. All right.
Yeah, I just have to put this fucking button on because I kind of agree with fucking button on this. I mean, the fact that you guys were even a bit, hesitant on this is crazy to me. Is crazy because that's just like that's a well-known fact.
It's dependent on Fed states.
Yeah, what's a well-known fact?
Everything in this comment right here, that fucking button sent in.
Oh no, Texas is super gay, dude, and also they belong to Mexico, rightfully. So,
I wholeheartedly disagree.
I'm just trying to get you some more super chats. All right.
Yeah, someone get angry enough, okay, to send a super chat in.
I just thought of the most inflammatory thing I could tell somebody from Texas.
Okay, Maduro though.
Where I'm from.
Okay. Right. So
let's go. Yeah, go around. Let's go around the panel first of all. So Alex, you think it's goated? Testy, you think?
I think he is absolutely. I think this could have been like a Bay of Pigs thing, so it was a pretty high risk thing to do. But the fact that it worked out, I think like we got to groove back. Okay. America is no longer like the country that has to invade for 21 years and leave and have everything undone in one day.
I mean, this is gonna last.
Now they're the country that like hits you with missiles and your president's just gone.
So, okay,
Just saying.
Sure. Well, sorry, I'll let everybody go around and do their thing. I want to push back on this, but
yeah, okay, we'll put a pin in that. Christian.
I mean, I don't know. I don't.
Just no opinion.
Yeah,
Fair.
no, I don't know. I don't really dig too deep in that.
What about you, Brandon?
I don't have enough. This is a little out of my wheelhouse. I don't have enough information. On its face, it seems crazy, but I mean, it might be justified. It just depends. I'm not sure.
Can I ask, like, what is like on his? What do you see on his face that you think makes it crazy, or they could indicate that it's crazy?
I see us going in and taking a leader of another country, and then saying we're going to run the country until we find somebody to replace him, and I don't know. That just sounds crazy to me. I don't know.
Like, let's say it was between this or an invasion where we had to like make our way to the capital with troops and just kill anyone who like beats us, and doing the same thing. Which would you select?
Which capital, like Venezuela or our capital?
Venezuela,
What are you saying?
wherever the Maduro was, right? His own
Caracas
capital,
or whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's better, to kill a bunch of people or just take one guy? Is that what you're asking me? Probably just to take the one guy.
Okay. So I'm saying if we had to do this for whatever reason, right? This was the way to do it.
So what's the question? If we had to, should we do it?
No. If we had to do this, was this the right method to do it? Or would you?
That's the thing. I don't know what method.
Of war.
I don't know what method was used.
We hit him with rockets and then.
The method. So I'll give some background for my limited.
Yeah, like I
stuff.
said, I don't have a lot of information about it. So
the background that was used is they had someone on the inside. The CIA was also there to track Maduro's movements, and they had someone that they're communicating with that was in like Maduro's administration. I don't think it's been revealed who yet. Probably won't be ever for their safety. And yeah, then they did a 3-hour operation. I think they ended up killing, 80 people. Some percent was civilians from what I know. But yeah, within like 3 hours, they had captured Maduro and his wife and brought them back to America. And so it's pretty small casualties. I mean, it's still 80 people. There's still 80 souls lost. But some of them were guards, some of them were civilians. And yeah, so it was done in a very tactical, precise way over a long period of time of gathering intelligence data and then eventually going in for the steal.
Sure, yeah, it would just be a cost-benefit analysis. I mean, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, of course. This could work out really, really poorly, right? But I'm just saying, like, out of all the ways, if we had to do this, out of all the ways we could have done it, this was probably the better.
Oh, sure, that might be true. I don't have any contention with that. Like I said, I would need to look into it more. To be fair,
How is taxation theft?
Oh, we got fucking Button again.
We're back on tax.
He's not an idiot. Fucking Button is based, okay? Taxation is theft. Actually, I shouldn't say base before I read anything beyond that first sentence. But also a wild thing today. A rabid coworker with terminal Trump derangement syndrome came up to me today to say, "Man, that was badass what Trump did." See, even people who are anti-Trump still appreciate what Trump is doing.
So let me. I'll start with the points of like agreement. Maybe I think it on paper it is kind of badass. All right, like I think that I agree with Alex in saying that like I guess of all the ways that this could have gone sort of sideways, it probably went as best as like possible for what they were trying to do. I think that. I mean, because it gets into a lot of this, like the legal versus the moral side. A lot of people tend to agree that this is probably illegal. There's no approval from Congress. Like they're trying to cite the War Powers Act or whatever, but that gives Trump like limited engagement, and he would be past like his deadline or whatever to be able to do what he's doing, basically. So I think that I guess my main overall argument, and the reason why I think it will turn more badly is Trump has made his intentions clear that they're going to revitalize the infrastructure like well enough to the oil that they're quote unquote owed, right? And so what they did sort of, like America doesn't really, there's no appetite to send like massive amounts of troops, but I think there has to be some minimal security forces for them to be able to send in contractors, because there's already been tons of like investments, like just like Venezuela was before. A lot of people are trying to invest to get their cut, right?
I don't disagree with you, but I feel like what just happened is going to make a lot of people pretty hesitant to like, I don't know, try and like kill our contractors, knowing that they might just be next.
Well, I don't think it's going to be like a direct, like I don't necessarily know if it'll be like the Venezuelan people or like some like extended military thing. I think the U.S. can kind of act with impunity, and that's one of the reasons they're probably making threats towards other countries, because you got the biggest fish in the pond, like everybody recognizes that. But I think that it's going to be extremely. I just don't see how this doesn't get extended. If the goal is just extract oil at current capacities, like it's not very much. Like the infrastructure has broken down, and so to make it like a profitable business venture will require years of like investment. So it's not. It is a.
But I mean, Exxon already has investments on there, right? Or not
so
Exxon, who is it?
So does Chevron, don't they?
Chevron, yeah.
Yes,
they already have like they
capacity,
had insane investments, and those things were all like stripped from them. But what I'm saying is, if they were offered to like get those things back, but they have to rebuild it themselves, I'm pretty sure they would do it, especially if the U.S. guaranteed like the.
I mean, it's the biggest proven oil reserve on the planet, right? In Venezuela.
That is true, yeah.
So it's like there is big incentive there,
and it's exactly the kind of oil we can refine in our country, which is crazy.
And I guess the other argument which I make, which is this is an unfalsifiable thing, it almost harkens back to like the whole thing about the points that we're making about colonialism and stuff, but I think that it's also just looking at history. Like these things tend to go a certain way, especially with interventions in South America. So, like, I guess of possible outcomes, and obviously we don't know what's happened yet, so I'm kind of firing from the hip. But if the U.S. kind of backs like a U.S.-friendly campaign or something, then they'll kind of be seen as a U.S. puppet, right? And there won't be an appetite for that. I don't think that because Venezuela was quote unquote like, or Venezuelans were quote unquote liberated from Maduro, necessarily means that they now want to be like kind of a vassal of the U.S. or maybe not a vassal, maybe it's the wrong word, but like I guess subservient to the U.S. I still think that there would be a strong appetite for them to have control over their own resources, right?
I mean, that's going to depend on a couple of things, right? Like if you think your life is already fairly good, or at least you're free to make your own decisions, and somebody comes in and changes your government, kind of like we did in like Iraq and stuff, right? They get resentful pretty quickly. But if the person who like had you there was like a tyrant that was killing a bunch of your people and screwing around with the worst criminals, I feel like if at least for a while they would be totally fine with the U.S. kind of at least overseeing the management until they get their feet under themselves. At some point, they will want to be their own country for sure, but I don't know if they necessarily want that today, given that there's plenty of like military personnel and generals who would love to take advantage of that situation.
I think I agree with you overall, and I think that this is good. You know, whatever you can think what you want about Trump. I think he's incompetent. I feel like this is kind of being made up like week by week, and so I think my hesitation is doubting that there is like this plan that's in place, or that they've thought that far ahead. Because to me, it would be extremely easy for things to become destabilized to the point where they may erupt into like some sort of civil war, or maybe like the military will try and seize power, and then the U.S. at that point, because the other if my first sort of scenario was like if they do some sort of election and it's U.S. friendly, like that might be rejected. The other is that it probably benefits the U.S. more to kind of keep them destabilized. I mean, this is again one of the playbooks that's been run before, but they would be in a better position if the citizenship was not like coordinated, where they didn't have like a firm governmental structure. Like they would sort of be able to more easily go in and do what they need to do. But I also think that would then be more dangerous, and it would require some further committal, right?
If we're still going to play on the old game plan and stuff, I totally agree. The thing I hate about Trump is also the thing that makes this less like immediately scary for me, is he doesn't really play by any of the typical rule books or rules. So he could very well just decide that he wants their favor, or he wants to be liked, and decide to stabilize the country, or he could just be tempted to like leave them in a mess so they can profit as much as possible from it. It's like a toss up for him. Whereas with any other president, I would say they absolutely will leave their country in like eternal hell.
Okay, I mean, that's fair. I think maybe that's just like how Trump is. I think the unpredictability of it. It's like, well, you're right. He kind of does very unorthodox things, and that could turn out for the better. I guess it feels like a little bit of a coin flip, but there is that potential. So I see where you're coming
Trump
from.
also says a bunch of stuff that he like doesn't do. Like when he names all these countries, it's hard to say. Like he said he was gonna totally rule the Gaza Strip and turn it into the Riviera of the Middle East. I don't think that's actually gonna happen. Like I think that's just something he said.
Look. When it comes to the Green Line and stuff, if he starts sending like naval ships near them, then I'm gonna start to worry.
They're already the U.S. I think already has ships near Greenland, from my understanding.
Over there recently.
No. I think we have like I don't think like I think when Trump says like there's a bunch of Chinese and Russian ships, I think there are also U.S. ships near Greenland. I think that's just like always been the case.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I just mean like if we start moving assets into places, make it seem like we might launch
like similar to Venezuela, where they start.
Right, like if we start like posturing, sure, yeah.
Yes, I'm gonna be at that point.
That would be like if we want to go after Colombia, I think I'm fine with that, and Cuba and all these other, these like despot kind of nations. But yeah, Greenland is kind of like that's.
There's zero excuse for it.
And I don't think he would do that. I think that's a bridge too far, at least in my mind.
Well,
as an ardent Trump supporter, okay.
I would not write that off. Not with Trump.
I mean, he keeps talking about annexing Canada. He's not going to fucking do that, Don't threaten me with a good time, Mr. Trump. Okay?
This is part of the thing, and I get, Trump is bombastic. Trump kind of says everything, and then he gets to pick and choose like which parts of it's going to like. Is which parts were serious once it's done, right? So it's almost impossible. But when he says things like that, I feel like they have to be taken seriously. It's one of the reasons that the tides turn so dramatically in Canada, because originally when he first did the Canada stuff, right, everyone in America is joking and they're like, yeah, 51st state, like this is hilarious. Trump is such a wild and wacky guy. Obviously it'll never happen. But like from our perspective, or like Canadians' perspective, you guys are the number one superpower. You're our neighbors. You're right next door. We already think Trump is kind of unhinged. Like we took it as an absolute threat to our sovereignty. And so even if he's just making these flippant comments, like in passing, like the entire world is on edge right now. Like Europe is, and I understand.
Do you think most Canadians actually, because like as you know, I live in Canada right now. Most Canadians around me, they're mad about it. They're mad at the tariffs. They don't think that Trump is like going to mobilize troops and like storm into Canada. I don't think I've met a Canadian that thinks
I
that.
agree. I don't think anyone's expecting that. But like there is a sense that, because okay, and you would know this if you've spent some time in Canada, that for better or worse, part of the Canadian political identity that we pride ourselves on is how not like America we are. And so even Pierre losing was like kind of a reactionary thing of like, or reactive, I should say, to the like what's going on in America. And so there have been no hard links established, but like the separation of Alberta, like this, things get co-opted in America, and people think there's this like big push for Alberta to separate. But when you look at polling, like 85% or 80%, I think it is, so like 15 to 20% of Alberta supports becoming their own country, not even joining the US, but like actually separating. But overwhelmingly in all the polls that I've seen over the last like 2 or 3 years, they want to remain in Canada. But like the narrative, like that has been co-opted by US media. So one of our big concerns is like the influence of like American rhetoric sort of coming into the Canadian politics. So I don't.
So, you know what I hate though is like I don't know if you share this, or because I agree that most Canadians feel this, but it's something that bugs me. Like as someone who's lived in Canada for many years and lived in the US for many years, it doesn't feel that different. Besides like I would say guns, the way people talk about guns,
I was gonna say,
that's like the main thing. Like if you right now teleported me back to Wisconsin and I was just interacting with people, there was no necessary clues besides like, oh, there's a Jimmy John's there, which actually is a Jimmy John's in my city now in Canada. So like besides like just like store names and stuff, you talk to an American, it's like it's the fucking same as talking to a Canadian. Like it's so Canada does pride itself on being like so different, but it's like in reality the cultures are like so the same that it's like at least in Wisconsin and the northern stuff. I can't speak to like in Alabama. I've never been like far
what's
south.
wrong with Alabama? Stop talking about my state, you foreigner.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm saying just maybe that would be very different.
That's what I thought.
Like I just I don't feel any. I don't know. Like what do you? I don't know if you spend a lot of time in America.
I agree with you.
Johnson.
I mean, like, you know, I don't know if you've ever heard of something called Cascadia, which is like kind of a meme thing. It was a movement, I think, in the late '90s, early 2000s. It was basically like if the West Coast sort of broke off and like formed our own country. So it would be like Seattle, California, like Vancouver, and like it's become kind of a meme. But like, yeah, I would say there's more of like a cultural similarity with like the West Coast. Like I feel like where I live, like I live on the West Coast of Canada, it's basically the same kind of culture, quote unquote, as like Seattle. And so like culturally, I do feel in general like it's the same thing. If I go into the East, like Canadians from the East have like, you know, they're the ones who have the more like stereotypical accent that associates.
Yeah, the Newfie.
Yeah, or even Newfies. But like even the East Coast has like its own sort of vibe, right? So I think culturally we are extremely similar, and I do think that we do just differ on these certain key areas. But my overall point, like not to get nobody gives a fuck about Canada, so it's totally fine. But my overall point is that I can just take it from like when Trump says these things, regardless of whether like I think that they're like I agree. I don't think he's going to start marching troops over the border or go into Ottawa, which is our capital, and like take over our House of Parliament. Like I don't think that's going to happen. But the threat is more implicit, like with the tariffs and undermining. Like America has the ability to like decimate our country in more ways than just like military action, right?
So
right,
yeah, but I kind of want to push back, right? Like this is like
I can hear you. I'll be right back.
What Trump did was like anti-America first. Like he spent billions and billions of dollars because that's what it costs to spend, send an aircraft carrier group and do that sort of an attack. It costs billions of dollars. And what he's done essentially is throw all that money in the garbage and just basically take the king off the chessboard. But like the king was immediately replaced. And like the network of the international drug ring that was hampered might have had like a diminishing effect of like 2% of the drug trade for a temporary period of time. So he actually functionally, all he did was waste our money.
I also agree with that because if you look at like I don't remember how many boats they've hit now, but like I know over 100 people have been killed, but however many, like dozens of strikes at this point. Every single missile that has been fired, like I looked it up because I don't think that they have hard information on it, but it's like a couple $1 million like per or not a couple. I don't remember the exact numbers now. It was like 10 to 13 million, but like as a these are to me it feels so like completely wasted funds. I mean, I would also make that argument for like the massive enforcement side of like ICE versus like trying to sort it out in the courts. But
yeah, I mean, if he wanted to take Maduro out, all he had to do was basically remove the black market that we've created for him to be able to make money. Because that's the only reason why he was able to do what he was doing is because we've made all the drugs illegal. And if we just legalized all the drugs, Maduro would have been out of a job.
There is an argument to that. I do fall more on the side of like legalization and like taking that money and power away from the cartels and from all these things.
Well, it's just unconstitutional. I mean, the United States of America used to understand this because we had to make an amendment to the Constitution to make alcohol illegal. But for some reason, the politicians, after they did that, made the constitutional amendment and reversed it. They were like, "Oh wait, maybe the constitutional amendment was a bad idea. We're just going to make it illegal and pretend like we have the constitutional authority to do it." Right? It's stupid.
All y'all trigger me as soon as I go away.
It's liberal nonsense to make drugs illegal.
First of all,
are you pro?
First of all,
I feel like liberals would support it.
Wait, two things. Okay, two things. First of all, I agree making drugs illegal is stupid. I actually agree with that. But your talk to Sticker Johnson and Anson's talk about like the cost of these operations, it's deterrence. If you blow up, let's say 30 boats that are drug running from Venezuela, if you're going to think twice if you're a future drug runner, because you might be like, I just might get hit by a fucking drone strike, and I just might be like, the game ended before I can even know what's
that's wrong. You're wrong.
And with Maduro, yes, the Maduro, let me finish. And with Maduro, with the vice president that's in charge now, well, hopefully she thinks twice about like, well, do I keep being in bed with the cartel? Because eventually, if I don't play ball with the states and I keep doing narco fucking terrorism, then eventually I'm gonna get fucking
I reject
out in 3 hours
to begin with. But
yeah, narco terrorism was invented to legitimize the proliferation of the international wars that we've had since 9/11. It's a made up term.
Invented? Every term is made up.
No, it was made up after 9/11 to legitimize additional funding being sent to these state agencies.
I don't care when it was made up. It's cartels using drug money and siphoning drugs into various places.
It was made up specifically. Trump designated these cartels as terrorist organizations, so he had the pretense to be able to go after them in this fashion.
Oh no, that was George W. Bush that started that. That started under George W. Bush. Obama did the same thing.
Do you guys have any idea how evil these cartels are? They're like the cartels are like worse than ISIS. Like they're the worst people on planet Earth.
Well, I don't know. I disagree. I view them as a quasi-governmental entity. I mean, there was a point in time when the United States had large mob organizations running various things during Prohibition era when alcohol was illegal, and it's just a function of the fact that there's a black market. There's no other. They only exist because of the black market.
I know, but if you also don't want, like, I'm like pro drug legalization, but there is complications with that. If you don't want. Like when opium tinctures were like a thing in the early days of America, there was something like 20% of the population was like addicted to opium. And, and then people were like, well, I don't know if we want like such a large percentage of our population addicted to opium. And so they made it illegal, so I agree with you, but I also am aware of the facts that if you made cocaine fully legal and you could just like buy it, like in Canada, you could buy marijuana. If you did that with cocaine, you'd have a lot of people using cocaine. There's a lot of health outcomes with that. There's a lot of people that do a lot of crazy shit on cocaine. Okay, so it's it's not as simple as just like legalize all these drugs.
It's not that simple. Like
live somewhere where that's legalized.
No, but you also have you take that revenue. I mean, the Portugal is seen as like the standard that's usually seen, but you take a lot of those funds, the profit that you're making from this.
Portugal, wait, I have to stop you right there. I was in an argument with someone else about this on Horseradish's channel. Portugal did not legalize drugs. This is a common misconception. Portugal did not legalize drugs. Okay,
neither did Oregon.
They decriminalized small amounts of possession in the same way Vancouver did. How did that go for Vancouver? You live there, right? You live in British Columbia, to Sticker Johnson. It went terribly. It went terribly.
Yes,
decriminalization is a half cent that never fucking actually does anything. It certainly won't stop the black market.
I'm sorry I brought up Portugal. All right.
I accept your apology.
But the point. Oh, sorry, I know I did cut you off, but I'll just say really quickly that I think that it is not as simple as just saying, "Hey, you guys can do this now." Like, we'll look the other way. I think the money needs to be put into like rehabilitation type treatment programs, and as well as like education. So, like in schools and stuff, teaching people that drugs are not good for you, and trying to discourage their use from an earlier age. Just like gambling, saying all these things are not good. They're not, they're antisocial types of things. But as adults, you'll be able to, like. So yes, I do think there needs to be like a social shift as well. I don't think you can just tell people it's free for all now.
Yeah, so it's a demand supply issue, right? Like, we haven't gotten rid of the demand. Replacing Maduro hasn't changed the fact that everyone who wanted to get coke is still going to be doing coke or fentanyl or whatever it was that he was exporting, right? None of that's changed. And I agree with you, Testicular. Like, if we get if we legalize all drugs and increase treatment, I mean, there would be, just bring back all of the asylums and put all the people that are all messed up in the asylum so they can't hurt themselves.
Disagree. That's probably one of my more conservative takes. I think that I do see the state as like maybe a little bit more paternalistic in the sense that I do think it's fucked up to say that people have their autonomy and they're allowed to just live like that on the streets. I think that the government has a bit of an obligation to say that, hey, you have mental problems, you have drug problems. It's either you go to this asylum, and there's a stigma around asylums, but they've gotten a lot better. And then,
gotta interrupt briefly. Gotta interrupt. Yeah. We got a super chat, from fucking button again, keeping us going. All it does is it promoted degeneracy and gives cartels land to justify legally and still sell it illegally. I'm not sure, but I'm not sure.
Marijuana, though, like that used to be one of my health with this. Canada. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
He's saying that even if we legalize it, there's still going to be a black market, and that would be true if we legalize it and then the government regulates it to the point where the price is above equilibrium. Then there would still be a black market because the government still screws up stuff when they make it legal.
It's more expensive.
But in Canada, and a lot of not a lot of states, but some states that have legalized marijuana, we have seen that cripple like the Mexican cannabis industry. Like, it has actually worked because like pot, like Testicular Johnson can back me up. Pot in Canada is dirt cheap. I think it's even probably cheaper than when you bought it on the street before. It's definitely higher purity. Like, it's not like Canada's like charging a shit ton for it. It's actually like being charged pretty reasonably.
It's the best of all worlds, right? Because it's like, yes, you're taking that money away from these gangs, and that's not profitable for them, because you would much rather go into like now all of these fucking weed places look like Apple stores. They're all hipster places, but you go into that place, it's better than buying it out of the trunk of some dude's car, right? And it's like the quality is better, the price is better. And you're not funding illegal activity anymore.
Can we extend this? I'm utopian in the way that I want like all drugs to be legal, but like cocaine. If we take that,
I think like for me, I would put a couple of drugs that I don't think should ever be legal.
Oh no!
One would be like PCP, because I think that because it causes like severe delusions and like immediate harm potentially to people around you. Like, I think there are certain drugs that I probably feel comfortable saying.
So what about cocaine? It's fun, but it's highly addictive, and it's very cardiotoxic.
It's
do we
really,
allow
it's
it?
Really caustic. It's actually like it will actually destroy like healthy cell tissue. I'm okay.
So,
yes,
are we okay with
safer.
that?
It is safer because there is a quality control. So if you're getting pure cocaine,
it's safer, but in the same way, in the same way with Canada, where, and I think you agreed with this, and Alex said that it was, I think if I remember, Alex said this is the obvious thing that would happen, that when Canada made weed legal, right, then the amount of people smoking cannabis is like through the roof right now. And so the same thing would probably happen if there was like cocaine stores in the same way that you can go to like a Delta 9 or like like one of these like weed dispensaries. If it was like a cocaine dispensary all throughout, I personally would use a hell of a lot more cocaine. I don't know if that would be like super good though. You know what I mean? And I think a bunch of people would use cocaine a lot more than they do.
I would like, cocaine, like heroin, like I would be okay with it, because for me, the whole thing, and I understand there's a bit of controversy around it, but or it's the lefty liberal bleeding heart thing, but like I'm all about like the harm reduction side of things. So I think that I can trust you to be an adult, like do all the fucking coke that you want. I don't think it's good or healthy for you.
Do you think? But wait, but can you like again? I like it's to me that what you're. I guess I don't think you are arguing harm reduction because my point is that if you made the people who are already using coke, it would be safer because there's like something that coke is cut with that's like some veterinary thing that's like really harmful. So it's like an L, it's like leva or something. So you get rid of that and you get rid of like it being cut with meth and stuff. So that's good. So people who are already going to use coke, I agree from a harm reduction point, it's good. But my argument is that in the same way that the total people using marijuana, so people who would otherwise they're not going to go to like a seedy part of town and buy like a bag of coke from someone. But now if they can go to a legal government dispensary, they will do that. So now
hold on, wait, why does it have to be government? Why did you add government? You damn socialist! Why are you saying it's got to be a government?
I'm just saying how it works in Canada. Like that's how it would be in Canada. So and I know disagree justice in Canada.
I'll rebut that real quick. And again, maybe like I don't know if this will trigger you again, but what if you look at the statistics of Portugal? What happened was initial use did go up. And then they did implement some of the things I mentioned, which were like
that's because it was you are triggering me. That's because it's decriminalized. It's not use isn't going to go up if you just decriminalize something because you can't go to a store and buy it.
Go up.
But a little bit went up, and overdose rates went down. I'm very familiar with the Portugal data. I'm saying you cannot. You can't extrapolate that to making something fully legalized where you can just buy it at a corner store.
It's not exponential that coke use will skyrocket and continue to skyrocket. Yes, it will go up, but there will be a plateau point where they'll be like, okay, this is the amount of people on average that do coke now.
Right. And why do you think that amount is small? Why don't you think that amount could be 30% of the population is now hooked on coke? You can't use Portugal because Portugal, you still have to buy it from a dealer. So that's still a different situation.
I don't know. Are there other countries where coke has been legalized? I would have to pull from some sort of
not to my knowledge.
Well, then I can't answer.
Button, another $5. He says liberal cope again. Growers, even that own many dispensaries use their permits to specifically justify it legally, sell it illegally, tax-free. Facts. I don't know if that actually happens.
There's no black market for weed anymore, dude. Like,
there is.
Like, I actually think
not in Canada.
It's been so gutted. Yeah, I think it's been so gutted.
Like, there's zero incentive.
There's just so little. Yeah, like because with alcohol in Canada, alcohol is super expensive in Canada, right? We tax the shit out of that. With weed, we're really not doing that with weed. Weed, again, the potency is so high that you could buy. Like I don't almost never smoke weed, but like
any sort of
you could like spend like $50 and like be smoking weed for like a long time, like a long time.
Yeah.
So, but see, the issue is that if we make it totally illegal, like all drugs, totally 100% legal, then we would eliminate all of the drug enforcement costs. That's billions and billions of dollars. We would eliminate the gang violence and the property crimes associated with having to fund a habit that's very costly because there's a black market increasing the price for the cocaine, right? So if you were to buy cocaine that was like pennies on the dollar compared to what it is now, people wouldn't have to commit crimes to get their fix, right? So there would be less crime overall, and the people who were unable to handle their usage, we would have the money in society left over to put them in asylums where they belong. I mean, it's the best of both worlds, right? I mean, all worlds to legalize absolutely everything.
I just want to briefly point. This is for you, fuck it, button, and it is a Gemini overview, so take it with a grain of salt. But in Canada, this is saying it has decreased significantly since legalization, and this is something that me and Testicker Johnson have both heard in the news. There's been a lot of reports on this. This is basically incontrovertible, I would say.
Well, I stopped calling my dealer once I didn't have to go to him. I mean,
right? Like, why would you?
Why would I go?
It's in your eye is so blue.
I like a Ziploc bag.
You're so Requiem for a Dream coded right now.
But you should definitely tell us why we're wrong. I
thought dreams were gay.
Dreams are gay. Yeah,
I don't think dreams are gay. I think dreams are coded. Okay.
I had a really good dream last night. I was sledding, and it was sledding. I was sledding in like down a really long hill, and I was laying down. It was like a luge sled. It was a lot of fun. I was wrapped up, bundled up in something warm. It was pretty cool.
See, that doesn't sound like a gay dream.
Yeah.
Sounds like a normal dream.
Yeah, and then I
He
got fucked in
worded
the
it
ass.
weird. Okay. That was like he worded that experience really weird.
Okay, I'm trying to understand what you're saying, fucking button. Saying illegal decreases because some additional is now put to legal. I don't know what you mean. Like I'm saying like so we have like HA in Canada, as I think you guys have in America too, right? Like the Hells Angels, right? They have been they have been broadly kneecapped when it comes to their cannabis production because no one wants to buy. There's no reason to buy illegal weed at all in Canada. It's not higher potency. It's not cheaper. It's not. So you just might as well go to the government and just like buy it from a dispensary, like not like a government issued dispensary. Like you just might as well. So I just can't imagine why you would. I've never met a Canadian. I know a lot of Canadians that smoke weed. I've never met someone that still buys illegal cannabis. I've never met someone in the past, 6 years or 7 years or whatever that it's been legal. Never met one. No one. It doesn't make sense.
And the thing is, they're so common as well. Like not super common. Some municipalities have like more restrictions than others, but like weed store for me is no longer than like a 10-minute drive away from like most places I'm at, right? So it's
in my city there's more. I would say there's more weed shops definitely than Starbucks.
Yeah, dude,
way more.
If you're in the city, like I could find them in every block in Vancouver for sure. And like
they're just like on one street I know there's like 7 on one street. There's 7 on one street.
I don't do coke. I don't think I'm cool with it in the sense that like I may not agree with you, but I'll defend your right to do it type thing. But
no.
Same
People
with
that
like
do coke are
meth.
degenerate, man. Call it what it is. They're a bunch of degenerates. They deserve whatever negative things happen to them. If you don't have the ability to control yourself, then you deserve all the negativity in your life. I mean, they're fucking idiots.
So
I think you're making a poor life decision.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. That they're fucktards. Yeah.
There you go.
So when we like, if we legalized all drugs, are we just specifically thinking about the individual who's doing the drugs?
No, because I tied this in as well, and there's no. I don't. We don't have an example where coke has been legalized, because what Confluence was saying was like, well, coke use will go up, and I'm like, yeah, undoubtedly. If you're sort of signaling from a governmental level, you're saying this is okay to do now, you're removing some stigma, and more people will try that thing. I think that intuitively like follows. But my counter argument would be to say, kind of what Anson also mentioned, is that you have to like also address like the societal level stuff, where you do have like I would have like run ad campaigns or have in like schools and stuff, like tell people the dangers and discourage drug use and say why it's dangerous.
Man.
As well as treatment, as well as offering treatment.
We saw that with Dare. Like how did Dare go in America? Terribly.
Yes, I'm not saying in like a propaganda way of like like don't ever do it. I'm saying like give people the information and like let them make their decisions, but also like I just feel like there does have to be an education level. But if we want to that's fine.
What's the percent chance? And again, I'm kind of playing devil's advocate because I do want to be able to go to a corner store and buy legal cocaine. I do want that. Okay, so I'm playing devil's advocate. But what if that did happen? What percent would you estimate of the population would become habitual cocaine users? I would estimate it to be probably like at least like 20 to
30%. What about like
you think
like
so?
kids?
With weed, I mean,
what about teenagers?
It's
like teenagers get a hold of alcohol, weed.
Yeah. Sure.
So like, what about kids?
Well,
right,
if it can be found on every corner, like
if you destigmatize that, like the reason, like a lot of people have no idea. I've talked to a lot of people that think heroin is an upper. A shocking amount of people that think like heroin is like a stimulant. Okay, that they think it's like something like meth. Like people have no idea about how like drugs work. And in my experience, they have absolutely no idea. But people just hear heroin and they're like, scary drug, I won't try. But if you make heroin available at a sanctioned store, you could just go in and be like, oh, and you make it cool, and you can, oh, this is flavored heroin, and in the same way they do with weed, it's like, and this is the alkaloids of this percent of the mu opiates that it's going to hit, the mu opioid receptors, right? It becomes trendy. It's like all of a sudden you take away that spookiness. I think that's the main reason why people would be like, oh, I'll never do heroin. It's because the spook factor. But if you take that away, not in a racist way, that was not in a racist way. Okay, that was in the spookiness factor.
I don't think so, because the reason I just don't think that follows, because of the drugs that we have that are legal. I mean, weed is like in a lot of states in Canada, but let's just say cigarettes and alcohol, right? Like we discussed it the other day, like, for those two specific things, rates of that are falling, right? Obviously, vaping and stuff is going up, or Zyn or Zonix or whatever, like that. Yeah, okay, maybe there's something being replaced by something else, but I don't intuitively. It does not, because in my mind, it sounds like what you're saying is like these levels are going to like skyrocket, and it could lead to like some great societal harm potentially. And I would agree with you, but I don't think that once you have permissibility of something, that therefore it will start to like domino in that way. It's not like an exponential growth. It's going to grow to a certain degree, and I believe those levels will plateau. I don't see this as how, I don't understand exactly where the logic is coming in. That
I think as a father, I wouldn't want heroin to be readily available to my kid.
Yeah, I'm Stacy coded. I want speedballs to be sold at the corner store. Okay,
yeah,
that's what I want.
I agree, Christian, and that's why it's like incumbent upon us, if we're going to allow people to be free, to also allow people to freely associate and discriminate more, right? Because if you're going to have a free society, you have to allow people to say, no, I don't want those kind of people around me, so this specific group isn't allowed to be in my neighborhood, right? But nowadays, like that's shunned, right? You can't say this kind of group of people can't be around me or my family, because we've been trained to think that we're supposed to allow degenerates around us, and that's just not the way it ought to be. That's why I said, like, make the asylums a thing again in order to make this happen, because you have to have a place to put the undesirables when they make themselves known by their actions, right? So this is more of just like a plan to get people like Confluence who actually want coke, like, put where they belong.
Look, Confluence has access to coke, and he is not out of control. Okay, so I'm just saying that. Okay, I'm not saying I do cocaine. I'm just saying Confluence knows how to get cocaine. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
For me, I don't know. Like, it doesn't quite register because it's already illegal. So it's like pornography, like, is illegal for children. They have a computer. They probably have access to it. So it's like same with weed, same with alcohol. If they're stealing beers from their parents' cabinet. Yeah, they might get into their parents' heroin or something, but like I don't.
My argument isn't that kids aren't going to find a way. It's that I don't want to make it easier.
I understand that, but I'm saying, like, I think it would be as difficult as it is right now, like, given the things that are currently legal. So like it's like if a liquor store sells to a minor, then they're going to have access to it. If they get it from their parents, like they steal it from their parents, they'll have access to it. But I don't necessarily see how it would become, if anything, it would be harder for them to access, because they can't buy it from some random, like, immoral street dealer who would give them direct access to it. It would now be kind of, lock and key of the government or private industries, whatever. There would be, for me, there's more.
I mean, it would be someone they know that can give them access to it.
Sure, and my only counter argument is saying that they can still do that right now with alcohol. So if there's somebody that is willing to buy teenagers heroin or cocaine, like, to boot for them, if that's the term you guys use, but that will happen. I see what you're saying overall. It's like, yeah, it's more accessible in the sense that, like, that situation could arise, as opposed to, like, I'm sure a lot of people don't have, like, a cocaine dealer on speed dial. So I take your concern. I just think overall this would make things safer.
I think parents need to be parents, but it's definitely like, yeah, I wouldn't want cocaine on a street corner at a gas station.
Yeah, I understand.
Like that. That's just like,
yeah.
I think. Yeah, you can get like cocaine from a dealer, and I'm sure there's kids that, like, know people or whatever. But it's like that's
Yeah,
That,
and
like
that's
the effort in getting the drug. Like,
yeah.
is
So just
way
because
harder.
it's legal, Christian, you're confusing something, right? So the modern Western society has conflated legality with morality to the point where we don't realize that if things are legal, we can still other the fuck out of all of the people that do it and ostracize them and put them in the place where they belong. Like at one point in time in Western society, we had a place for the freaks, right? We put them in a specific spot with the gays and all the other ones, the ones that needed to not be around our children because we don't want our children to be exposed to that. Right. And we should just bring back that along with the like allowing people to do what they want so that the normal people aren't put upon by all the gang violence and crime and negativity that comes with making human behavior illegal.
I understand now that I agree with like Anson's proposal for the wrong, like for different reasons, because when I'm thinking of actual asylums and stuff, I am thinking of like from a treatment perspective.
Yeah. We treat them and make them normal. Yeah.
Okay. The way that you frame that, it sounded like a very punitive thing. Like,
yeah, it is. Yeah.
These freaks. I don't think it's
freaks.
I don't think it's punitive. I wouldn't frame it as like a punitive thing. I think it's in their best interest. I think that it's, as a society, it's a good thing that we're doing for them. Like I see it as more of a compassionate thing. But if that's the only difference of opinion, that's fine. We reach the same conclusion through different means. So
Drugs
whatever.
are bad.
Drugs are bad.
Awesome. Okay.
They
All
are
right.
cool though. Drugs are also cool. They
Yeah.
can make-
Testicular. Have you never heard a right-wing argument for legalizing drugs?
No, I don't think I have.
Oh, cool.
If that's the one, then yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's it.
Sounds
Yeah.
like it sounds like we agree on most things on that, but
Yeah, no, we're totally different. Like, you know, you would be in the freak category that needs to be re-educated from my perspective.
I mean that sounds a little harsh. Why did I say
Yeah.
that? Why would I have to be re-educated?
Well, I don't know. You have a lisp.
I don't think I do have a lisp.
Why doesn't Button just join the panel?
Yeah, I'm trying to get him up, but
Testicular Johnson, do you think that gay marriage is good?
I have absolutely no problem with gay marriage. I think gay people should be allowed to adopt children as well. All of this like fucking satanic panic bullshit.
Whoa.
There's nothing wrong with
Okay.
gay people.
okay. You know, that's a new banner change.
This is going to
Okay.
start.
Oh, there we go.
Here we go. You
Gay
triggered
people are normal.
me.
Gay people are absolutely normal.
They're definitionally not normal, though. If you think about it, right under the definition of normal,
So
right?
define normal.
Definitionally, normal would be like what most people do, right? That would be normal.
Well,
They're-
yeah,
like cannibalism is abnormal. Most people don't do it.
Sure.
Gay
Sure,
people are
there's
abnormal. Most
there's
people do not do gay stuff. You know.
There is a definition within normal where they are not normal. I'll grant you that. I think they are normal.
All
In
right.
the sense that they are just
Case closed.
apart from this one immutable characteristic, they are identical to people.
It's not immutable. It's a choice.
That's definitely
Okay,
not.
prompt changed.
Yeah, no,
Should
it's definitely
gay
a choice.
people be allowed to adopt children? Okay.
No.
Yes, because I'll just give you the simple like argument for it is that outcomes for children are better in two-parent households, regardless of the sex of those parents.
No, that's not true. Outcomes for children are better if they're in the homes with both of their biological parents.
So
So you can never have that with the gay couple because they can't have children, right? They're a biological dead end. So
why I
it's
said
actually like
Testy.
really bad.
Testy, can I jump in right away if I can? Because I know what you're gonna say, but I wanna save you from saying it.
I don't know if you are. Do you know what I'm going to say? But go ahead.
Okay. So tell me if I'm wrong. So there are studies that show exactly what you're saying, Testicular Johnson, that show that the outcomes from gay adopted children are just as good as people that are biological men and women that give birth to a child. The problem with those studies is that if you are two gay men adopting a child, you are obviously in the upper tier of wealth. And so that is directly, as soon as you try to correct for that, then the positive effects kind of disappear. Because if you're looking at just the average people that meet, they could be poor people, they could be middle class, it could be anything. But if you're able to do an adoption as two gay people, you're way off statistically, way higher financially rated. Right. So I don't know. Is that what you're gonna?
Adoption is really hard.
I mean, that's a fine point. I would also say that I don't know about accounting for these socioeconomic factors, but outcomes are still better than within single parent households. So I mean,
Yeah,
I feel like
I agree. Single parent households are bad, and we should do away with that also.
That's
I mean,
true, but
women have way
Testy,
too many economic
how
choices.
can you do away
the
with
bias
single-parent
the
households?
bias I introduced though, Testy, and the thing you just said is still inclusive in that. A single parent household is more likely to be very poor, right? Whereas in your example, still, right, you still have to contend with the socioeconomic factors. And if you're two gay people adopting a child, adoption is not easy. You have money, right? If you're Dave Rubin and you're paying money to do like all the in vitro shit that Dave Rubin did, right? You're obviously like in a better, so probably your kids have better outcomes, but that's not really like that's an apple to orange comparison.
Is
Well, no,
adopting?
I think that's a valid point. I don't know if that invalidates the entire data set because I mean I understand what you're saying. So I could put an asterisk next to that and say
Look,
that
comparing gay marriage to the other maladaptive behaviors that we've adopted in our culture isn't saying good things, right? Like saying, okay, well, you know, get a gay couple with children is better than a mom who decided to not get married to a man because she wanted to use the government as her daddy, right? As her
I mean, that
as her
also-
source of income, right? So the problem is that we've normalized too many freak behaviors, and women are allowed to make choices that they shouldn't be allowed to make, right? A woman shouldn't be allowed to be having children without a man to take care of her, right? I mean, that's just wrong for the woman, it's wrong for the child.
said they should adopt
men are the ones
because
leaving, not the women. The men
two
are the ones.
parents.
No, they're not.
parents
Women
for a
statistically
child
leave
is-
way more than men do. It's like 70 or 80% of divorces
when women
are initiated by women.
The man is
It's a
usually not
woman
in-
problem because of feminism. Feminism caused it. Okay,
man.
women have too many economic choices because they're allowed to learn things, and we just have to change that.
I mean, there's so many things to address there. I don't. Somebody else go.
With the two parents thing, you had said the reason why gay people should be able to, or gay couples should be able to adopt is because two parents make it better for the kid. But do gay couples normally like stick together like that? Like, is that the sole reason?
No, that's not the sole reason. I had gotten half a sentence in before Confluence like jumped on it, but I think that is one of the factors. It just shows that like gay people are not like. I just don't see. Again, I see this as like a giant moral panic. I don't see that if the outcomes for the children are not worse, then I don't see what the issue is, broadly speaking. And I understand.
Well, can't the same can be applied though to like a straight couple adopting, right?
I highly encourage adoption in general. I think that like a lot of people want like a kid like brand new in the box. You know, you want a little guy that looks like you. But I think that there are tons of orphans out there. And I think one of the failings of a conservative view is that a lot of them are like very against abortion. But the moment that fucking thing pops out, they're like, I don't want my tax dollars going to support that. I mean, even fucking Anson just said, like, yeah, fuck the single mothers.
Why would we want to subsidize degenerate behavior? Women
Testy,
not
Testy,
taking care of their own
you know
children.
you can't cuck me like that though. You know I'm center right coded like that. You know.
Maybe
all
you would
about
support it.
All about supporting single mothers. You know, all about
Okay, all right. All right. I'll
food
give you
stamps, all that shit. You know.
All right, you're cool. You're cool then. Sorry, I know
tax benefit. Yeah,
I understand
all
I
that.
rambled a little bit there, Christian, but yeah.
Confluence is excusing the reasons why women aren't knocking down his door to make him their husband because government is taking care of them under the paradigm that he prefers.
Yeah, that's true. I really want the woman broke so that they will end up being with me in like a super manipulative, like Machiavellian point of view, so that they're kind of forced to fuck me. That is what I do want.
Yeah, that's a good riz right there.
Yeah. That fucking poverty riz, you know.
I think
yep. Return to normalcy.
Relationships. I think both sides are dumb.
I want to bring Alex on this, who's been awfully quiet unless he's like not listening to us. But Alex, are you there?
Do you think they're freaks?
Alex is he's probably pretending that he can't hear us because he knows this is a controversial topic.
Oh wait,
is that true, Alex?
Are we talking why we're against like gay in general, or
no? Should gay people be allowed to adopt children? I will say.
I heard Testy go, "Why do you think they're freaks?"
That was what he was asking Alex.
The answer was being a little inflammatory, so I got a little worked.
I think my stance is I'm not actually, and this is the conservatives will not like this, but I'm not fully against gay people adopting kids. I'm not, but I do think if you have if you are like prioritizing different things, which they do in adoption agencies, right? They look at your income. They look at if you're a 2-partner family or a 1-partner family. Like for me to adopt would probably be very hard because like I'm a single guy. It's very hard for a single guy to adopt things, and for possibly good reasons because there could be bad actors, right? And so we look at a lot of stuff, and I think one factor we should look at is are you a male and female pair? Or are you a female or male? I think we should give precedence to a male female. I think that is probably the way that you get exposure to both the sexes. I think it's probably healthier. You have a male role model and a female role model, hopefully. And yeah, so I would say you should give priority to that. I wouldn't say let's say there's like a lack of people. Let's say there's like a foster case of like a kid, like especially in foster stuff. There's a lack of people.
Isn't there more people wanting to adopt than there are kids to adopt?
That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm explaining this. Okay, so in adoption, yes, when you have like a newborn kid or someone who's very young who doesn't have any who doesn't have like FASD or anything like that or health defects, then yes, there's way more people that want to adopt. But in the foster care system, then you have the reverse problem. There's way more foster kids than people who want to like take them in, because to take someone in, as I think Testy was saying this, people want them straight out of the box, pun intended, right? They don't want someone who's like, 10 years old who has maybe some like problems going on, right? And so I would say that, like, so with the foster case, like, let's say we already have a limit. So a gay couple comes along, they want to foster a child. And as long as you do your background research and all the due diligence, yeah, I think they shouldn't be like just written out that they can't do it. I just think we should give priority to opposite sexed couples. That's what I would say.
And I would base that on the same kind of argument I initially put forth, and because I agree with you in the sense that outcomes are best when there are opposite sex parents. So when you have ideally a mother and a father, like that structure is just from all the statistics like the best sort of structure for the raising of children. It's actually even better if you get into like extended family, if you can have grandparents, if you can have cousins, like there is that old adage of like it takes a village, but there is some truth to that. So I think
it's not a village. It takes a family, right? That's different than a village. And the problem is that the problem is we shifted to the takes a village mentality, where we have the village through the government doing these things like giving subsidies to old people so they can be independent when they need to be dependent upon their children in their old age instead of getting like Social Security benefits in the United States. I mean, if we did away with that, we'd have the extended family in the household where they belong, right? Like FDR creating Social Security and Medicare through was it Johnson that made Medicare?
Isn't Social Security fucking self-funded, Anson?
No, it's not. It's a Ponzi scheme. Look, Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. I'm paying the Social Security for the people that are alive, that are really old now. They've spent way more out of it than they made.
You will in turn be guaranteed. No, it is definitionally like you will never be fucked out of your Social Security, though, right? It's not like you're paying into it and then you won't get it. You will get your Social Security. It's guaranteed. It's baked into the system.
What I'm saying is that it's created a societal harm.
Okay, in what way?
It's taken it destroyed the extended family in the home. Prior to Social Security, old people had to live with their children, and it created a continuity between the elders and the grandchildren, where there was a built-in caretaker for the little children when they were born, and there were lessons from the older generation that were taught to the younger generation, and it instilled more conservatism and traditional values in the younger generations. Social Security has basically fucked our culture.
But this is why I get like blackpilled on like conservatives though, because like I understand what you're saying, and I agree. I think on a broad scale, but it's the same when you talk to people about like when you just said about single moms and when I've talked to other people about like EBT and food stamps and all that stuff. It's like
all of it. Yeah.
Do you just let these people die? Because you have an old. Let's say this old person doesn't have kids, so that the kids. I understand your societal, incentive thing. But if you have someone who's, let's say, a single mom or an old person, let's say they made the bad choices, do we let them die? That's the question, right? Then what happens if the government doesn't? What happens?
Calm down. So what
I'm
happened?
calm. I'm measured. I'm stoic. Okay.
What happened before Social Security? They didn't just die. What happened was when we made up Social Security and these other elder benefits, the social institutions that had existed to help poor people were basically taken over by a socialist structure instead of private charity. Okay,
hold on. We got another dono, and we got and I think I disavow this message, but I appreciate the $5. Oh fucking hell, 3 ants and W's in a night. I guess I better start praying to nothing for him. And you appreciate that, so But okay. Keep going, Anson.
I can't remember where I was.
I was saying.
Oh yeah.
Or Social Security. What happened to these people?
Right. So what ended up happening is that the government has basically pushed church, like the religious institutions that once held the role of helping the elderly. It's pushed them out of the way, regulated them to the point where they can't do as much as they used to, and replaced them. And if we got rid of these institutions and revitalized the church in our community, they could handle this sort of stuff the way that they did prior to Social Security and Medicare, right? And there were other social institutions. I already mentioned one of them, which was the extended family. The extended family is a social institution that has been decimated. It basically served as a social safety net for elderly people and gave people an incentive to breed and have children, which is one thing that we've lost, right? And there are other institutions that existed that sprang up to help pay for these problems. I think what is that, the Shriners is one of them, and a bunch of those other kind of fraternal organizations,
like the Masons and stuff.
They sprang into existence to fill this role that the government eventually took from them. And so they're a shell of what they once were. People will be charitable and care for one another. It doesn't have to be done through socialism.
What happened before Social Security is that there was like a massive poverty rate for seniors if they didn't have these like benefit or like safety nets, and they would end up in what was referred to as the poorhouse, which is not like a euphemism that sometimes people use. That they were literally just like overcrowded like facilities where they just had it was almost like not a hospice, that's being quite dramatic, but like there was no social prospects. They just went there to live on, like, to subsist until they died, basically.
I am back.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I was going to say. I agree with the Cam. I think a new chatter. Churches never handled elderly care to the level of social security. That's an insane take. And Anson, I feel like you're punting to like halcyon times, but those halcyon times never existed. Like it wasn't the case. It wasn't the case that before Social Security took place that elderly people were like super like taken care of and everything was like fine.
They were. Go look at the statistics on the evaporation of multi-generational homes, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
I think that's a separate.
No, it's the same. It's the same issue. It's the part of the culture that was destroyed.
Like kind of like disenfranchised, though, right?
It was the safety net. The Social Security destroyed our family structure.
Yeah, but
we're talking about outliers, like in the same way.
No, we're not talking about outliers. It was the normal thing to have children to take care of you. It wasn't an outlier.
No, I know. I'm talking about outliers. I'm saying, like, for those, like, let's say you do make mistakes in your life and you end up on something like food stamps, or you end up making a mistake and now you're a single mom.
So you have consequences for your bad decisions?
And so that's what I'm asking. Do you want those people to die? That's what I'm asking.
No. Testicular Johnson already explained that they had poorhouses to go to for the degenerates and people that didn't do what they were supposed to do.
Can you imagine a world where you just don't have children within your lifetime? So you work up, there's no retirement age back then either. So you basically are working until you can no longer work. And then once you can no longer work, you no longer have income. Just for whatever reason, just the way that life happened, you just never had children. So you don't have anywhere that you can like move into or for people to take care of you. Like, so I think that even I can think of an outlier situation that doesn't involve some sort of like personal moral failing where you like deserve the derision that you're being like thrown to the wolves or whatever. Like
no derision. Look. If there are people who basically serve as examples of who not to be when you get old, for the young people to think, wow, maybe I should have some children. I think that's a social benefit, actually, to have those outliers and be able to look and see, look at what did that person do wrong? I don't want to end up like that person. And what they did wrong was not have children. I'm going to learn from that, and I'm going to have plenty of children.
I think that's like a weird fear to instill in people, where you're like, I need
no,
to
it's
have
not a weird fear. It's a normal, healthy fear. If you don't have a biological imperative to reproduce, your culture is doing something massively wrong.
Yeah, that's like I guess every culture then is doing something wrong though under that metric.
Oh,
right?
every modern Western society that's adopted neoliberalism and the nonsense that we have today is, yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. Is Japan and South Korea neoliberal?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they've adopted a lot of the liberal standards of the modern advanced cultural modern
the term neoliberal, society? Which is already a cuck term to begin with. It's like double cucked of that term. Okay,
conliberal.
Marilyn is back. Marilyn, you should hop on panel, okay? You can tell us. I'm actually curious to know your point of view on this, Marilyn. For real, okay? I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, hop in bed, Marilyn, and get on the panel with me. We can be in bed together.
No, wait, where's that?
Oh,
no, wait, no, God, wait for it. No, everything is cucked. It doesn't let me scroll. There we go. Okay.
Also, I did delay a little bit, but I do need to go grab something to eat. Otherwise, I'm gonna.
Oh yeah, you've been eat coded for.
I got a little triggered. You got a little triggered. I think Anson got a little triggered.
We all get a little triggered sometimes. I'm not triggered. It's a human way.
Been very chill. Christian's been, if anything, he's been like chill. But
I think he just mutes himself and then he just like spurgs and just like cusses.
Nah, bro, I punched the wall, bro.
I've
ripped my mic out and plugged it back in.
He's kicking his dog. He's just like he's a menace. And then he just like, unmuted and sound calm.
It sounds like you guys at least have some stuff to continue arguing about. But I'll stop in a little bit. But I'm gonna grab a bite. But I appreciate the conversation.
I'll miss you.
Yeah.
I'll miss you too.
See you, testicle.
Okay, so we're Christian. So to wrap you in, the topic. Are you all impressed, by the way, that I figured out how to add these little banners at the bottom? So that's kind of cool, right? So if new people join, they can see what we're talking about instead of being like woefully confused if they just join. It's a cool feature, Just discovered that. Okay, so Christian, social safety nets, good? Question mark.
Social safety nets.
Yeah, so things like EBT, things like food stamps, things like
I would say
child tax benefits.
Yeah.
No.
But I haven't done like extensive research into it. I think I'm speaking from like someone who had a single mom,
I had a single mom. That ain't no damn excuse.
Struggled.
Wait, who had a single mom?
I did. Me. That ain't no damn excuse to be a liberal. Come on, man. Tighten up.
I'm not liberal. Where's that come from? No, I don't think nothing's inherently wrong with it. I think there are definitely people who can abuse it. Right?
Yeah, why are you gay, dude? Come on now.
Why are you? You guys disagree? I can't have the banner attacking me too. No, I think people abuse it for sure, but I don't think it's inherently bad.
I agree. So I guess it's you and me against Anson, but Anson is like so libertarian coded. It's crazy.
What do you mean libertarian? I'm a monarchist.
I feel like he could go how extreme.
But you haven't answered me. What happens, Anson? I feel like you're like dodging. I'm not dodging. Like crazy. No, but okay, so you're just assuming you're like Ben Shapiro coded in a way where Ben Shapiro says that he doesn't want any of these like social assistance stuff because he thinks like the synagogues and the church groups will take care of it. Yep. But some people aren't a part of those church groups and synagogues, and you could say that's a failure or a skill issue. That's fine, but you do have these. That's why I call them outliers. You have people that are not connected to any like community for one reason or another, and if you pull all these benefits, do those people just die? Or like if the government doesn't do anything, do we just have people dying in the street?
So yeah, if you're a defective human and don't know how to socialize and join organizations and be a part of a group that isn't the government, that basically, so the government exists to force other people to pay for your degeneracy in this situation, where you're not participating in the culture, in the society, you're not building something up, right? And so after not building something up for an entire lifetime, you get to suck off of my tit that I work for, right? No, fuck that. That's degenerate.
Okay, but it's not just you're acting like these people are just like, well, like you said, degeneracy, right? But it could also just be
degeneracy to take my money.
Like what if it's like a mental health issue?
Yeah.
What if it's like a mental health issue? What if it's like a woman that wasn't intending to be a single mom? What if she got raped and she gives birth to twins, and so now she's a single mom through no fault of her own? What if she had a husband who died and now she has 3 kids, right? Like, and let's say there's no church that will accept her for whatever reason. That single mom should just die?
Well, I didn't say anybody should just die. Look.
But what happens then? Like you need, you need
first of all,
a roof over your head. You need like some like the fucking Maslow's hierarchy of fucking needs, right? The base of the fucking pyramid. Who's providing that?
All of that stuff was handled before Social Security, right? All that stuff was handled before the massive social safety net. It wasn't just throw them to the wolves. And how do you know that she didn't have it coming?
That the didn't have it coming, brother.
The monarchy thing is what is catching you up, Anson. Because you refuse to blame the top people, 1% that don't even use money. They could have anything and they want it anytime. And instead you're blaming the lower class man who really needs it and you really want them to have it. But instead of blaming the overlords, the gatekeepers, the one holding all the resources and giving us droplets of it, you want to blame the poor, starving people. Like, you don't deserve that shit.
Yeah,
it's like, no.
You're right.
No.
You're right. You're right, Marilyn. And that's my fault because I'm in the 1%, so I kind of have a bias towards my group.
You're not in the 1%, though. They gaslight you to make you think you're in the 1%. Then people are all fake. They're all fake. They're lying. They're all lying. We can have anything we want.
I'm actually Maryland coded. It is all a psyop, like for real, unironically. It actually is. I've been convinced, like unironically.
All a psyop. So what was the questions? I was like, Jim Bob went off on that Mormon dude, and I was like entranced. I'm sorry.
I gotta get Jim Bob to like somehow go onto my channel. I don't think that's ever gonna happen, but I have to convince him at some point. Okay, I have to.
I can maybe talk him into it. Jim Bob,
you should.
Into places. I have gotten Jim Bob to raid into a couple places. I have done that.
I talked to Andrew Wilson, or Fedru as you call him, Maryland, but it was in like a group setting, and I wanted to. He ended up focusing on that Ukrainian guy. I can't remember his name, but he like lives in Ukraine. Fuck, I can't remember his name. It's on the tip of my tongue. And yeah, all of Andrew's focus was on that guy, and then I barely got like any Fedru time with myself. So
back when I was ortho coded a little bit, where I was trying to become Christian about, I don't know, a year and a half ago. I networked in with a lot of Jim Bob's people, so I know people that know him. If you want me to hook you up with some of my contact people, Confluence, so you can get in there.
Fedru. I can Jim. Yeah, do it, Anson. Because I mean, Jim Bob's awesome.
No,
he's awesome.
He fuck Jim Bob. He banned me from his channel.
He banned me too, but I go on my alternate account, and now he monetizes my bans. He gets like $500. He gets $100 a day to ban me.
Man, jeez.
He's still because he loves me though. He wants me around. He wants me to make a channel so he can watch. And he talked about me tonight on the thing when I super chatted. He's like he decodes what I say, and he actually knows what he's talking about. It's so funny that
unlike me, Marilyn, even though I decode what you say, and then you always fucking cuck me and say I don't know what you're saying, even though I know exactly what you're fucking saying.
Okay, you're right.
Time.
Sometimes. Confluence, and I'm sorry for that. I do want to apologize because sometimes I have to look back and be like, Confluence is right, and I totally said he was wrong.
Okay, good. There we go. All is forgiven.
But no, I super chatted idol worshiper. idol worship. I don't know if I said idol worshiper or idol worshippers, but he was like, Jimbo was like, she's talking about both of us. It was awesome. She's like, she thinks she's God. I love Jim Bob. He's awesome. But anywho, what was the topic tonight? Like, what was the main discussion?
The main discussion was a lot of things. But if you see, I realized in StreamYards I can do this little like scrolling banner. So this is something. This is a new thing. This stream only. Okay. Well, and future streams. But that's so much easier, right? Do I not get an attaboy, a pat on the back for that, right? That's cool. Because now you just joined and you can see the topic, social safety nets. Good? Question mark, right? That's so handy. Because like my stream is so chaotic that I feel like people join, they don't know what the fuck anyone on panel is actually talking about. But now this is a way to do it. But the broad thing was we finished the Dawkins and Peterson debate, and then we were talking about evolution, and then we were talking about drug legalization, and now we're talking about social. Oh yeah, Maduro, and probably a few things I'm forgetting. But CW Confluence for my ingenuity. Okay, on that. Now we're talking about if social safety nets are good.
Yeah, we also wanted to know why you're gay, Confluence. Remember that was on the banner?
What are you
that was directed towards, I think, Christian at the time. Sorry, Christian. You caught some strays on that one, okay? The banner does what the banner's gonna do, okay? That's not, I don't control the banner. The banner controls me, okay? Just saying.
So Marilyn, I don't want you to read into this, but are you in bed also so we can be in bed together, or is this
I am.
Okay, good. So we're in bed. Good.
I'm back. I got my teeth.
Wait. There we go. Sounds like Marilyn disavowed that. I don't know. I just heard that, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure if she said that or someone else.
But. So who's Christian? I've seen him a few times in here. What is his views? What is he?
He's very like on the nose. He is, say something Christian, but he is Christian. Hello? So his name is his religion.
Oh. Okay, you're one of them.
Christian, meet Marilyn. Marilyn, meet Christian.
Hi. What denomination are you of this cult?
Non-denominational.
Non-denominational cult. Of this death cult.
You devil worshiper.
Conflict, this is why I do not pick your side sometimes. You make me sound so bad.
I'm just like saying what you said before, though, like I'm just trying to be accurate,
But no, you say it so sharply instead of like, I don't know, softening the blows.
Okay, Christian, you're a devil worshiper. Is that better? Is that better? Does that hit different?
No.
Look, I'm trying my best, okay?
I have tears. No, I'm not a Christian. I mean, I believe Jesus is God. I believe Jesus is Lord, Jesus is King, and all that stuff, but I'm not a Christian. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
What are you, Marilyn?
What would you call yourself? Yeah.
I'm God. I'm God. I think we're all God because of God. We are what our Father is. We're co-heirs and friends of God. So I feel like Christians, I just feel like y'all would have followed Lucifer out of heaven. And you would have thought, you wouldn't have done it on purpose. Like you would have thought, you were doing the right thing, or like he was God, but like.
Isn't Lucifer's whole thing that he wants to be God?
Well, he wanted to be.
That's a good point.
He wanted to replace God. He wanted to be greater than God. He thought he could do a better job than God.
Well,
I don't believe anyone is above God. No one is above God.
So
How
what
could
do you mean
anyone
when
be
you
above?
say that you are God?
I don't believe anyone is above God. I don't believe anyone is below God. I just feel like Christians, they need a master. They don't need a friend. They don't need a they don't need a friend. I don't feel like Christians need a friend and a lover. They need a master. So that's the line in the sand. It's like Jesus wants to wash my feet. You want to suck his toes.
So do you
There's
read
idol
the Bible?
worshiping going on. I am. The word of God is written on the tablets of my heart.
So how do you know Jesus is God?
Because everyone is God. You deny
So
one.
you're just like, the assumption is that you think everyone's God, ergo Jesus is God.
You deny one, you deny God. I just don't feel like God shows favoritism. We're all his favorite. So there, I mean, of course, Jesus did what he did for us to break the psychosis on a lot of people. But
Did you say
I
earlier
don't feel
that Jesus is your Lord?
Jesus is Lord. Yes, Jesus is my Lord, of course.
Where do you get that from?
But we're all lords. We're like, I don't idolize words. I'm not into giving words more power than God's promises over us.
It's not giving words like idolizing words. It's just words do have meaning.
Hold on, wait, Christian. I've talked to Marilyn about this a lot. I'll give you one data point for you to be able to kind of understand a little bit better.
Okay.
Marilyn does not believe in hierarchies, which is a totally different way of looking at the world than the Christians have and that you have.
Right. Hierarchy is a sin. I don't believe you have to be disloyal to one to prove your loyalty to another.
So how is hierarchy a sin? Can you walk me through that?
Because I believe in the kingdom of God. You never have to be disloyal to one to prove your loyalty to another. Because to require that of anyone is control and manipulation, which is the most basic form of witchcraft.
So you can be loyal to one and the other.
You can be loyal to both, yes.
Sure, I have to jump in real
across
quick.
the board in your life?
Real quick, I'm sorry. Okay, I was in the bathroom and I heard Marilyn say, Jesus wants to wash my feet. Y'all want to suck his toes. And no one responded. I'm dying in the bathroom. I'm like, no, it's just like silence. No one's like laughing. No one's like has anything to say about that. Everyone just like lets that go. That's just like a normal thing that was said.
Sounds pretty fair to me.
That's crazy.
Sounds pretty fair. Fair.
I'm trying to figure out how you justify what you believe. So, like, do you live? Do you the loyalty thing? Do you live that out in all aspects of your life?
What do you mean? Like
are you single? Are you married? Or
like I still feel like I still believe God is real. Like I still believe he has characteristics and an identity and like things about him that you can distinguish from what is seen and what is made. Because there's an order, there's still an order to things. You know, God is in charge. He's still real.
Do you believe in hierarchy?
I don't believe in hierarchy, but I do believe there's an order to things. I believe that your partner is, divinely picked out for you, like tightly woven to your journey, because there's an order to things. Like you have your partner that is yours, that God picked out just for you.
Can you be loyal to your partner and someone else in the same sense?
It depends on what you're speaking of as loyalty, because like being Christ-like is literally treating others above yourself and to others' interests above your own. That's literally being Christ-like. Like we're supposed to honor and worship each other.
Well, I'm just asking, like, can you be loyal in the same way you are to, say, like your husband to another man?
Answer, is that you laughing?
I'm laughing at the banner. The banner is hilarious.
I'm not even looking at the banner. You guys.
That's Confluence. It's not you guys. It's him.
The banner controls me. I already said that. I don't control the banner. Okay.
I didn't see a banner. What did I miss?
Whoa. You hit me with that rolling T. I think I went to a fugue state. What? I can't even do that. I don't even know how you do that. It's an incredible skill.
I'm trying to answer his question. I got distracted. Magnets.
I don't know if that was his. I don't know if that was his question.
Can you practice the same loyalty as you would your husband? That's specific to your husband to another man.
But you've got to give me an example, because I mean, I still feel like there's an order to things. Like, you're gonna know, because God has an identity, because He has characteristics. You know, you can't be God without being God. So, like, you're not gonna infringe on another person, and you're not gonna
repeat that last line.
You
about I think you said like being God or knowing God.
Like, God has an identity. Like, you can't be God and not be God. You can't just if you're God, you're.
I'm just saying, can you the way you are loyal to your husband, can you be that with another man at the same time?
But that like you
like
you
I'm not bringing God in or I'm just simply asking, because you had said you can be loyal to two things in the same way. So can you do that with another man as you do your husband?
It depends on what you're requesting, I guess.
I don't know, for lack of a better term, like husband privileges. I don't know, like just the loyalty you have for your husband.
Can you have two husbands? Can you have two husbands?
Can you have two husbands? Yeah.
No, like, why would you get into a situation like that?
You can't be loyal to two different things the same way then.
I think if order was in place, you would never have to be in a situation like that. There's really order.
Can you have like a husband and like a boyfriend?
No.
Like a booty call, and you keep something on the side.
Oh my gosh! No.
Are you hitting on Marilyn? It feels like you're hitting on Marilyn right now.
As tempting as that is.
I'm trying to figure out if the whole you can be loyal to two things the same way is how she lives her life.
No, when I talk about loyalty, I mean, like, you know, if you're walking, if there's strangers on the street and they're not together, and you know they belong to someone else, like, if there's any, I don't know, issue or something, like, you're always going to treat that person well. You're always going to respect that person's boundaries. You're always going to respect that person's, you know, and you're gonna want to be nice to them, and you're gonna want to. That's loyalty. Like, you're gonna want to, you know, not disrespect them or infringe on them or whatever. Anyway, that's what I mean by, like, just being loyal, being a good citizen. I'm not talking about the partnership that you have with your person picked out for you, designed for you, that matches you. I'm talking about in everyday life. Like, you're not going to.
Are you talking about loyalty equals boundaries?
No, I mean, like, if being Christ-like is treating others above yourself and the others' interests above your own.
I would agree. You should serve others. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can try and provide a more concrete example for you to answer this, because it's a good question, Marilyn. It's a good question, Christian. So, Marilyn, when we get married, how are you going to demonstrate your loyalty to me in the marriage?
What does that even mean? Loyalty in a marriage is what? It's the thing. Oh God, you guys.
Marilyn, just think you could be Anson's third ex-wife. Just imagine that, okay? Imagine the privilege.
It's everything that disloyalty isn't. How about that?
I mean, do you agree that cheating is wrong? That cheating is a thing, and that loyalty is like people get different kinds of loyalty.
Yes, like per se, if it depends, like when it comes to that, your partner and your friend, they don't get the same like measure of attention, if that's what you mean, because your friend also has a partner that can balance out that attention that your friend needs, that you should be giving to your partner. So it should, you know.
Cool. Okay, so yeah, so we agree. And I think we can both agree that it is good to serve others, love your neighbor as you love yourself. We can agree there, right?
Right, sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. So where do you get that you are God?
Because Jesus called us all gods. And because the Bible says he actually quoted Isaiah. Confluence, where are you?
I'm pulling it up.
Yeah, Marilyn, have you looked
He's
into...
quoting Psalms, though, not Isaiah. He's quoting Psalms.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Isaiah.
Marilyn, have you looked into the Quaker sect of Christianity? It's very much like Divine Spark oriented, where everybody's God, kind of like where you are.
Kind of like Quakers, really?
Yeah. I think you'd be a good Quaker.
I would not be a good Quaker. Absolutely
the text
not.
says, the Jews answered him, saying, for a good work we stone thee not, but for blasphemy, and because thou, being a man, makest thyself God. Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law, I said, ye are gods?
Why then do you stone me? Why then do you stone me?
The context.
Yeah,
the
if he called
context
them
of him,
gods, after whom the word of God came, the scripture
them,
cannot be broken.
But the context is just what we're doing here. It's just what we're doing here, because everything I say is not of ill will. Everything I say is not of ill intention. I'm not trying to hurt you or harm you or lead you astray. I am merely saying I'm God, and you are against me.
Uses gods there, it's talking about people that God have deemed to be rulers. Like that, the specific scripture he's referencing is God, like laying judgment on those that he put in high order.
But why do you think if the like, just to you, Christian, if the Jews are saying this to Jesus, that he's making himself equal with God, why do you think Jesus would answer in such a confusing way if he's just talking about like people that are like rulers? Why would he be like, well, does not your own scripture say you're rulers? Like that would be like kind of a non-answer.
I don't think he's
angry amputee. It says God's not God. No, this is not true. This is actually not true. This is what the English does, but in the actual Greek, it is not. It is not that. And same with the Hebrew. In fact, in Hebrew, the name for God, when you see gods or God, it's usually Elohim. It's always the plural. And when it's talking about Yahweh, we will translate that as God. And when it's talking about the Elohim of like the pagans, we will translate that as gods, and we'll put a lowercase g. In the Hebrew, there's no distinction. It's both Elohim, which is a plural form of God. So just a fun fact for everybody.
Okay.
So it's our interpretation that we decide, okay, that plural, when it says gods, we actually think that God is just being so magnanimous and like, and it's so special that we're gonna just say it's a singular
it's
God.
the context you find Elohim, man.
But and to Sticker Johnson says God is plural. There is a singular plural in Hebrew, Eloah, and it is sometimes used, but not for Yahweh and not for plural. So it gets a little confusing.
To answer your question, I think it's Christ making the point that they understand what he is saying. That he is declaring himself God. Like the Jews understood that. I mean, that's the whole reason the rabbis came after him.
But then why is, I guess the answer is then, or the question is then, why does Jesus choose to quote that psalm? he's
Yeah,
either
to make the
he's either
point.
almost kind of denouncing his divinity and saying, well, your own scriptures say that you're also rulers, so basically I'm saying I'm a ruler, or he's saying your own scriptures say you were gods, and so you should accept that that's like a, you know what I mean? Like those things, I feel like they kind of stand together or fall together.
Well, we're all part of the one body. We're all a part of the one body of God. We're all part of the one body of Christ. You can't separate yourself from him. It's not, there's no separation. But to want to separate in any way is a form of, you know, not loyal, not being loyal. Let's put it that way. Like, self-control is not just like not doing something that you don't want to do, but it's like doing, like, agreeing to something so much that nothing else can possibly sway you. That's self-control too. So
I was saying that the Elohim, I wanted to add this, but you had asked me that question. Elohim can mean gods, powerful beings, you know, like spiritual beings, and human rulers. Like that is the meaning.
It can. It's mainly translated as gods. It can mean a
Yeah, I'm
secondary
not
meaning.
I'm not saying it can't mean gods, right? I think that's where we translate it into English.
What do you think about this passage? By nothing, let there be no difference made among you between any one thing and any other, for thereby there cometh hurt.
Oh, yep, no hierarchy. Jesus said it.
You agree with this?
I like it. I like it a lot.
'Cause it sounds like what you're saying, right? Let there be no difference made among you between any one thing and any other thing.
Absolutely. There should be no separation. Nothing.
What is the
Based.
context of that? Where is that?
You'll never know.
Okay.
Love this.
I tell you, but the tab's already been closed, so I'm not.
Tell you, but I'd have to kill you. No, seriously, like, there's an order to things, so you have to understand God's math is not our math. There's, like, math is order. It's not numbers, it's order. You've got to know that he shows no favoritism. We're all his favorite. So we are all revealed with Christ in glory. If Jesus says, anyone who does God's will is my brother, sister, and mother, he's not idolizing words and these titles and these, you know, who's better, who's, you know, more loved. It is an outpouring of love. There shouldn't be all of these semantics that.
Hey, was that from the Bible, Con?
No.
Of course it was.
Okay. All right. Okay. I never seen that.
It's from a Bible of sorts.
It's not Christianity. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
It's a good passage, though. It's a good passage.
Smuggling is crazy.
The authorized Confluence version of the Bible.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's the book that they forgot to add. Okay.
The book of Confluence.
It's hysterical.
So do you view the Bible as authoritative?
I am the authority. I am the power. What are you talking about? The Bible is a living and breathing. Sure, but it's all about perception. Like, if you're not going to read it in love, then you're not going to get what you need from it.
Marilyn, weren't you mocking that in chat like a few hours ago? You said Christians believe that the Bible is living and breathing.
No, because you can heal with the Bible and you can curse with the Bible and create a lot of harm with the Bible. Like, it could be a spell book.
That's crazy. Okay, I disagree. I think that's a misunderstanding of that passage when it says I thought that's what you were meaning a couple hours ago. I thought you were saying Christians
believe it's living and breathing.
I thought you meant like you disavow that, because I actually do disavow that, because it says the word is living and breathing. And when the Bible says the word, we take that to mean the Bible. When it says the word, it's talking about Christ. And so it's saying Christ is living and breathing and sharper than any two-edged sword. So it's not the Bible is not living and breathing. The Bible is just a book.
Right. Right.
But what do you agree
what
or do
you're
you
saying, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but when in context to the book, besides what you're saying, which is you're right, in context to the book, it is a spell book. Like people can justify suppressing women, you can justify killing babies, you can justify all this stuff because God did it or whatever. And nope, this passage, and we're just going to dwell on this chariot, like picking of it or whatever. It's not. It's not the book that is the power and the authority. It's not like Paul said. The kingdom of God is not in words; it's in power.
What are your thoughts on 2 Timothy 3:16?
For women to shut the fuck up.
No, that's the. I think every scripture is God breathed. Do I have that right?
Yeah, all scripture is God breathed and useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training in righteousness.
Oh, there you go.
Of course,
memorized. Okay.
Of course, but it's all about perception because people will use scripture to determine what love means when Jesus didn't do that at all. Jesus used love to determine what scripture means. It is all your perception of what you're reading. If you are reading the Bible with a dark heart and ill intentions and some kind of wickedness that is these against those, or some kind of discrepancy, not looking at this word that you're reading as this is a love story, this is for me, this is only to help me, this is only to aid me, and in every sentence like I'm going to find some hope that God is talking to me and I'm his favorite child, then you're muddying the water of the heart of God, I guess.
That's based. I actually agree with that.
Yeah, hearing Marilyn talk about God almost makes me want to believe, like her version of it, like the God is love thing, like that's always been my favorite conception of what God is because it's so damn simple and
so simple.
It is, and it's not none of that other like hierarchical bullshit that you got to put up with people using the book to justify all that evil stuff. I mean, that's the best version of God that's possible. Marilyn, you're probably like the closest person to like being able to convert me.
So is love
Oh, Anson, I love Anson, you're God.
I mean, closest. It's not going to happen. That's just close.
So is love a feeling or an action?
Love is truth. It has no agenda. It's not manipulative or controlling. It's truth. Love is truth. There's many things that aren't, but that is one. That is true.
So you do believe? Oh, I guess you don't, because you said you're authoritative. So does the Bible have any weight at all if you're the authority?
Any weight?
Because you're taking a lot of like references from the Bible, but you're also going like, you gotta read it in love. So I ask, is love a feeling or an action? You're like, well, it's seeking truth, but like when you read these things, like
it's not seeking. It's not seeking. There's no seeking.
Why does
There's
God
no
say, seek and you shall find. Jesus says knock on every door.
Because you already are. You already drink from the well that never runs dry. You should not be seeking. There should not be leaders. There should not be followers.
But then, wait, okay, Marilyn, if I can ask, so you take like the Jesus, and this is an honest question, you take like the Jesus saying, does it your own scripture not say you're E or God's? But then as Christian pointed out, Jesus also says like seek and you will find, but you're saying you shouldn't seek. So it sounds like some of what Jesus said, you're like, yeah, that's omni-goated, and some of it you're like, no, that's not. So like,
it sounds like you're saying people pick and cherry pick the Bible, but it does sound like you're doing the same thing.
No, even children can understand there is good and truth, and then there is a lie, which isn't real. It can't exist by itself. It can't exist without your help. It can't exist without you feeding it. There is truth that actually is real and is all things, giving, loving, multiplying life. And then there is lies that are believed first, just because I don't know,
So
fear,
should we seek
idols.
truth?
We're not seeking truth. We already are. You are truth. You are truth. Just like
Marilyn,
Jesus is truth, you are
By
truth.
that logic, what I
can
believe
you
to be
answer?
true contradicts what you believe to be true.
But
Can you
what
answer?
you
How do you answer my
let me
question
answer
though?
his,
Like
let me answer his question real quick, Confluence. I want to answer yours too. Listen, you cannot. You are truth. Your eyes, your ears, you are everything. God has two eyes. God has two ears to hear. You know, we are made in the image of God. You are truth. However, your thoughts and your ideas, they change. They are not you. They are not your identity. Your ideas change, and you can align with, being perfect as our God in heaven is perfect. Our Father in heaven is perfect. But you are truth. Your ideas and thoughts, they change. Two totally different. One is inanimate, not inanimate. One is metaphysical. One is actually physical. And you can tell it's truth because it doesn't change. Your body doesn't have an agenda. It's not controlling or manipulating, but your
So,
thoughts and ideas, they can
so
be.
you reject what Jesus says?
What?
Right here?
What do you mean?
Right here on screen.
Yeah, this goes into my question. This is what Christian had brought up. This is what Jesus also says: "Ask and it shall be given to you; seek and ye shall find; knock and it shall be opened unto you." So, like you said, you shouldn't seek. So, yeah, my question was then: how do you you trust some of what Jesus said, but then when it comes to this, it said you shouldn't seek, but Jesus is telling us to seek, and that if we seek, we will find. So, should we seek?
Because there is a past, present, and future. In this present moment, I don't need anything. But maybe in the future, I'll be like, hey, I want this. And if I have the faith of the size of a mustard seed, I can have this. We're supposed to be doing greater works than Jesus. And he could feed 5,000 with 2 fish and 5 loaves of barley bread. Like, seriously, we could manifest in an instant anything and everything we could ever want. But as the majority believes that is cannot possible, then we're also not going to have that faith, because the majority doesn't have that faith, and we're all part of the one body of God. So it's like, in this moment, I don't need anything, but if I were to need anything, I could make that happen. Probably more physical than,
So I guess for what do you say, an atheist? Would this passage
this
apply to them
moment.
at least? Like, should an atheist seek and ye shall find? Would that apply to them at least?
I think atheists are closer to God than Christians.
So who does this passage apply to? Who should be
right
seeking and finding? I guess who does this apply to?
Seeking is an agenda. Seeking is something the enemy is going to want you to do. It's going to makes you feel like you're in lack.
This is a Jesus quote. Jesus is talking.
Jesus
What's on screen right now? Jesus
But
said this.
Jesus became sin. Jesus literally became sin and had to say this stuff in order to stand in the gap. You don't understand. After he died, he had already. Oh my God.
It sounds like you're you quote Jesus a lot, right? You quoted Jesus a few times in the past few minutes, but then with this quote, it sounds like you just don't like it.
No, I think you're just missing the plot, because Jesus said a lot of things. He told the Pharisees they belonged to their father, the devil, even though Jesus knew that the devil, the enemy, doesn't create people. Only God creates people.
Ooh, Jesus is a liar. Ooh.
He's not a liar. You're not following the plot.
But I'm asking what the plot is of this verse then. Because I asked if it applied to atheists, you said no. So who does this apply to? It's got to apply to somebody, right? You apply other of Jesus' verses, right? So there has to be a proper application of this verse, right? Or a proper interpretation, surely. And
say that one more time.
I'm saying this. There has to be a proper time for this verse. You said this might apply to you in the future, but doesn't apply now. So I'm saying what kinds of people would this apply to? The whole ask and it shall be given to you, seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you. Like who would benefit, or what is the proper interpretation of this passage? Like if I'm missing the plot, then like what is the plot of this passage?
Maybe it's people that
Can-
don't know their God yet.
we go
Maybe it's
to-
people that are trying to possess their spirit, man. I
Can we
don't
go
know.
to Ezekiel 28 too?
Ezekiel 28.
I've got to get off of here, you guys. Oh my
Good night, Marilyn.
I'm getting so much trouble. I don't want to go, but I'll try to stay for a minute longer. Go to Ezekiel.
Okay, Ezekiel 22. So of man, say to the ruler of Tyre, this is what the sovereign Lord says. In the pride of your heart, you said, I am a god. I sit on the throne of a god in the heart of the seas. But you are a mere mortal and not a god, though you think you are as wise as a god.
So this is the Lord. This is God saying this.
Yeah, but he's saying it to this retard, right? The ruler of Tyre, though. So maybe this guy's like just an asshole, you know?
I'm saying that he's God.
But there's
So how do we wrestle with this one?
there's a good way to say you're God, and there's a bad way. Like Lucifer, right, tried to be God, but in like a bad way.
Well,
But,
no,
like,
Lucifer.
you know,
Lucifer was the hero in the story. He gave humans the ability to have knowledge, right? I mean, he was goated.
I don't actually disagree with that answer. I
It's-
don't
what's-
actually
in the
disagree.
garden, he was like, "Dog, if you eat of this fruit, you will be like God, knowing good and evil." Right?
Yeah, and they did.
They munched on it.
Yeah. And now they know things, right?
Yeah.
Good and evil. Yeah.
He's like Prometheus. Good mythology.
And I think knowledge is an agenda that you only need it if you're in fear. You only need it if there's a problem. You only need to virtue signal that you need knowledge if there's an issue at hand. Like, I don't believe that if they ate off the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, or if they ate off the tree of life, that they would have died. If they wouldn't have eaten off either tree, they were never intended to die. So like death only came upon them under the curse after eating from the fruit. So I don't feel like even if they weren't to eat off the tree of life, they still would have lived forever.
So wait, then what was the point? What was the point of the tree of life then? What does that fucking do?
Knowledge is bad.
No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying there are levels. And for you to say, have to categorize in your brain, hey, this is knowledge, then there has to be some fight or flight going on for you to have to categorize it in your brain and hold on to it in that manner.
Hold on to knowledge?
Yeah, because if you're
isn't
already
that the beginning of wisdom?
No, because if you're already with God, walking and talking with God in the garden, and you don't have a care in the world, you're not separated from God. You're not needing any knowledge. You're not needing any wisdom. You're already taken care of in every way.
So you'd say the issue is that they wanted to be like God.
No, I'm saying the issue was that this is the way it was intended to happen. That we can't just it's more glory this way. Like you're able to build your courage, you're able to build mold and sculpt, into this, just adding glory onto you for the rest of time. Like you're forever just he's going to reveal more glory about you and reveal more glory about you. And it's more to add and multiply onto you. It's not to say that it was anything wrong with you at the beginning and in the beginning, because you were of perfect design. But I'm just saying, like, there has to be a progression of goodness to happen to you, or else God isn't real. Like, why don't you try looking up Revelations for me? Revelations 3, what is it? 21.
Marilyn, how
much the Bible is good for correction?
No, just look up Revelations 3:21 and tell me what you think of that.
Tiny. Okay.
Am I showing this right now? I think I am. Yeah. To the one who's victorious, I will give. Is this the right passage, Marilyn?
I don't like that translation, but yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's
Fuck
fine.
NIV. I like ESV. Okay. How about this one? The one who
I like the
conquers, I
one.
will grant him.
No.
Which
I
one?
like the one who overcomes. I like the one who overcomes. Yeah,
The
that one.
Boreans. I don't even know what this is. Okay. The Boreans.
I like that one.
To the one who
better.
overcomes, I will grant the right to sit with me on my throne, just as I overcame and sat down with my father on his throne.
What do you think about that passage?
I think it's trusting in Christ, overcoming yourself, taking up your cross.
Overcoming the living in fear and knowing that you're God, like Marilyn's saying.
Isn't it, I will say, is this not Christian? Is this not a bit Maryland coded? Because like, how can we all sit on the throne of God together? There's like, billions of people. How are we all sitting on the throne unless we're all God?
Yeah,
Well,
maybe this is the knowledge
it does say that believers will get the right to judge. It also says that God says that, right?
Yeah.
He grants you like he grants you titles, he grants you different things, but just because the language there is, oh, you'll sit on the throne, just as I've sat down with my father on his throne, that you can't equate the two things.
I mean, but is this passage not equating those
scriptures?
Two things?
He didn't say sit on a throne. He said grant the right to sit with me on my throne.
Through Christ, we get the gift of salvation.
But how are we all sitting with Christ? Yeah, on his throne. I think I feel like that is
with.
And then the next verse, he who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. I think that is a auspicious reading, right? If you have an ear to hear.
If you have an ear to hear.
Yeah.
So we're reading Revelations literally. Is that what we're doing?
I mean, I don't know. We read other and when it talks about thrones in other places, like that's in like one of the catechisms, is that like that Christ is seated at the right hand of the Father. So we take that like pretty literally.
Let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches.
Yeah. So when this phrase comes up, I think this is saying what I just said. Like you need some spiritual intuition to understand it. That's how I always read this when it says, "He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit is saying." Right. So
Christ,
it's saying that
those who know me know my voice.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So it's saying like you. It's not just like a don't take maybe the baseline meaning, but like really think about what it says, and the elect will understand what it's saying. And so I think to me,
the one who overcomes, like, it's the same.
Well, right, but I'm saying it means to take this seriously, and that there could be some more esoteric meaning to this, which I think is actually what I actually agree with Marilyn's interpretation of this passage on this account.
Marilyn,
especially with verse 22.
Yeah, we're all God because of God. He doesn't show favoritism. We're co-heirs. We're God's friends. We're not slaves of God, basically.
Right, we're not slaves. We're children of God, right?
Yeah, it was Constantine that commissioned the writing of the Bible to try and force people through his hierarchical order to be able to make people slaves in the system. I actually agree with that interpretation also, Marilyn, that we're all like the way that the Jesus guy was. He was like, everybody love one another, let's all be happy together. That's good stuff.
Right. Not looking at God as some grandiose, untouchable, just actually being friends with God and be able to walk and talk with God. You're not going to be able to do that if you're constantly on your feet. Like, it's not that he doesn't love the adoration. It's just that you are made for a design. You have a perfect design.
Maybe the miscommunication is here. When you say that you are God, what do you mean?
I am Mother God, but I believe we're all Mother and Father God. We're all, like Jesus said, anyone who does God's will is my brother, sister, and mother. He's not idolizing words when he says that. It's just your maturity level to your closeness with God, I guess. it just where you're at. I don't know what to say
So
other
are
than
you
that.
declaring that you are in fact God
I mean,
in the
just like
literal sense?
Jesus, what do you feel like Jesus was God?
Yes.
Or was he the Son of God? Or was he both?
Both.
Okay, then in that sort of context.
Yeah, but it not now we're getting into Trinity.
But I think everybody is a part of the Trinity. We went from Father, Son, Holy Ghost, but we're all holy. Like, I believe it's not just a Trinity. I believe every person is included in that sphere of honor. Not just three entities, but every entity that has ever existed, because we're all part of the one body.
So I'm curious, what are your thoughts on the crucifixion of Christ? You believe in sin, yeah?
I believe that sin is a psyop. Just it's sin is an infraction that did like it wasn't an infraction that required retribution. It was a disease that required healing. So Jesus had to break a lot of like psychoses per se that people bound themselves to and believe. So like I believe we're all God. So I believe you manifest everything into your reality. And if people are believing a lie, they're
how
going
is
to
Christ being
manifest.
crucified break this psychosis? What, like you just kind of said something. There's no real like I like what would be the point in the crucifixion if we're all God and we can just break the psychosis that you're calling sin?
What would be the point of what?
I said, what's the point in the crucifixion? Like, why is there a blood debt or like blood payment for the debt if it's like a psychosis and sin is this like this mindset and we can all break it because we're God?
I don't think Christ should have died. I mean, do you believe that we should have killed Christ? Do you think it was a good thing to do? You think if there weren't some spiritual just sacrifice that had to happen, like if you think in realistically speaking, do you think it was the right thing to do for us to kill Christ?
Yeah, Christ also says that
God, you cannot break your damn cult mentality at all to come into reality.
Christ
You can't
literally
do it.
says, "No one takes my life; I give it of my own accord." for the purpose of salvation.
Yet he begged God to spare him, and that if there's anything he could do to where he wouldn't have to go through that, please let it pass him. And he did, and God still made him do it. So what are you saying? What are you even saying?
Christ when
He laid down his life, sure, but that doesn't mean he wanted to.
When God made him do it, what was Christ's response when he had said, "If you can take this cup from me"? What was
Let
the
thy will be done.
Okay, so what? Why was that God's will?
Why did God then think that it was necessary for Christ to be crucified? Because Christ, falls on the ground and prays, "My Father, if it is possible, may this cup be taken from me, yet not as I will, but as you will."
Because in
fact, there's another passage where I think Peter says you don't need to die, and he rebukes Peter.
Yeah.
I'll have to find that
he
verse
says, "Satan,
somewhere.
get behind me." Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the behind me Satan. Yeah.
But he I agree that we become heirs of the kingdom through Christ. Like we get salvation. No one's seen the Father except like if you've seen Christ, if you believe in Christ, you can get to the Father. Like there's separation there. Like the key is Christ. Christ says, I'm the truth, the way, and the light. Like he's
But you can't get any. You can't get.
You're not God. Like that's.
You can't get to the Father but through the Son. But that's only saying that you can't be a father unless you're a son first. Like I believe we're all God.
So Marilyn, I don't want to like. I'm not trying to box you in, but I'm honestly curious. So like Jesus says that the prophecies say that he must go to Jerusalem and suffer many things at the hand of the elders, chief priests, and scribes, and that he must be killed and the third day be raised to life. And then Peter took him aside and began to rebuke him. Far be it from you, Lord. This shall never happen to you. And Jesus says, but Jesus turned and said to Peter, get behind me, Satan. You are a stumbling block to me, for you do not have in mind the things of God, but the things of man. So isn't this Jesus saying that Peter's saying you don't have to die, and Jesus is saying you don't understand the ways of God? This is kind of Jesus saying that he did have to die, right?
No, this is Jesus saying what Marilyn's been saying. Jesus knew he was God, and he didn't have to deal with whatever that other guy was telling him, right? He was trying
God telling God that he doesn't have to die.
Yeah.
We're reading it like that.
But do you understand, like, Jesus could do anything while he was here? He had all the power to heal people and to manifest anything. Like, he didn't have to die. But the reason he did...
He wanted... Yeah,
he wanted to. Do you know how many years through the Old Testament where God was just chasing man to try to free him from slavery, from bondage, to try to get freedom and get people, doing the right thing, and the 10 Commandments and Moses and Abraham and Noah and all this stuff that God did in order to try to show how much he loves us, and still people could not.
Well, why were the Jews sacrificing animals?
Hold on, listen. People could not accept God's love. They couldn't accept his what he had going on. They just lived in long suffering and shame, and death and fear. They feared. Fear was the biggest lie that they believed, that people believed. So, and Jesus had to die because death was like the biggest fear that people have. Like, if you could think of, since Adam and Eve, their curse was death. So it was always the biggest demon, the scariest monster, this boss. Even the Bible says death is an enemy. And the last enemy shall be destroyed. The last enemy to be destroyed is death, which is when Jesus died. So it was basically...
Why couldn't anyone else do it? Why did it have to be him?
Had to be somebody.
Why specifically Jesus?
But yeah, I guess why did, so you said that Jesus can do all things on earth, and I agree with you. And then even when Jesus is being tried, he says I could summon legions of angels from heaven and they would come. Right. But he doesn't, though. So there must be some reason that Jesus was like, I have to go through with this, right? Because he's saying he could summon the legions of angels, and I believe him, and I think you do too. So why didn't he?
Because death is the biggest fear for people. He could not break the people's what they had going on internally, like the demons that people fight, because this is a spiritual battle, not a battle of flesh and blood. The biggest demons that people fight of fear and everything, the biggest one is death. That's the scariest one. So in order for God to get down to that pit of, I'm holding your hand through it, I'm walking you through every step, to know that his presence is there and his light shines to those depths, he had to die in order to say, I'm with you through this. Every person that has ever had to go through death, it can't just be a person that's gone alone and done it by themselves, and God has never been there with them.
Specifically Jesus. If we're all God.
What does it matter if it was Tom, Dick, or Harry?
Well, it does. Why wouldn't it? Okay, if everyone's God and death had to be conquered by this sacrifice, if we're all God, why didn't God off the rip just be like, oh, you know what, Bob, you there? Yo, go pay this debt real quick.
Well, was Bob sinless? Did he not sin his whole life?
Are you sinless?
I'm sinless, yeah. Heck yeah, I'm perfect as my Father in heaven is perfect. I'm just saying, for you, for people like you, who don't understand the level I'm at, you are going to abide by certain laws. And the laws that you abide by are going to say that this man had to be sinless in order to carry your guilt and shame, or else your guilt and shame is still yours to own, because
anyone could have died for me. But since he was sinless, then maybe there's more of a, you know, like I can put my burdens on him and be washed clean, and he can stand in my place and whatever. It it it's all just a big mind. I don't even know. Ask me a question, because
I guess
it's a big
what I
mind
want to
fuck.
ask is, so you're saying that you use the words that Jesus had to die to walk their hand right through death, which is the biggest fear, which I agree. That and spiders, I think, are the two biggest fears of mankind. You know, so but then
let you know God
earlier you were
is
saying like
there.
Jesus didn't have to die and stuff like that, and like it wasn't a good thing. But then like, so I'm trying to, I think I understand, but I'm just not sure, because then like he did have to die for the reasons that you said, but then earlier it sounded like you were saying he didn't have to die. So like, do you get what I'm confused by? Like, did he have to die or did he not have to die? I guess is kind of what it distills down to.
I mean, I feel like if people weren't so stupid, he would not have had to die. But since people are so dang stupid, it was necessary to help people cope. I mean, I don't even know. That's the easiest way I can say that.
Marilyn, I have I guess a related question. Like, do you have a theological degree, or did you just like spend a whole lot of time reading the Bible?
Neither. I'm God, bro.
Okay.
This is all, like, a lot of it is from just knowing God's will for us, knowing his order of things, knowing how much he loves us, and some things will work for some people and some things work for other people. So it's you can't classify everybody in the same boat, but you're all going to the same place.
Would you say sin is breaking God's law?
I would say that sin is like a handful of sand thrown into the sea is what sin is compared to God's providence and mercy.
Right. I just asked, is sin breaking God's
law? It's not. It doesn't. What is that? Like, what justification do you have to even use that as a debatable thing? Like, sin is it's a disease that requires healing. If you believe in sin, if you give sin power, if you feed sin, if you give it life, then you need to hang out with the sinners because you think you're a sinner. You need to go hang out with the sinners. Where you belong.
Is sin breaking God's law?
No, I think what you're trying to say is that sin's a psyop, and if you believe the psyop, then you're infected by the psyop, bro.
Do you believe sin isn't a thing?
Based. If you think sin is a thing, you're infected.
I don't understand. So is sin real or is sin not real?
I don't get that either. Like you said before, sin is like some type of disease, but now you're saying it doesn't exist.
Okay.
Like if you hurt someone, that would be sin, right? You're hurting someone else who is God, right?
Like
in some senses, isn't all sin a type of self-harm in a way?
This conversation,
because you're harming God and you are God.
This conversation that y'all are having would not age well in heaven. You would not be able to speak this way in heaven. You would not be able to talk about this stuff. Does that make sense?
I think that goes for a lot of stuff you've said as well, though, right?
Yeah, like.
Okay, I believe even Lucifer will return home as the prodigal son because there's no place else to go but back to God. I believe all enemies of the Lord, they melt like wax before the fire in his presence. And the man, God's prized portion, remains. I believe we're all accounted for. Every link in the chain is accounted for.
Okay.
And some will be healed, some will be raised from the dead, some will be just walk right in.
I'm trying to narrow this down. At least I'm going to attempt to. What is God's law?
If you loved, you have fulfilled the law. Period.
Okay, so is sin breaking God's law? If you ask what my justification is, that where I get that from, I can give that to you.
You're bringing something so out of context, so out of the realm of the, like, I don't feel like you have the key to open this door to what I'm trying to tell you. I just don't think you have. I don't think you can get to this level of what I am saying to you. Sin would not exist if everyone knew they were God and stayed in their own motherfucking lane and had their own power and authority and had everything they could ever want in whatever color they wanted it. I do not believe people would be sinning. I don't believe people are born in sin or born with sin. I believe even from a baby, if they're not abused, neglected, or treated crazy, that they're going to pick things that comfort them over things that scare them or hurt them. It's just biological.
So
I don't know what
all your
to tell
theology is
you.
just feeling based. It's just because you say you're God, ergo.
Well, yours is feeling based because you're like sin.
Where I would disagree with the Bible
Does
because
it sound like the Mario Kart theme? When you get a star, you know what I mean?
What'd you say, Christian?
I said it's not. This is not like I would like. It's not based off of feelings where I'm getting my theology.
Your theology is coming from thoughts that only the enemy would have. We do not have time to have thoughts in our head that God doesn't have in his head about us. If you are going to speak of sin,
you're God?
Yes, if you're going to speak of sin,
am I God?
Yes, you are.
Okay, are we thinking the same thing?
But you are of perfect design. You are of your own. You are unique. I am unique in our own selves. We are both perfect. We're both God's favorite, but we are both different. Like we have he designed us with our own desires, our own, that belongs to us. So we're not the same person. But the things you could tell me, and things I know, I can tell you. And I mean, there doesn't have to be anything hidden per se, but we're not the same person. So we're not going to have the same desires. We're not going to have the same.
You're referring to Yahweh when you talk about God. I'm trying to understand. You get like basic fundamental things from the Bible, yet reject scripture from the Bible. So you can be like, hey, look, we're all God, we're all one, yada yada, kumbaya. But it's like you're
reject scripture.
You're using Yahweh. You don't. So okay, so then you would agree that sin is breaking God's law. That's in scripture.
But sin will not always exist. You cannot forever perpetuate
right now. Just because we will be sanctified when we go up to heaven does not mean that sin does not exist right now. If you accept scripture, then you have no issue. You would have no issue agreeing with
Jesus
sin
became
is breaking
sin.
God's law.
Jesus became sin and defeated death. I think you serve a death cult. I think you idolize death. I think you hold death's hand to the grave. You prepare to die.
If I idolize death, salvation, eternal life, that would contradict what
they're all idols. They're all idols. So,
yeah, you had said that I idolize.
How is
death.
eternal
That would be
life an idol?
Eternal life, salvation.
Christ says he is
an idol.
Life. Okay. But not
salvation
eternal life is not an idol. You agree?
No, I mean,
idol. Like, what is that?
Because you will not need salvation in heaven. Once you pass the gates, once you already made it in, once you already said, "Oh, good boy, you did a really good job." When you get into the gates of heaven, you're not going to need salvation. You're not going to hold salvation as a trophy. You're not going to need it as a tool to use in heaven. It's not going to get you extra game chips in heaven. Salvation is a tool. It's not God. You cannot put your weight in faith, hope, belief, mercy.
Through Christ. What do you like? What does that even?
Christ is salvation. Christ is salvation. Christ is justice.
You know what?
Christian,
I agree with you there.
Christian. So the first time I heard Marilyn, I kind of reacted the way that you are now, where I was like, well, she's got to be nuts, right? But listen to her a few hundred more times, and it'll start to make sense.
She grows on you.
It doesn't. It's not.
No, trust me. It's really cool. Like she's consistent. Like it sounds like nonsense, but that's just because you're unfamiliar with it because it's so different from anything you've ever heard.
Sin exists, sin doesn't exist. We are God. We don't need salvation. Death is the thing to be feared. We can't
I agree
idolize
with Anson. I understand. I was in the same place as you, Christian. You just have to. You hear it enough times. You're like, okay. I think I get it.
Let me talk.
I would disagree that she's consistent. She had said that sin is a thing, then denies sin. That's not consistent. That's why I'd said it's feeling based.
She's consistently inconsistent, though. In a way.
That's fair. That's fair, God.
Anson, what were you about to say?
Well, I was going to say, Marilyn, Christian conflict. It's been beautiful, but I got to think in a few hours and do adult stuff. So I'm gonna call it a night. I just wanted to let y'all know that.
Thank you.
That I appreciated the ability to come on here and talk Confluence and Christian. It was fun to argue with you when you were wrong. And Marilyn, I love you, and I hope that you'll be my wife one day. We'll talk.
Very romantic. Good to see you, Anson.
So let me put this in context because I don't deny scripture. I just feel like there's a time and a place for everything. There's a time for everything under the sun. So sin will not always exist. It won't. It just won't. When Jesus comes back and yada yada oxen free, the sin will not exist. So what will you be able to say in replace of dwelling on sin all the time? What will you be able to replace that with?
Yeah, we're talking in two different playing fields. You're talking about going to heaven where we will be with God. I'd agree.
I'm talking about going to heaven. I'm talking about harnessing the energy to live forever. I'm not trying to die. I'm not trying to join that bandwagon. I am on the bandwagon of life, everlasting. I'm not going down that path of death and giving death any power. It does not have power over me.
I'm not talking about giving death any power.
You are.
The whole fundamental Christian death has no power. That's one of the fundamental core.
But you're still preparing to die is crazy.
As a matter of fact,
just crazy.
That we go to sleep.
You're inconsistent.
I'm not. The scriptures keep me consistent.
No, because our spirit, our flesh is just as important to God as our spirit. Our flesh is just as precious to God. He made it perfect by design. He blessed it, called it very good. There is no reason. The battle is not between the flesh. Yet we want to kill the flesh and think of ideas to kill the flesh. The battle was never with the flesh. The battle was always with the spirit and the mind and the thoughts that we have. Our flesh has always been there for us. It's always been there to protect us. It's always been there through every thought we had and forced it to act out everything our brain thought. Our body is not our enemy. It is our mind, our spirit that is in conflict. We believe lies. We need to stop believing lies. When we stop believing lies, we'll be trusted with more power. I don't know how this is difficult to understand.
5:17.
To what?
No, I was talking to Con. Did you hear me, Con?
What'd you say?
Can we go to Galatians 5:17?
I was actually pulling up Galatians 5 myself. So
hey, let's go.
We're on the same page. Where's StreamYards? The flesh desires what is contrary to the spirit, and the spirit what is contrary to the flesh. They're in conflict with each other, so that you are not to do whatever you want.
So stop it. Isn't that what Dad always said? He's like, you know how to stop that?
Oh, wrong one.
Quit doing it.
You just said the flesh is here for us. You said
and
the flesh.
I never said flesh was the problem. The spirit doesn't want the spirit. It's a spiritual battle. It's not. Why would the flesh want what the spirit wants? Like when it's the spirit is trying to harm the flesh. Like the flesh does not have a thinking process. Only your spirit is going to make your flesh do whatever it does.
But the flesh is like not great though, right? Like this in
No,
the
it
same,
is great.
in the
It's
same in
wonderful.
the same chapter it says those who belong to Christ Jesus have crucified the flesh with its passions and desires. Is that
Crucified
do you disagree
his
with that?
flesh with what?
Those who belong to Christ Jesus have crucified the flesh with its passions and desires.
Hold on, we're about
Exactly, because everyone idolizes Christ rather than being his friend and his lover. They want to crucify themselves with him. They want to mourn his death for over 2,000 years. They want to do exactly what he did and kill their flesh, even though he died, so they wouldn't have to.
At least the Bible here is saying that we should do this. Like this is saying we should crucify. This is like what like Paul says like he picks up his cross daily. So like there is an aspect.
Also served a death cult though. Paul also followed death's hand to the grave.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. So you don't like Paul. You don't like Paul.
I love Paul. I love Paul.
But you don't like
they
what he
did
said.
not.
You don't agree with what he says in the Bible.
I don't believe they went through the process of theosis like they were supposed to. They could not find themselves worthy enough to be equal to God, to have that much power of a mustard seed, to be able to hold on to their life, to be able to have a life everlasting. They could not get it.
Did any of the disciples like do you like any of the epistles?
They all
Or do you not like any
died,
of them?
bro. They all chose death. All of them did.
That doesn't make you stop and think maybe you're interpreting things wrong.
No, I refuse to think that Christ was not right when he said we are to do even greater works than Christ. Death is an enemy. The Bible clearly says is the last enemy to be destroyed.
So
Death
every
should
disciple
not
didn't
be a
get it.
thing forever.
Because every
The ones
disciple
that
died.
literally slept, ate, walked with Jesus, just didn't understand.
So tell me, you believe you're a Christian. You believe Christ will come back.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe everyone will be dead when he comes back? That it'll be barren, the earth will be barren, and it'll just be Jesus coming back by himself? Nobody here?
No,
You think people will be alive?
The Antichrist comes and there's a new world order, new kingdom.
Right, but you
Christ-
believe people will still be here alive. Like people will be alive when Christ comes back.
Yeah, people, new believers, and people who accept the mark of the beast.
Okay, so not everyone will die forever. Because Christ is coming back.
Right, but we're not saying that there's going to be someone who lives for eternity just waiting for Christ to return like that. Like on this world.
Like
What
if
if
Christ
he
comes
comes
back
back
in a year,
tomorrow?
like if he comes back tomorrow, but if he comes back in the year 3000, then I think I probably am not going to be around at that time. I think I'll be risen. I think I'll be resurrected, inshallah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't plan on dying, so expect him to come back a lot sooner.
Well, I hope so. I don't want to die
Playing these
either.
games. I'm not playing these games with y'all no more. I promise you. I'm not playing these games with y'all no more. I'm tired. I'm done.
Look, Marilyn, I don't want the last thing I want to do is fucking die. Okay, that's the fucking last thing I want to do.
Full heresies and will to die and power and spells.
I don't have a Marilyn. You gotta trust me when I say I have no will to die. I would love to just not die. I would love that.
You just cast a spell that if Jesus comes back in 3,000, you already know you'll be dead. Like you've already
I can't. I mean, I just know that
into death.
I'm kind of just thinking that no human has lived like 1,000 years, so I'm kind of just, taking a guess on it. I hope I live 1,000 years. How is that not enough for you, Marilyn? I hope I do. Just don't know if I necessarily will.
Just to put a clock on your life just seems so shameful.
It's just we've talked about this before, and I don't know why. If we look at every human since Jesus and no one lived for like 1,000 years. Every single human in all of existence, because there's no human that's lived over 1,000 years. So you're going to be the first one. But by me looking at I don't know how many humans have ever existed, probably like 11 billion or something.
Come on. It's so ridiculous. If they put, like I said, if they put on the news right now, like they did COVID, and said, oh my God, we just found this plant. We just found this plant that'll make you live forever. It has every vitamin and mineral known to science. It'll give you an instant blood transfusion before it oxidizes, if it's fresh, or whatever the hell they're going to tell you. And they say you're going to live forever if you eat this plant. We found it, tree of life, whatever. Y'all would believe that shit, and everybody's going to live forever now that we got this new spell cast. It's literally all in your mind.
I think what you just described is definitionally not in my mind. You're saying if we discovered a way that we could live forever, then sure.
It would be tangible. But you can't do it with your own
I would be the first one to ever do it. Yeah, I don't know if I have enough faith in myself that I could be the first out of 11 billion humans to ever live 1,000 years. Yeah, I don't know if
I'll put my headphones back on. I had to charge my vape. I'll put my headphones back on.
Yeah, maybe 20 million. I don't know, 20 billion. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I'm the one guy who's figured out of 20 billion possible humans that have ever existed to be I'm gonna live 1,000 years now.
Every single one died.
And I mean, Marilyn, you're aging. I'm aging. Kristen is aging. It's not like we're all. I'm not sitting here being 35, but looking like I'm 16, right? So. I'm going through the process of aging. We're all going through none of us look like we're 16, right? So something's not working for all of us in that way, right? I'm not trying to cast a spell, but
waiting for the spells. Give me a second.
It's all spells. I'm not trying to cast spells.
That was a journey.
It always is. It always is. Marilyn doesn't like the death, and look, I don't like the death either. Okay, I'm not. Marilyn thinks I love death. I don't like that.
The idea of dying.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But I don't know. That's always the major hang up, I think. Oh, Marilyn's back. Marilyn's back.
Okay. So yeah, are you done with all that? What has been?
All the spell casting? Yeah, I'm gonna cast a few more after you're gone, but I'll save them until until I can really get my ritual circle going and draw a few pentagrams.
It's witchcraft to even speak that way. Like, we've been speaking this way for so long. Aren't people tired of being so resentful and guilty and shameful and whatever the hell?
And so honest and so
it's not
in line with all of human history and
it's
biology.
not.
I'm
It's
tired of doing
not.
that. I am.
We didn't have planes for thousands of years. No one ever thought we could ever have a plane flying in the sky or just levitating in the bullshit planes, what they do. Like, no one would ever thought that shit was ever possible. But look, we have planes. Like, you are not willing to. You're one of the people that are just gonna be like, "Oh, you're so stupid. That's a terrible idea." And then
I'm not saying. Look, if there's a way to live forever, I mean, sign me up. I'm not like a naysayer on this. like if that happens, I'd be incredibly happy. If Christ came back tomorrow, so I didn't have to die, I'd be insanely happy. So like I don't want this to happen, you know. Like me and Christian were saying, we both don't want to die. Okay, like I don't know if you believe me, Marilyn, but I do not want to die. Okay,
So stop it.
I just don't know if me stopping it is going to make me not die. I guess that's the thing. I guess I just don't. Like, if I just say I'm not going to die, if I say, okay, I'm confident I'm never going to die, I don't know if that means I'm still aging. I feel like it's not going to change anything, and I'm just deluding myself. And then one day I'll die, and on my deathbed, I'll be like, fuck Marilyn, why did I listen to her? I'm dying, and she made me think that I was going to live forever.
So do we save this video and wait 100 years, 50 years?
That's so ridiculous because it doesn't cost you anything to like if you already believe you're going to die. Like, why
it costs me a radical moment of disappointment as I'm like dying of cancer. Like, let's say in the future I'm dying from pneumonia or something, or I'm in a car accident. In my final breath, I'm thinking, I like deluded myself my whole life into thinking I wouldn't die, and now I'm fucking dying. Fuck this shit. I don't want that. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want to be like, oh, I was like wrong and I believed in some like falsity. So that's a big cost in my mind. That's a big fucking cost.
You already planned on dying anyway.
Right. So I'm not gonna, when I'm dying, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I knew this would happen one day. I don't think that's happening now, but at least I knew it was gonna come. But in your world, I'm like, oh fuck, I totally didn't even think this was gonna happen. I thought that I could beat death by just believing it wasn't good and not casting spells. And now I'm dying anyway. Fuck me.
I'm different. I'm different.
You want that moment. You want that moment of clarity to know that you were wrong your whole life. See, I don't want that moment of clarity.
No, I don't want that. No, it's more or less I am the last person in the world that wants to live forever. I fucking hate you people. I don't want to see myself or anything else for the rest of fucking ever. So basically, God is he's funny. He's like a comedian. So he's like, hey, I'm gonna pick this person right here and be like, he's gonna live forever. Me, and it's like, so if that were like if that were,
like you have a sense of humor.
No, like God has a sense of humor. God, we are all God because of God. We're all God because of God. But I'm saying if like that ever happened to me, which it won't, I'd be like, oh man, I'm dying. Thank God. Like, oh my gosh, I'm on my deathbed. Like, it's really going to happen to me. Like, oh, thank sweet Jesus, I get to get out of this place. But
so would you say you agree with this that I'm pulling up, Marilyn?
But I don't.
Death, thou shalt long for death. Death is forbidden, O man, unto thee. Would you say you agree with that?
I agree.
Okay, based.
No disavows there.
Do you see Amputee's comment?
Proof she's not God. She did say she hates all of us, which I wasn't expecting that exactly, but
what?
I think
you said, and I quote, I hate all y'all. I want to die. I hate all y'all. I think that's a good quote. It's a bit harsh times, Marilyn.
I don't hate y'all. There's two sides to every coin because there's an absolute like opposite side too, where I love all y'all, never want to see any of y'all die ever, and I want everyone that has ever existed to be alive and well and close and near and
but in an equal and opposite way, you also hate all of us and want us to die. See, and I can say
I don't want you. I don't want you to die. I don't want you to die. I don't want anyone else to die. I just want me to die.
You said I hate all y'all.
I hate all y'all, so y'all can be with each other. I'm cool.
Yeah, but why is that? I don't hate you, Marilyn. I don't hate Christian. So am I?
I don't hate you. Like, what's good? I don't hate you. I would just prefer to be in black darkness forever and not have to think or feel or breathe or anything ever again. Like totally be nothing. That would be so base.
Now who's casting spells? You said I cast spells. That's
some
fucking necromancy shit. That's some fucking witchcraft satanic bullshit.
Listen, Linda. Listen, Linda. On
You're
the
like
same.
fucking texting me like crazy.
No, I'm not.
Jesus
Stop
Christ.
it. No, you're not me. Quit it. Like there's times that I would hide in places like that, and then there's also times that I'd hide in places like it, be in the throne room with God and always be like closest to him as I could get, dancing before him, laying at his feet, sitting in his lap, listening to his heartbeat. Like, love to just be in the throne room with God. Like, we never want to see the rest of heaven, never want to see the crystal clear water and the perfect blades of grass, or
So
walk with
what's the part of you
Jesus.
that wants to go into the abyss and be in utter darkness where there's gnashing of teeth? Tell me about that side of Maryland. Why do you want to be there? Because I don't want to be there.
There's no gnashing of teeth. It's just nothingness.
Okay, fine. Just
It's
why do you want to? Why do you want to go into
That's one of the ways
nothingness?
hell is
Straight
described.
black.
There's nothingness. Yeah.
Why do you crave the abyss, Marilyn?
Sometimes, because it's just all a little much. I don't know.
But why not crave the throne room? Isn't that sounds like a better choice of the two, right? I know you said you do, but then why not just always crave? Why? What's the duality of Maryland here? Like, why sometimes are you abyss coded?
Well, God doesn't always want me in the throne room. Like, sometimes he wants me to see the rest of heaven and what my design is for and what he has in store for me. So it's like,
I am curious. Do you listen when you say God doesn't always want you in the throne room? Are you like submitting to God while also being God?
submitting to God? I mean,
Yeah, when
it's
God's like, "Get out of
if
my throne room,"
he
and
would
get
never
out.
say, he would never say, "Get out of my throne room."
Oh, you had said
It,
sometimes God doesn't want you in His throne room.
I don't mean it like that. I mean it as like, you can't stay eternity in his throne room, even though he loves it very much. It's just that he has a design for you. He made you into the design you are for a reason and purpose, for your thoughts and desires and innovations to be manifest
You
into
submit to
reality.
submit to God's plan.
I mean, it's always God's will be done.
So
Always.
you submit to His will.
Yes, or else I would love to just not be doing any of it. Yes, I submit to God's will
Is that a
because I'd rather
hierarchy?
not. No, because I am God. I am love. I am everything that he wants me to be,
So
because I don't have a choice. I already
whose
am.
will are you listening to?
Whose will am I listening to?
Yeah.
Like, when?
You said
Like,
it's always God's will be done.
it is God's will be done, and there's sometimes that I want my will to be done, and it's just not the it's just not.
But wouldn't God's will
Oh
be
God,
your
my
will?
phone died.
Marilyn gone? She's still here.
I don't know.
She said her phone died, but she's still in the
chasm of the abyss.
That's what half of Maryland craves. Okay,
That's
chasm of the
crazy.
abyss. her heart. Half of it wants the throne room. Half of it wants the abyss. Crazy times. Well, I think I'm gonna call it a night. Actually, so it's a good point to end on as any, if you think about it. I hope you've been edified, Christian, by this. And what Anson said is true. The more you're around Maryland, the more you at least, it never really like fully like, there's always going to be some stuff that is, disagreeable, but it does get easier. I will say that. Okay. With it. It's like exposure therapy. Okay.
It's just, it's like there's nothing to stand on. Like, I don't.
But it's got you. It's like kind of like it's a bit vibes based, but like not in a disparaging way. Just like in, I actually will say I agree with a lot of what Marilyn says, but I've said this before where then every time I try to steel man her, then she'll quickly tell me I'm totally wrong. So even when I try my best to like really give a good steel man, she's like, no, that's not.
So how do you know what you're agreeing to?
I just think Marilyn doesn't. I think she just doesn't like accepting my steel man. I think I just say too many words, and then she says I'm casting spells, and then all this stuff, and then I worship the devil because I'm a Christian, and so I think there's like some. But I think I do think I am hearing Marilyn, and I do think I am steel manning it in a correct way. I just think Marilyn, in the same sense that I have to be exposed to Marilyn, Marilyn has to be exposed to me. I think there's like a mutual like meeting in the middle somewhere.
So
that's my theory.
Do you think she accepts scripture or she doesn't?
I think she accepts some scripture, and I think she accepts it on like kind of a different way. Like it's not in like a normal Christian way. Definitely not. But I think there's certain parts of scripture that she feels are speaking the truth for all eternity, and she thinks that probably some were for a certain time and in a certain context. This is what I think. Again, Marilyn will come on and will say everything I'm saying is wrong, so take that with a grain of salt. But
What
that's
about
what I think.
what about the whole being the first human to live forever?
That's the one thing that that's my sticking point where I just don't know. I can't really steel man that too good. That's the one thing. Like it's possible. Like Christ maybe could come back. Maybe there could be some advancement. It just seems super unlikely. So that's the one thing. The death thing is something that me and Marilyn, I really don't have a good steel man of that. But the us being God thing, even the sin being a disease thing, and that being a better way to see it, I'm actually not even opposed to that. My thesis in my master's was going to be an evolved hamartiology, which is like the study of sin. And I was kind of going to argue a similar thing, that from our, as Anson likes to say, our genetic scaffolding and or our evolutionary scaffolding and all of the stuff we've gone through, that a lot of what we call sin is kind of just like us fighting against kind of the flesh, which I don't even think is like anti-scriptural. I just think it's kind of a different way to see sin. If we see sin as like, this is harm that's befallen us, this is harm that's kind of hard coded into us, and it's our job to go beyond that, because we see stuff in the animal kingdom where animals harm each other. So I think sin is a very like natural thing, and I do think that sin is to some extent we're harming others, but we're also harming ourselves. And I think so that it is a disease that we can be healed from.
I think
Marilyn
so.
is back.
I don't necessarily disagree with sin being a disease. I think we live in a fallen world. I think how do you got to be able to identify the disease. You know what I mean?
My phone died.
Like that's you have to be able to identify it.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't identify it and it either exists or it doesn't exist, or it's the mindset, it's just you can't get anywhere.
That's the thing. And I don't know. Yeah, Marilyn, I don't know what you think. Like the sin just being a mind, like, because you agreed with Anson when he said you just have to stop even believing in sin. That's like kind of like a Nietzschean idea. I don't think I agree with that. I think I more see what you said before, Marilyn, as sin being a disease, or what I said is sin being a type of self-harm. If we all are God, then when we sin, we are just harming ourselves fundamentally. And I think we should, and I think we can stop doing that. And I think if we recognized our status in Godhead, then I think we would stop harming ourselves. But I don't think that's the same as just saying, I'm just going to stop believing that sin exists. If I go and harm somebody and I'm like, well, I don't believe sin exists, but I go and punch somebody, that really does nothing. That's just me just denying the bad action I did.
Right.
But if I see sin as a type of disease or self-harm, then I do want to eradicate that disease. And I think by the correct beliefs and believing that I am a child of God, then I think that I will stop harming, and that I will stop harming others.
It's breaking God's law.
What's breaking God's law?
There's a comment.
Oh, well, I wanted to touch on what you were saying on like who are you listening to? Like who, if it's God's will be done and not mine. It's I am not the only God. Like everyone is God. So like if I were to,
you said just to clarify, we are all gods. Is it plural?
We're all God because of God. We're all part of the one body of God. All part of the one body.
Like a hive mind.
Like we are all endowed inheritance of God's what he is. We are the image of God. So we have power, we have authority, we are heirs. So like we have a certain identity, we have certain characteristics that show who we are, express what we are and who we are.
Grabbing 2 more Zins, gone.
What?
Hey, whenever his camera goes off, he's usually grabbing a Zen.
Probably.
So
Like-
when God says that there is no other God but I, how do you take that?
Gotta call me out like that, brother. Okay, look. It's the last one of the night. I know it's not the hour mark yet. I broke my schedule a little bit there, okay? But it's the last one of the night, so it's okay. It's not a sin if it's a sin.
Well, Christian, I think. Crap! Now I forgot. Laughing at Confluence. What did you just say?
Where God says there is no other God but I.
I mean, you are the I. You're not going to say, God, you're I, because you're I. Like,
Right,
you
but
are the I.
I've never in my entire life ever declared that there is no other God but me.
But even if you listen to the way Marilyn's talking, right? She's talking about being in the throne room and like and listening to Christ's heartbeat and stuff. So it's like there's a union there, but there still is like some distinction. So correct me if I'm wrong, Marilyn, which I'm sure you do, which you'll do. But like I think that union with God, it doesn't mean that like Jesus isn't a thing, or that like we don't still like hear from God and stuff like that. It's like there's just like some type of like ontological identity with God, that we are achieving union with God in the way that like Christ achieved union with God, in the way that Christ was like fully man and fully God, the hypostatic union, right? That's something we can achieve too on earth.
But see, I've noticed you say, "Oh, we are God," because we are made in the image, but like Christ himself says the only way that you're going to be with God is through me. So,
Whoever's united with the Lord is one with him in spirit.
Right. Who's the Lord?
We are all Lord. We are all Okay. I believe in Father God. I believe in Jesus. I believe in Mary and Joseph, and all these people exist separately. Like you will be able to communion with God in the flesh. You will be able to communion with Jesus in the flesh. That will happen one day. We will have our own separate entity bodies that we will be able to be with or whatever, and communion with, spend time with. I believe every person, every mother, father, son, daughter that has ever existed and will ever exist will come back to God, will be joined back together.
The question is, though, Christ says himself that you can't even get to God without coming through me. Like he straight up says that it is not possible unless you believe in me.
Are you saying I don't believe in Jesus? I believe in Jesus just fine.
I'm not saying you like what you believe in. I'm just saying, because you kept saying that we are made in the image of God and extrapolating that to mean that, oh, we are God. But then Jesus comes and says, no. Like the only way you're going to get to God is through me, to follow my commands, like to believe in me, receive salvation. Like Christ is that barrier between us and the Father.
But I'm not a Jew. I already know Jesus did all this. I don't have to cling to anything. He's already overcome for me, so I don't have to go through any process. I already am. I don't even think we had to go through a process. I think it's all psyop. I don't even know. It's all psyop. Everything is a psyop. Jesus is psyop.
Jesus is a psyop?
Jesus is a psyop. It's
Wait,
all
Meryl, I mean,
psyop.
you're just like you're on some whack shit. So I have to pull up past Meryl. Jesus is not a psyop. Okay.
I mean, it's almost like you can't even go to that secret, precious, honoring place with Jesus and give him what he deserves because everyone tarnishes what he's done. It's like it's like people want to just take everything that he's done and just muddy the waters and make it worthless when that is not the case. Like it's like, oh, I wish I could explain it and
So,
describe it.
do you believe in Jesus or?
She said that before. Yeah.
Oh, she did say that.
But then she said Jesus is a psyop. So, but
Yeah.
I think she means the former and not the latter. I hope.
Like, I don't think any of it fucking matters, but it's endearing.
So none of it matters. Like, what is happening right now?
Now you're a bisco. This is where Marilyn, the coin flips, and now she's a biscoated. Now nothing matters. You know, everything's a psyop. You know, the duality of Marilyn.
I do flip like that. I'm like, oh my God, y'all are just making this way too difficult. Fuck it. None of it matters. I'm not giving no more power to none of it. Y'all have already turned everything into an idol. None of it matters now.
Well, like the idol, I think that's a weird statement to make because it seems like this whole conversation we've been trying to understand each other's beliefs, but you've been flipping the coin so much and like rolling the dice and just switching, like running over here and running over there. It's like there can't really be any constructive. Because for all I know, you could say, I believe in scripture, and then I bring up a scripture, and you'll go, no, that one. Or you'll be like, I believe it. And he's a side eye. Like, it just isn't constructive. I think if you're gonna assert that I idolize something, I think you need to be able to understand the foundation in which I stand on, like my beliefs.
But there's a duality to it. Like it matters, but it doesn't matter. It matters.
So like salvation matters, but doesn't really matter. Then that, like, you just strip the meaning from it. Like at this point, it's like things are just kind of nothing really has any meaning.
Well, have you ever read Ecclesiastes? That's my favorite book in the Bible, Ecclesiastes. It's all meaningless. It's all meaningless.
Yeah, vanity of vanities.
All of it is meaningless, except for the love of God.
Yeah, there's three different characters in the book.
Except for God. So it eventually boils down to God. But like you have to cut through all the fat, and by the time you cut through all the fat, then nothing that happened before to get you to where you're at matters anymore because now you're in that yeah.
What in your view, I guess this at the end doesn't really matter, but how is it true that I'm a Christian in your view? You said you're not a Christian, so what makes me a Christian?
Idol worship. You idol worship. And
what do I idolize?
Serve a death cult. You idolize Christ when you're
100%.
turning him right. You turn him into an idol, which is the most disgusting, disparaging, just sacrilegious thing.
Do you believe
anyone
Christ to be
could
God?
do? Yes, I believe Christ is God and King and Lord.
So then I'm worshiping God, right?
But I believe you're God and King and Lord. So
where do you get that?
Because we're not separated from God.
Do you actually believe that, or is this like you're just in like another room right now?
No, I do. I do believe this. I do believe this. I believe everyone has power and authority
not over each other, but has all the power and authority that God has. But we can't like infringe on other people and on their power and
Can
authority.
you prove to me or show me, give me evidence for that we have the same authority as God?
We're inheritors of the whole estate.
How do we become inheritors?
Because Christ died for us.
Okay, so we inherit the kingdom of God through Christ?
I mean, for idol worshipers like you, for Christians, for people that need the cults to believe in, yeah.
Well, how do you know that you inherit the kingdom of God?
I'm the image of God. I always was and I always will be.
And you get that from scripture?
I don't believe in evolution or creation. I believe that we are God. We always were and we always will be.
You don't believe in evolution or creation?
Absolutely not.
So, okay.
Marilyn said before that she thinks that humans have always existed. I don't really know. That's something I'm trying to figure out myself. But I think, Marilyn, you say that, right? Humans have always existed?
How? Like, that doesn't...
Yeah,
dude, that's like I don't think any side of the fence believes that.
This is a Maryland special, okay? It's a unique revelation.
So prove to me that we've always, or present evidence that we've always existed.
Well, what do you think? We came from star farts? Do you think we came from fucking clay?
I think we're wonderfully and fearfully made by God.
I think we were emanations of the divine. That's what I think, Marilyn.
I came
divine emanations. What's wrong with that?
I came from my mother.
We came from clay.
I think we came from God. What's wrong with that? Why can't we just say that? Why do we have to say humans always existed in corporeal form? Why can't we say we're emanations of the divine source? What's wrong with that?
Because us existing forever and us always being proves God is real.
Have you looked at other religions?
What?
Have you looked at other religions?
Like tried to...
No, just have you looked at any other ones?
I mean, I guess I know what other ones believe here and there.
So why do you, what makes you hone in on Christ?
Because he's just the closest thing to reconciling people, the closest thing to unconditional love, to truth, to things that are gonna create life and multiplication, and things that you're gonna see a result in, rather than the opposite, I guess.
Were you gonna ask something, Colin?
I was.
Was it about the always existing?
Yeah. I was saying, like, why, Marilyn, do you think that has to be always like physically existing? Because I think I'm fine with accepting that we have always existed, but like maybe we were a part of God and now we are God experiencing God and now we're manifestations of God on the earth now. That at least makes more sense to me than thinking that like humans go back in a physical form. Because like the earth didn't always exist, right? The universe,
I don't believe that.
So like,
bro, my brain
like,
registered the coin flipping.
Like you think the earth always existed? Like the earth we're on now is eternal?
Yeah, we're source. We were here before the moon.
Marilyn.
We were, but we were here. Source was here with literally air, water, vegetation, life on this planet, soil, ground, air, like all this stuff was on the earth.
Has always existed.
No, all this stuff was here. Life was on Earth before the sun, moon, and the sun, moon, and stars. Like this is source.
Wait, how did humans live without the sun?
Okay.
Like in physical form?
Listen, no, you're not. Let me put it in a more. You are worth. Source is worth. There is a worth. I'm speaking in a worth sense, not in an actual like
putting words to things sense. I'm saying source is the most important thing overall. Over like this place, these people, we are the most important, and then everything else gets registered and calculated and written down and understood and processed through the lens of man.
But the obvious conclusion would be that then we probably existed in some like incorporeal form, right? Like if you're saying that the sun didn't always, then how did humans? You're not answering the question.
I shouldn't have said it like that. I shouldn't have said it like that.
How did humans exist without the sun? Like that.
I shouldn't have said it like that.
How should you have said it?
I should have. The way I should have said it is the passages of the Bible in Genesis when they said that the waters above was separated from the waters below, and that whole 7 days of creation. It was merely man putting words to paper to try to label things, try to say this is what this is what this is. I
agree with that.
I am literally with my mouth, with my writing, going to tell you what the sky is and what the water is. I'm going to, with my verbiage, with my linguistics, separate the waters above from the waters below because I am writing it down into text.
I accept that, but my problem isn't like with the Bible stuff. My problem is just thinking like, how did humans on Earth, like how is Earth eternal, especially if the sun wasn't eternal? Like you just get into a lot of problems, right? Like there would be like,
even if it was all eternal,
just like freeze to death.
It's all just eternal. Why do we not have, like, you don't think record keeping would be different?
Well, obviously record keeping was different because they didn't speak the same way we did.
No, I'm saying if it's eternal, it's always been. Why is that not just the history?
Because there's people that want to rule over you and delete history and erase it all and have you follow an agenda and have you have Stockholm syndrome. They want you to be confused. They don't want it to make sense.
The billions of people that have died, they're just.
But not even billions. The infinite amount of people who have died. Because if the Earth is infinite,
does that mean like Khan was just chilling and he was like, you know what? I'll give this physical thing a try. Then
see, that's what I'm more amenable. I think that makes more sense to think that I was in some spiritual dimension and I was one with God, and then I'm a manifestation of the divine.
What's that? This Soul, that Disney movie.
Yeah,
Like taught, and then you jump.
It's a good movie.
That movie is. I like that movie.
I don't think time is the same to God. I believe time is all like the past, present, and future is all happening at one time.
If we're God,
so you did not.
Time is the same.
Right, but they all meet in the same place. They're when you existed was existing. You always existed. You've always existed, but when you first came here, when you were first born, that was you. How do I put this? Because I want to talk about magnets, and I don't want to confuse muddy the water right now.
Magnets never muddy anything, historically on this panel.
We've always been, we always will be. People have always been. I believe the universe is like, I'm not a globetard. I don't believe we're on a globe. Like, this is flat Earth, and it's as big as they.
You're a flat earther.
Yes. And this is as big as they say.
And I've never known this.
It's as big as they say the universe is.
I think it's been fun entertaining the coin. There's no way.
It's more like.
Are you actually a flat earther, Marilyn? How have I never heard you say this?
It's more like a quantum realm, because Jesus remember, he could feed 5,000 with 2 fish and 5 loaves of barley bread. So like, you can manifest what you see. Like, what's existing right now is all that exists. But once you like leave where you're at, then everything else appears. Like I feel like it's a very
hologram
like
sort
things
of existence.
like in a video game when you leave one area and it disappears and you come back to the area, it comes back.
Right.
How does that?
It's
But
all
Marilyn,
a manifestation.
So what about the people like if I
wait,
left the house and my
Flat
wife
Earth, is
was
this a
at the
real
house?
thing? Is the flat Earth a real thing, Marilyn? You're not trolling.
I definitely believe it's more of a flat Earth than a globe. It's definitely not a globe. Absolutely not.
How do you know what she
Absolutely not.
believes, God?
Absolutely
Like,
not.
why are you asking the question?
Absolutely not.
5 minutes down the line, she's gonna be like, actually, it's round.
No, it's not round. I'm sorry. No,
It's
hell
definitely
no.
not.
Definitely not.
I've
Disavow.
heard Marilyn. I've talked to Marilyn for
Disavow.
so many hours. I've just never
You
heard her say
never-
that she's a flat earther.
flat
I've
earth.
never heard that.
I like
Okay,
that one better than I like
Why is the Earth flat?
because it's a source. This is on earth as it is in heaven. We already
Like a
are in
source.
heaven.
So source.
We're source.
Means flat.
What?
Source means flat.
Yeah, why does that mean? That's such a non-answer, though, Marilyn. If you think about it, like I agree, we're all source. I'm with you like so much of the way, but then you say like some wild shit about like the Earth being flat, and I'm like, well, fuck me. Like, why? Why do you think the Earth is flat? Like, what's the reason you think that?
So I'm saying, if I could have made the Earth, I'd make it a ball.
Because God wants to be close to us. He wants everyone to be together. He wants everyone to be close. He doesn't
How
want
much closer
to
can be if you are?
separated.
I think you're closer on a globe. Like just
No.
distance wise, like if the whole Earth was flat, you're actually like it makes right. If the whole Earth is flat, then these two people are super far away. If you can see me on camera, but if it like wraps around, you're actually like the distance between any one human is actually closer than if the Earth was flat. So if God wanted us to be close, it would be a sphere, right?
No.
I mean, what I just said is mathematically true, Marilyn. Okay.
Because if it's a
Math
globe,
isn't real, Con.
if it's a
Psyop.
globe, then you're in a prison and you're trapped on just this much spherical space as this globe
Can I
is
walk off the flat
allotting
Earth?
you.
Aren't I just trapped on just like an open air prison, to use like the Palestinian language? You
I
know, like
think when
No.
you hit the edge of the Earth, you like
There's
teleport to
no
the other end.
edge. There's no edge. There's
what
no
happens when you
edge.
go? So what if I keep walking west for a long
There's
time?
no-
What happens to me?
There's no edge. We're
then
in
tell me-
heaven. Dude,
So then
okay,
what
if you were
happens
in
if I
heaven,
walk west? If I keep walking west right now, let's
Listen.
say I take your advice. I head west. I keep going. What happens to me?
It's procedurally
I want a direct
generated.
answer, Marilyn. I want a direct answer,
Procedurally
please, God. A
generated.
direct answer. If I just keep
You're-
going in one direction, what do I
you're
hit?
probably gonna drown because of psyops.
Okay, what
You're
if I
probably gonna
get a
drown.
really good boat and I just keep sailing west? What happens to me? I just go on forever. It's like Minecraft. Is
You get
the
like a
world
boat
like
that can
Minecraft? Is it
sail in
infinitely
and drive on
procedurally
land?
generated?
It's yes, absolutely.
So
Because
we could discover new lands.
continents. Yeah.
because of how
Find the
many
second-
people have existed in the past and will exist in the future, there has to be an unlimited space
Yeah,
for when
or-
Jesus comes
or
back.
hear
For
me out,
when
hear me out,
Jesus
Marilyn.
comes
Hear me
back.
out. If more people are going to come in the future, right? Now just
Mhm.
hear me out. Hear me out. Do you think instead of infinite space, maybe like old people die and new people are born and they take up that space?
No. There's not a lack mentality in heaven. If you're in heaven, if you can imagine being in heaven, do you see borders in heaven? Do you see that
Have
there's
you been
some
to
place
heaven?
out? If you're in heaven, if you can imagine heaven, do you see the outer limits of heaven to places that you're not allowed to travel to in heaven? Do you see any of that there?
I think
I don't
heaven is
know.
infinite. I think heaven is infinite. It's different
That's
to
what-
see
I think
the
it's- I think
earth
it's
as
scared of
infinite.
it.
We gotta.
Is that Indian Jesus? No.
No, it's
No,
just
it's not.
his sound effects.
Oh, it's just you. I was so excited.
Sticker Johnson says Maryland W Confluence L. Terrible times. Sticker Johnson. Terrible times.
But like, I don't feel like it's
Heaven is infinite, but why is Earth infinite? That's what like. The spiritual world, sure,
On earth
infinite.
as it
'cause
is in
God
heaven.
is infinite.
On earth as it is in heaven.
I
You've
understand,
got
but
to
it's so
have
crazy to think like you. Why hasn't anyone sailed out west and then found new lands? Then, like, why don't
in
you do that,
scripture-
Maryland?
in
That's like,
scripture,
Oh
you
my
believe that.
doesn't it
Why
say
don't you buy
God's
a fucking
throne is
boat
the
and like
highest?
discover new lands? Like, why not?
Why
That's what I
don't
would do
you-
if I truly thought it was infinite. I would just sail out west, keep going, right?
Why don't you understand that they
On
keep
earth
you
as it is in
there?
heaven.
That is not what they're wanting us
Free
to
will.
do. There
Like,
are
is someone
people.
gonna like shoot me down like I'm a fucking Venezuelan drug trafficker if I try to go west too far? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. They don't
What?
want you to know all that. They don't want you to know all that. They don't want you to go over there. They do not want none of that.
How do they keep a secret like that?
What do you mean how? We're all dumb as fuck.
No,
We're
I'm
all
saying like
very
you gotta hire people to shoot people down if they go too far. How
They
they
do.
miniature people like that? And how do you watch over that much land? You need to hire a lot of people.
I'm telling you, they watch all the waters. They watch this place is so guarded, this little space, this little terrarium that they've got us closed off in. It's so well protected.
Do you mean when you say they, Maryland? Do you mean like? Are you talking like these people? Is this
The
what you're talking about,
Jews.
Maryland? Oh, you didn't have to
Jews?
say it out loud. You know, you didn't have to say
Definitely the
it.
Jews.
You didn't have to say it.
Definitely the Jews.
The Jews, everyone thinks the world is round.
They don't want you to know the truth. No,
There's
the
no way
Jews,
you genuinely believe this.
it's for control and manipulation. But I don't think the linguistics help with the situation about like how we always were and always will be. And when you're born, you just because you're born, like there is no past. There's only when you were born and the future. Like you can't go back into the past. You can't pull the past you cannot pull the past like out of thin air and bring something back from it. You can't not bring it back or relive it.
The future doesn't exist either, though. The future just exists as a potential state. Only the present moment exists.
You can pull like historical records.
Yeah, but in the present, you can do that. You can see evidence of the past.
I can pull it. Yeah.
All we have is the present, but we also don't have the future, Maryland. All we have is the present moment. Okay, the only thing that actually exists is the present.
But the future will. But the future you can sort of manipulate a lot better than you can the past. The past you can't do anything with. The future you
That's
could
true.
possibly like.
But then by the
change.
time we get to the future, it's just the present. So I would say only the present exists, and we can change what will be the present, what we call the future. But the future is just a present state we're not at yet. You know.
I hate words. Words are so stupid.
So if I walk in a straight line, every step's both in the future and in the present, or it always just lands in the present.
It's always the present. That's what I believe in. Presentism. That's an actual like philosophical position.
Well, what if I'm thinking? What if I'm thinking about walking in a straight line?
Well, yeah, it's always in the present moment, though. You know,
like the thought, like the act, the what I'm thinking of walking in a straight line. That's always going to be in the present. But if I'm like, I'll do that later. Like the thought, I'll do that later.
That's
I'll
what I
walk in a
think.
straight
Like
line.
the present is slipping into the future, but it's always the present. So the present moment is like constantly kind of moving. Oh, Witty. Okay, back chat. Give me one of these. Witty Noggins is here.
But your mind, your mind might have
Pulling you up, bro.
futuristic, like, because my mind will have futuristic thinking of death not being real anymore, and us, different things that would be more beneficial to us could happen. Like that's futuristic thinking that isn't happening now, but it's something to move toward. So you can still have
the future we can change. I agree with that.
futuristic
But
thought.
We can only exist in the present moment, I would say.
Well, right, but your mind can definitely go a little further into imagining and innovating. If that's what you
Do you
mean.
believe the Earth is flat?
Wait, was that Witty?
Nah, that wasn't me.
Oh wait, who said? Wait, who said?
I was
who said what?
asking Witty. I was asking Witty.
Oh,
Oh,
me?
is the Earth? Yeah, Witty, is the Earth flat?
Is the Earth flat, dude? Do you mean flat like fall off the edge? Like which map and model are you going with, dude?
I like
No,
this guy
an
already.
infinite plane model where you can just
Oh,
walk
man.
forever, and then the Jews are gonna shoot you down if you go too far. That's
And then you
where
go to
we're at,
Antarctica,
okay?
and then you got like the other civil, like the elites outside secretly.
No, you get shot down.
Yep, that one right there.
That one? Nah, I don't hold to that one.
Which one do you hold?
But hey, I'm not solidified, bro. I'm not a pilot. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
But I do believe that we're I don't know if I believe, but I kind of do, like, potentially, I guess, engage with the fixed being a fixed planet in a sense. But I don't know. I feel like Earth being the only civilization or the only planet with life, right? And it seems like we just have like this importance, and I don't know the shape, dude. I mean, Neil deGrasse, Bison said it was like a pear or something.
Bison. Is that like him in buffalo form?
Yeah, the buffalo guy.
Definitely round. Definitely round.
I don't know. What
Wait,
shape do you
so
think?
Witty, do you actually think it's flat, or are you just?
No. I mean,
are you globe pilled? You globalist? You globe-tard?
That really isn't much in my interest for the most part. I mean, I've got into it for a moment and like went through it a little bit, but it's just, I don't know whether it's one way or another. I mean, it really doesn't make a difference to me. I typically would just say I would hold with the round Earth being the planet. That seems like the most plausible, but
I think it's likely a globe. That's my stance. I just want to go on record. I think it's likely a globe.
Yeah,
this is great.
But I don't know. I'm not a scientist, dude.
No, me neither. Did you hear anything else? Did anything else strike your attention, Witty, or did you just join right now? Because there's been a lot of stuff that's said in the past 30 minutes that,
I just popped in
You
for a
might have thought
cigarette
so.
break, dude. I got people at the crib right now. They're doing like a drum circle.
Oh, shit. I wish I was there, man.
Got a
I
dude
wanna
on a
do drum
flute.
circle.
Got a girl on a saxophone.
Dang.
And,
You're living your best life.
hey, God's blessed me, bro. Yeah. I don't know if you guys can see this view. You can't, but that's Lake Michigan, bro. You can see the whole water and everything from here. It's just like, yep. Well,
Shit, I used to live in Wisconsin, so
yeah, right across the street.
yeah.
Somebody's echoing, or I can hear my echo.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, we're just talking about what if anyone was. We were originally talking about if we're all God. So a very interesting thing for you to take into the drum circle energetically. Are we all emanations of God? Are we all manifestations of God? Are we all one with God? Okay, is God one with us? These are some thoughts for you to have in the back of your mind.
Absolutely. Let me
Your
get my
brother.
room. Michael, he might be the most interesting man on the planet, dude. Hold on, let me ask him real quick. Michael. I'm on a live chat with some guys. Okay, on YouTube. They got a question for you.
What up?
And Michael,
yo,
do you think we're all God? Are we manifestations of God? Are we emanations of God? Are we all one consciousness, or what's good?
I have something to say. So what I actually believe, I just study philosophy and biomedical science, so now I think I'm able to intertwine the two. I think that we're God's manifestation of itself here on planet Earth to experience itself. And then you asked if there's one consciousness. I do believe the answer is yes, but there's fragments of that one consciousness that come down here, and then we take form with genetic coding. And the only way to actually stay here in the kingdom of heaven, because I already believe this is heaven or hell, whatever you want to make it. Maybe there's something after. I don't really know. But basically, I think that's through genetics. And yeah, doesn't really matter, if you have kids or not. First law of thermodynamics, energy is neither created or destroyed, only transferred or transformed. So you're here forever. And yeah, you'll just keep recycling. But if you have children, you'll live with them here in the kingdom, and then your children's children, and so on. That's all I have to say. I'm going to get back to the bowls. How you guys doing? Crystal bowls.
Nice.
You just had that off rip. You just fucking knocked that out of the park. That was great. That was great, man. That was great.
Philosophy and science, guys. Philosophy and science.
Yeah, I agree. I think I agree with like almost all of that. That's crazy.
Well, thanks. Yeah, just be loving and caring and kind, seeking the almighty divine as we are here traveling throughout all of time.
Based.
Now if he just stopped dying. Now if we could just stop dying.
Michael.
Witty, your
He's
friend
pretty
is
awesome.
pretty based. He just had that. He just literally had that off rip. Like that was. He didn't even hesitate when I asked. He was just like,
bro.
"Well, oh, here you go." Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah.
He was
that's all he talks
prepared, man.
about. Yeah, bro. That's all he talks about. Yeah, he loves that shit, man. I just moved out here. I'm in Michigan, right? Out here in Grand Haven. I've been out here for like, I don't know, 6-7 months. Moved out here from Indiana. Michael's just like a local celebrity, dude. He's like a fucking, I don't know. He's literally one of a kind, bro. And we just linked up, became buddies, and I just moved in with him like a month or two. We got a sick place off the street, dude. We got hooked up by a guy who's just like likes us and gave us a sweet deal. So feeling blessed, bro. I don't come from a lot, so like this is like the coolest place I ever lived, you know.
Yeah, no, it sounds great.
Yeah, man.
Sounds like you're living with good people, doing fucking drum circles, man. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I was doing drum circles and talking about God emanating and experiencing Himself. You know, I'm just gonna say that.
On the flip side,
I
half
have
the
to go
time,
online to talk about that. You know.
yeah. I gotta say, on the flip side, you know, sometimes you wake up on a Wednesday and you're like, feel like you're in Jumanji, and you're like, what the f is happening right now, dude? I gotta work tomorrow. But
yeah.
But
the real life
it's
sometimes
worth it, you know?
intersects, but yeah, still worth it. Still worth it.
Oh man, did we learn anything tonight?
All right, guys, nice seeing you. I just want to hop in for a minute. Sorry to cut you off. I'll get back with
Take care, Witty. No, that's great. Enjoy your drum circle, okay? For real.
I
Yeah,
will.
Witty, come
If
back.
you're on in a little bit, I might pop back in or something.
All right, take care,
All right,
buddy.
Witty. Based.
Yeah, Witty's based. And so is that
That
Michael
was
guy.
cool.
That guy, Testiger Johnson, that is right. That guy was cool.
Yeah.
I was surprised that he just had that an answer like so ready. Like he didn't have to think about it for a second. It's like he knew what I was already gonna ask even before I asked it. So that's cool.
Oh, very cool.
But yeah, I'm gonna head to bed now.
Yeah, I'm exhausted.
About time.
Christian.
Yeah. And so thank you,
Christian.
Marilyn. Thank you,
What's up?
Christian. Final words for anyone? No one has any final thoughts, final words, you know, final goodbyes, you know, not final goodbyes, just goodbyes for the moment. Okay?
Read your Bibles.
Oh Lord.
Based the great grimoire of the Bible, the spell casting book itself, you know.
Live in fear.
I appreciate it. It's a fun last 3 days. It's a fun.
Yeah, this has been
Fun
great. It was a
last 3
great
days.
conversation. And I finally got through the Jordan Peterson interview, which is good, which means now I don't have a topic for tomorrow. So now I'm going to have to think of what to come up with. But, you know, I have a bit of time for that at least. But
Sure, you'll find something.
And yeah, everyone in the chat, don't bother hitting the like button because I'm about to end the stream. But hit that subscribe button if you want to see more of this type of content. And if you do, then, you know, God bless your soul. If you don't, that's cool too. But you should still subscribe anyway because who knows? Could change your mind. And yeah, God bless you guys. And take care.
Dreams.
Sweet dreams, both of you.
That was nice meeting you, Marilyn.